Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UAE. We're at the Rotax Invitational at the Ain Raceway, just geographically south of Dubai, just on the Oman border. And we're going to be bringing you all of the action from today's Rotax Invitational. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me is my UAE karting expert, Henry Baudet. Henry, thank you for inviting us onto your turf, mate.
It's an absolute pleasure, Joe. Thank you very much for coming out here and for the first time shining a live stream light on karting in the UAE. Rotax karting out here at the Ain Raceway. Of course, the colours that you see, the black and gold, are some of the most familiar in all of the world of Rotax karting. And now, thanks to Karting Live TV, yourself, Nick Damon, the world gets to see how the drivers from this region get to the Rotax Grand Finals and what racing is like in this region. And you won't be disappointed.
Well, I've kept a wary eye on your antics out here. And I've got to say, over the past few years, we've certainly seen an increase in the, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? The experience that is being gleaned, but from a competitive level, we see the drivers from this region make an appearance at the World Finals.
Yes.
They are competitive, and that competitiveness has been on the increase, and it continues to be on the increase.
Oh, absolutely. Last season, the 2024-2025 UAE Rotax Max Challenge was the most successful in the history of UAE RMC in terms of numbers. This year, it looks like it's going to be even bigger. The numbers, we've got 84 drivers here today for the UAE Rotax Invitational. And of course, in 2 weeks' time, when we're all back here at Al Ain Raceway for the opening round of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge, we can expect maybe double the number of drivers to kick us off. I think that's not that's not out of the beyond the realms of possibilities.
So this invitational event here, it's a one-off event, but it's a kind of a precursor, a bit of a rehearsal for the UAE Rotax series going forward across the winter into the spring, into the European spring. Of course, this is the possibly the best time to race. Considering today, Henry, we've got highs of 39 to 40 degrees out there on track.
Yes.
Now that's going to bring its challenges from not just from the human element with regards to the drivers and their fitness, but also on a technical level, which I'm a bit of a geek, and I'm all about the race setups, and I'm very intrigued on how we're going to use our tyres today. But that adds that challenge, and I think also that's what is the attraction for drivers and teams coming across from Europe.
Absolutely.
Because it's a completely different environment to what they're used to.
Yeah, no, it is. And of course, it's a one-day, one-off event. Time qualifying is set to start very shortly. We then move into one heat race, then one pre-final, then the main event, the final, this afternoon. What I would like to say is a big hello to everybody watching, both on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge channel. Of course, this is the first time that we're live streaming an event from the UAE, so please like and share the stream as far and wide as possible, on whatever racing WhatsApp groups you've got. Please get this stream out there and keep your messages on the live chat on both coming in. It goes without saying to keep the comments nice and positive.
Tell all your friends.
Yes, tell your friends, and we'll do our best to bring you guys and girls watching at home, or even if you're watching here at the circuit, to bring you in to the broadcast as much as possible through the live chat.
And do please interact. Do message Henry and I. Henry and I may even reach out and ask you a question.
Yes.
Because our minds do sometimes fail us. So please feel free to do that. As Henry mentioned, we're about to get going with our time qualifying sessions. We've got all the familiar Rotax classes, exactly what you've seen before here on Karting Live TV. We're going to kick off with Micromax. We've then got Minimax, Junior Rotax Max, DD2, which is a new class, certainly for me to see, but certainly not a new class out here. That's a gearbox, two-ratioed gearbox category. More of that later. And then we've got the Senior Max class, which is, again, the standard 162 kilogram Senior Max category, all running the 125cc Rotax water-cooled motor.
There's already lots of messages coming in on the live chat. First of all, I have to say, good hello to Theo Kakati, a multiple UAE champion, I believe now out in university in California, watching this. On a lot of support for Enzo Tesluk, the CRG driver in Senior Rotax. There's several people saying that if he wins, the driver from Canada, who's designed his own crash helmet, the crash helmet he's got looks very much like Alex Caffey's crash helmet, for those of you who are...
that's of a certain age.
Of a certain age, saying that if he wins, they're going to shave their heads. So there we go. And Death Skull asks, how is the weather in Al Ain? Well, it is, in a word, hot. Hot.
Yes.
Very, very hot.
But don't worry, listeners and viewers. Henry and I are in air-cooled splendour.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Fear not.
Our poor cameraman, Dilu Bashi and Srijit, are out there in the heat, as are the drivers. And we've got, for the first time this weekend, we've got karts on track with the Micromax qualifying about to take place. 5 minutes to get your optimum lap in, and that 5 minutes, Henry, might feel like a long time. We've already clicked by 1 minute, so we've literally got 4 minutes on the clock in the session. Green flags waving out there on track, and that 4 minutes will just absolutely disappear in the blink of an eye.
Yes, especially when you consider it's single lap qualifying only. The circuit, we've not had practice this morning. All the practice took place yesterday, so this is the first time all morning that we've had karts on track. Now, there are 19 Micromax drivers. We have 10 Minimax drivers, 22 in Junior, 27 in Senior, and then 6 in DD2. Of course, this is a 1,380-metre circuit, give or take. It was the host of the 2007 and 2011 Rotax Grand Finals. We'll give you a guided tour. There's the start line going down towards turn number 1. We can expect plenty of action down at turn number 1. You come out of turn number 1, up the back straight, Joe, and then into the next complex. So this is turns 2 and 3 and 4. A lot of overtaking.
For me, Henry, this is the section of this track here at Al Ain, which is where you're going to get your lap time. Everybody can go fast, but it's the technicalities of the slow sections which distinguish the good drivers and the great drivers. And this is where the lap time will come. It's how you get out of these corners. It's compromising one corner because of the next corner that comes up very sharply. And here we are going through turns 9 and 10. We then go out onto a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of a run where you catch your legs, flat out through this first left-hander, and then take the optimum line through the turn 12 there, onto the back straight. And this is where you pick up the speed here. And then this corner here, the number 13 corner, turn 13, sweeping 180-degree turn. But don't take the optimum line because you've got to be across to the left for that all-important corner there, which is turn 14. And that's going to maximise your top speed on the run down to the flag and on the run down to turn 1. First time's been posted.
Yes, indeed. So, on the live timing, Alex Fryenstein for the newly renamed Motorscape team. It's not Birrell Art Middle East anymore. It's Motorscape, still run by Sanad and Mark Rose. But of course, the parent company, they import both Birrell's chassis and the Kart Republic chassis now. So Samar Chopra has now moved to the top of the chart ahead of Vaibhav Ponna and Fryenstein. Adam Al-Sheikh is fourth. Interesting, they're 4 drivers who have returned to the class from last year.
Just looking at yesterday's practice 5, 63 seconds was the optimum time there.
Yep.
So we've still got a bit of time to come. Here in the UAE, we're basically in the desert.
Yes.
And we've got a lovely wind. I wouldn't say a cooling breeze at all. It's a warming breeze. Yes. But what that breeze does is it brings dust onto the track. So we've got a very, what we call green track. There's a layer of dust.
Yep.
So it's going to take a couple of laps for these Micromax drivers to actually get the maps, their balanced grip, which is what they've tried to achieve with their setup work that has gone on in the practice sessions.
Tadeusz Prochazka has gone fastest of all, driving for the Atal course team. Zev Godshalk from Curaçao moves into second, but then gets replaced at the top by Vaibhav Ponna and Samar Chopra. Now, Joe, I'm used to... I'm very fortunate that lots of people recognise me from around the world, but Joe, you've got your own fan club as well.
Have I really?
Sam Tahiri watching from Germany.
Oh, hello, Sam, yes.
So again, already people from around the world watching.
From Germany. So
yes,
he's up relatively early,
yes,
Sam.
so he's up relatively early. He's at 7 a.m. in the morning in Germany.
I'm sure it was over here when I first met Sam.
Yes.
The Dubai 24 hours or something.
Question, saying, what would you guys say that will make somebody win this race? Well, looking after your tyres, being fast, and not overexerting yourself. Because, of course, the heat race and the pre-final are going to be taking place at the hottest part of the day as Zev Godshalk goes fastest for the new JNKD team. Has sprung up over the winter. Of course, JNKD, they supported Benjamin Karachkovich to the Micromax title last year, but they've gone from a one-driver operation to, I believe, there are 14 drivers in what is an incredibly impressive setup that Jeremy Montgomery-Swan was kind enough to take us around yesterday. But with the checkered flag out, Liam O'Hanlon leads the way at the moment.
At the moment, Henry, yes, and Henry's going to nip down to the Parc Fermé and grab a word with the driver that comes through and will post the pole position. At the moment, Liam O'Hanlon has gone purple in Sector 1. He's heading the timing screens at the moment. Lap time there at 64.272. But Liam on a charge here and posting purple in Sector 1 bodes well from retaining that top slot when everybody has come through. Purple from Zev Godshalk in second place at the moment. He's gone green in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2 for Godshalk. Godshalk is actually on target to maybe wrest this pole position. It's moving around. My timing screen is moving around in front of me, so I'm not going to even perceive exactly or speculate as to who's going to be at the front when the final cart comes across. But O'Hanlon and Godshalk still out there on track. They're in Sector 3, so about to finish their lap, and the checkered flag flies, and it is indeed Godshalk. Put green in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2, and purple in Sector 3. Zev Godshalk with a gap of 0.087 from Liam O'Hanlon in second place. They will share the front row. On the second row of the grid for Micromax, Vibhav Ponna will share with Amar Tabasa. Row 3 will be Samar Chopra and Adab Al-Sheikh. Enzo Falzerano and Jensen Kelly will share row 4. Cameron Harvey and Alexander Feinstein will share 5. And on row 6, Saif Al-Khalifa and Tadeusz Pochaska will share that one. Ivan Zvorins and Theobab Haroun will share row 7. Hamad Almeina and Saif Almeina both share row 8. Row 9 is Sebastian Storer and Felice Souza Jebjerg, with Rashid Almeina rounding off what is a 19-cart Micromax field. So Zev Godshalk with a 64.1, not quite as quick as we went in practice. However, we are on a green dusty track at the moment, and that track will begin to evolve, and it has begun to evolve, and it will continue to evolve pretty much all day long, and we will see lap times getting to their optimum by the time we get to the time of the final. So Henry mentioned tyre life. We are on one set of tyres for the whole of the day, so from qualifying through into the heats, pre-finals and then finals, you're on the same set of tyres. So there is going to be an element of tyre management, is there? It's going to take a very disciplined drive from all of our competitors. But at the moment, fastest kart in Micromax, Zev Godshalk with a 64.108, coming right there at the last, but not that far behind. Liam O'Hanlon at 1 minute 4.195. And then on the second row, 1 minute 5.396 for Vibhav Ponna. And in fourth place, Amar Tabetsa with a 1 minute 7.436. These youngsters always do entertain with proper Rotax cadet racing for this age group. 105 kilogram minimum weight for the class. As we finalise Micromax, we get ready and prepared for our Minimax runners. Not quite as many on the grid, but still quite healthy. This is the Minimax grid will be next. And we did mention there before we go down to Henry that the Rotax Invitational, a precursor to the 25-26 season. We are back here at Al Ain Raceway in a couple of weeks' time for a 2-day event, both rounds 1 and rounds 2, on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of October. So this is good preparation for the championship, for the series going forward, with the day being kicked off by qualifying. We've got some more qualifying sessions for all of our classes, and then we'll be straight into the heats. So if you are watching on the stream, the heats are due to kick off just after 10 a.m. For now, though, we've got Mini Max, Juniors, DD2 and Senior Max to get through. Each of the classes getting a 5-minute qualifying session. And as we saw there for the youngsters there in Micromax, that 5 minutes just ebbs away very, very quickly indeed. You've got to absolutely be on your game here to optimise your run. And we saw Zev Godshalk, who will hopefully be speaking to Henry. We'll get a bit of inside information from Zev as the lap developed. But it was a great lap. We saw Zev going a personal best in Sector 1, and then he went overall quickest in Sector 2s and 3. With Liam O'Hanlon, he took the challenge. This bodes very well indeed for the races going forward here, with the Micromax field being so close together. And it does bode very well indeed for the racing coming through the rest of the day. The Mini-Max session has begun. They've been released from the collecting area. These are slightly less restricted 125cc water-cooled Rotax engines, familiar class to what we have in Europe. They're on the 950 chassis with the narrower Mojo tyre, and with the minimum weight slightly heavier of 10 kilograms heavier than Micromax, 115 kilograms minimum weight for these youngsters, slightly older group as well. So we've got Gleb Obkavov from the Mumbai Falcons, Atik Emir from GGM. These are the team names, of course. Win Godshalk from GNKD. We've got Nye Racing with Kurt Ivanov, Max Patton for Synergy, and then 3 GNKD drivers in the form of Paul Schutzman, William Mazal, Benjamin Korojevic, and then Oliver Butchard for Synergy, and then the XL driver LBJ Stubbs over from the UK. Session underway, carts already across the line. And across the line to begin their first flyer with under 4 minutes of the session already left, and we've got the usual train of carts. We will be able to see who is getting on with their job straight away as they come through that very complex section of track at 7, 8, 9 and 10. Let's head down to Henry.
Well, I think we're on. How are you? Zev Godshalk, first time here in the UAE. Congratulations.
Yeah, my first time here, and I had a good draft, and I got pole.
I mean, what's the competition level like? How have you found the competition out here?
I see that Liam is quick, Chopper is quick, a lot of people are pretty quick, and yeah, I mean.
Excellent. Obviously, looking forward now to starting the heat from pole position. Try to control the race from there?
Yes.
Excellent. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my whole team, my mechanic, my nanny, and yeah.
Excellent. And so back home in Curacao, where are they going to be having a party?
Mambo Beach.
That's the one. There we go.
Thank you, Henry. Zev Godshalk, our Mini-Max pole sitter, coming up later. We're coming up to the last 90 seconds of Mini-Max qualifying, and it's Oliver Butchard with a 61.112, 1 minute 1.112. Not that far away, though. Only 0.0, 19 thousandths of a second as Atik Emir right on his tail with a purple sector 1 going into his third lap here for Oliver Butchard. He's wanting to consolidate that early provisional pole position. In third place at the moment is Benjamin Karaciovic. He's got a 1 minute 1.299. This is a very, very close mini-max class. Win Godshalk is fourth. And Win Godshalk, up to the top of the timing screens with a purple sector 3 there, clinching that provisional pole. Still 45 seconds or so on the clock, so still plenty of time for this grid to change in complete complexion. It's a 1 minute 0.8, so a 60.839. That's the target time for everybody else. Win Godshalk, he's the fastest driver out there, is Win. So from the Netherlands, Win Godshalk, a 60.839, 61.096, not that far away for Butchard. Butchard is green in sector 1, yellow in sector 2, sorry. Attica Mur is on it. Attica Mur on the number 113 out there on track as well, as we can get a feel for the nature of the track here at Ain. Following the carts round, getting their heads down behind that fairing just to reduce the airflow. And with the checkered flag flying, Godshalk crosses the line again and increases that gap to a 60.634. I think that'll stand, actually. So that's the fastest lap. With the session now, everyone across the line, it's Win Godshalk who will sit on the Minimax pole position with a 60.634. Attica Mur will sit alongside 60.740 for Attica. On the second row will be Benjamin Krajiovic with a 60.863. Alongside Benjamin is Oliver Butchard on the number 188. Oliver's time, a 1 minute. That's a 60.961. It's Paul Schutzman sharing with Kurt Ivanov on row 3. Paul's time, a 61.586. Kurt Ivanov's time, a 61.487. Fourth row is Max Patton, or Payton, with a 61.508, coming right there at the very last lap. William Mazzali, he is on the fourth row with Max, and his time, a 61.595. Rounding off a 10-cart field, on the fifth row of the grid then is Albie Stubbs on a 61.689. With rounding off the 10 carts is Gleb Obikov with a 62.360. So 10 carts for Minimax, and a 10 cart with hardly any gap whatsoever between the first 4 or 5 carts there. So it's going to be very tight at the front, but it's also going to be very tight at the back and in the midfield. So everybody got everything to race for. There will obviously be very many soap operas developing in the awnings here at Ain. There always is. This is motorsport. We love a drama. Hopefully everybody can get on top of their dramas. We've got a few chats coming in. Let me just have a look. How was the weather? We've checked that one, haven't we? We said it's hot. We're going to be seeing that. It's continually hot here in the UAE at this time of year. And guess what? This makes a change, doesn't it? No forecast of any rain. We get used to saying that in the UK. However, we are not in the UK. It is beautiful weather, perfect weather to go racing, certainly perfect weather to commentate on the racing. I'm not so sure I'd want to be out on the track. So, any track updates? No, other than the track is evolving. We can see the carts are going as faster and faster. Each session, we're clearing the track and rubbering up the track. We've had 2 days of practice. So the track was rubbered, but however, overnight here, what tends to happen is there is a layer of dust that develops off the wind. The wind brings on the sand and the dust, and the track goes back to green. Hello, Kakati. Henry, I miss you. So the Henry Baudet fan club has joined us. Hello, Kakati. Hopefully you stay with us. Let's head down to Henry for our Minimax pole sitter. Henry.
Thank you. It's a family affair so far. 2 qualifying sessions, and the Godshalk name top of the charts in both of them. Zev in Micro Max, and now Win, older brother, in Mini Max. That's not a bad start to your career over here in the UAE, is it?
Yeah, I feel very good. It's not that important, but still, I'm just going to win the race.
And of course, you're with the JNKD team, so it's a brand new team, obviously a very professional setup. In the Rotax Invitational, they're still undefeated. That's got to make you quite proud. Talk a little bit about your lap out there. How did you sort of cope with the fact that we haven't had much running this morning, and the track is probably still a bit slippery?
Yeah, I went behind Atika and the green helmet. I passed the pen. I thought he was going to push me, but I pulled away from him, and I just got it.
Okay, so Curacao have now got their second pole sitter in the Rotax Invitational. Where are they going to be partying in Curacao?
Mambo Beach.
Mambo Beach, there we go. 2 out of 2 for the Godshalk family in qualifying here at Al Ain.
Domination from the Godshalks, isn't it? The Godshalk's on pole for Micromax and Win Godshalk there with pole position with a great run there. That lap really did come together for Win. We saw how that developed through the sectors, and Win was absolutely on it all the way to the flag. I think it's going to be a great race, though. We haven't got much of a gap, just over 1/10 of a second to the driver that will share the front row. Atika Mir was only, as I say, just over 1/10, and then not that far behind them as well is Benjamin Kraciovic and Oliver Butchard. The rest of the field, they're very closely packed together, and I'm sure there's a few stories that will emanate from that Minimax field. We've got our next session readied in the collecting area, and about to go out is our first look at the junior Rotax classes. Drivers from literally all over the globe, from Kazakhstan to India, Lebanon, Australia, I think is our furthest traveller or furthest representation. The XL driver, Antonius Haddad, from Australia. We've got a driver from Cyprus. The Italians are well represented. Spanish driver there in the form of Derek Rivera. And of course, we've got some of our UK-British representation as well. So this session about to get underway. I'm going to repeat this pretty much the whole of this qualifying session. These 5-minute sessions just disappear as a driver. By the time you're just finding where the grip is on what is still a relatively green track, you can see how rubbered the track is out there. I've had 2 practice days which have had some constant running. So we've got a good layer of Mojo rubber down there on the track already, which the drivers will be thankful of. So once we've just brushed off the morning dust from the track surface, then we'll be getting back on towards times that we saw yesterday in our practice sessions. Fastest junior time from yesterday is a 56.6, which was from Connor Clancy. So Connor, 56.649. Best lap time was matched completely, absolutely to the thousandths of a second from Savali Kodje. So that's how close juniors are. 56.7, 56.711, 56.754, 56.761 via Chopra, Yensa Sanekia and Aaron Mason. This is going to be a cracker. This is going to be a cracker, Henry. And Henry is back. He's going to be out of breath, I would have thought, by with that 50-second sprint from the...
50 seconds is a lifetime for some people.
Henry, I'm not surprised at the tightness of the field, certainly in Micromax and Minimax, but just looking and scanning the times that we've seen in the Junior Max category here from practice times, this is going to be even tighter.
Yeah, and last year, of course, Junior Max was extremely competitive. Mitans Jain returns, last year's championship runner-up. Obviously, Nathan Kappen will have moved into seniors. But yeah, we've got a lot of drivers moving up out of Minimax. I'm looking at your Giuseppe Montanari, Ari Kallenberg, Pierre Abu Diwan, Henry King, Faris Haroun, Derek Rivera, Floris Schenkenberg, alongside a nice crop of drivers that are now moving into their second year as a junior, or their third year even, the likes of Connor Clancy, for example. Expect a lot of things. So Connor Clancy, Aaron Qureshi, Mitant Jain, Jaden Hidding, to name but 3, via Chopra as well. Jack Doe, another driver that we should be looking out for in the 205 kart. So there's a good mix, Joe, of experience and, graduates.
Yeah, and you always get a little bit more pace out of a second year. Would that be a sophomore, the Americans would say?
Sophomore. Yes, a sophomore.
What we're seeing out on track here, Henry, is everybody kind of forming this long train of karts here. And we're seeing a bit of qualifying tactics playing out here. I'm not sure. I mean, all right, the slipstream's going to come into it, I think, on this long twisting stretch. It's not a fully straight across the start-finish. It has got a couple of kinks in it, but it's absolutely flat chat. From here, through the final right-hander, here we go across the straight. This is where you have to get things absolutely optimised for that straight line speed.
Yes, and of course, the slipstream down here, you could also then utilise that same slipstream coming up the straight towards turn number 2. Of course, this is just single fastest qualifying lap. Last year in the championship, it was the best 3-lap average. This year, for this event at least, they're just doing single flying lap, which means you will see in karting, it's called rolling out. You will see drivers sort of slowing down because nobody wants to be at the head of the train. Nobody wants to be the driver that is, pushing all the air out of the way and creating a vacuum for those that are following. It might sound like very NASCAR-ish, but it does have a huge effect in karting, I have to say.
It absolutely does. We see the drivers ducking behind those fairings because the most unaerodynamic thing on a racing kart is the human element.
Yes.
Because it's just this big umbrella in the form of the driver's shoulders. I know the youngsters are smaller, but you'll see it more so from the seniors. As we get across the line then, we're inside, would you believe, the final 90 seconds with green and purple showing up all the time across the sectors, with a purple sector from Via Chopra, who's currently down in 12th at the moment. So as he comes across the line, I'm expecting Via to go, yes, and there he goes, all the way to the very top, provisional pole. Connor Clancy, though, in an instant, drops him off that, and it's Connor Clancy with a minute to go on the provisional pole position.
Connor was actually the junior champion here 2 years ago. Didn't race a full season in the UAE last year, went to the Rotax Grand Finals in 2024 in Sarno, but of course that was last year's Grand Finals, but of course he earned that ticket through the 2023-2024 Championship, which finished April 2024. So he's in his last year as a junior driver, of that I'm certain. He runs with the Mumbai Falcons team, Alex Gill, very experienced driver from the driver now turned mechanic from the United Kingdom, has been running Connor for several years now, so they've got a great relationship, mechanic driver. The one knows what the other needs, in terms of that partnership, almost without communicating.
And it's the language, isn't it?
Yes,
it's when the driver says the cart's not turning or I can't get enough rotation.
Exactly.
The mechanic who's formed that relationship, and that the key to that dynamic is communication, and it's also comprehension of the communication. It's vital. It's absolutely vital. Not just at this level, Henry, but all the way to the very top at Formula One.
And you're looking there as the checkered flag has come out. Connor Clancy, Derek Rivera, Jaden Hidding, Via Chopra, Ray Haber, and Hamza Hashisho. Jack Doe 7th and Saveli Kogai top 8. So that's 6 out of the top 8 drivers. 7 out of the top 8 are, as we look at Jaden Hidding to the top of the charts. You've got the experienced drivers towards the front. Looking at Henry King in 11th place, might be the first of the graduates out of Minimax, but the positions are still changing. I'm going to go back down and speak to a pole sitter.
Checkered flag means green flag for Henry to race down to the Parc Fermé. We need to find out what is behind Jaden Hidding's that fine lap that takes him onto the pole position for the Junior Max heats going forward this afternoon. The heats beginning just after 10 o'clock here at Al Ain. But the time was a 56.805 for Jaden Hidding on the pole position. He's going to be joined on the front row of the grid by Connor Clancy with a 57.072. 57.072. That's just over 0.2 of a second, so that is a big gap. It's the Spanish driver Derek Rivera will share row 2 with Miltanch Jain. and their times 57.112, 57.214. Row 3 is Harrison Stevens. He will share row 3 with Pierre Abou-Douan. And then on row 4, Savali, Koje and Jack Doe. Jack Doe's time 57.414. Via Chopra, who was going very, very quickly there mid-session. He will start 9th with Johansa Saniyaka alongside. Row 6 will have Leo Anya and Aaron Mason, with Ray Harbour and Henry King sharing 7. On row 8, Arhen Qureshi and Giuseppe Montanari. They will share that 8th row. Row 9, we have Faris Haroun and Ari Kallenberg. Row 10, Erin Ortak and Floris Schenkenberg, with Antonios Haddad and Arhan Sethi. They are on row 11. 22 carts for Junior Max qualifying. 22 carts that we will see line up for the heats, and it will be Jaden Hidding who will lead them out and control that pace lap going forward. So we wait for Henry down in Parc Ferme. He will be grabbing hold of Jaden Hidding and getting the inside story on that pole position lap coming forward. As we've seen, came right at the very end of the session, the drivers finding their maximum and their optimum lap right at the very session as ever. Hello to Gavin Hill, who joined us on the Karting Live TV stream. Gavin, the track was insanely hot yesterday, and well done to all who bears it today. Absolutely, Gavin. It is going to be a bit of an endurance test here. It's all about your liquids and stuff. And in the paddock, it's a very hot paddock as well. A lot of the awnings, a lot of the team awnings having air conditioning units in there, and the air conditioning absolutely on maximum there to try and keep the heat down for these drivers to cool off. We've got highs, I'm being told, of 41 degrees forecast later. That's going to be a bit of a killer. But it's also going to be the challenge. I mean, if it was easy, we'd all be doing it. Let's head down to, talking about challenge, let's head down to Henry.
Well, Jaden Hidding, that's not a bad way to start your second season in juniors. A really tough grid. Tell us a little bit about how you got that lap in with the slipstream.
Well, I just managed everything very well. I was in a bad position. I wanted to get a good slipstream, good tow, so I let everyone pass. I overtook Henry, and then, I just got a good tow with everyone, and so just gave it all.
Now, of course, last year was a learning year for you in juniors. You're now one of the more experienced drivers in the class. How did you use that in your tactics?
Just a lot of practice, dedication, discipline, and just all that.
And I saw you congratulating with George Gibbons, your team owner, Lockie Robinson. Is Lockie doing some coaching with you now?
Yeah, I did coaching, but not a lot of coaching, but I just did some lot of GoPro and all that stuff.
So that's the easy bit, believe it or not. Now you've got a heat race, a pre-final, but at least you'll be starting the heat race from, I believe, your first pole position in junior.
Actually, my second. But I don't get a lot of poles, but I'm very happy to be in pole today. So I hope I get pole position today.
Excellent. Let's see if Jaden Hidding can turn pole position into a junior Rotax race win.
Thank you, Henry. It's exciting stuff. If he does, he's got a massive challenge ahead of him, because he's got a grid of 21 other karts that are wanting to take that victory from him. So all exciting stuff as ever. And talking of exciting stuff, I'm quite excited to see our next grid of karts out. It's not a massive grid, but this is only the Invitational. We are expecting an increase in the amount of DD2s. Now, what do we mean by DD2? I know if you are familiar with Karting Live TV's coverage from the karting series in the UK, DD2 is a new class for us on Karting Live TV. Not so much a new class in this region of the world. It's been a very popular form of karting. It's slightly more of a challenge than our direct drive class karts. We've got a 2-ratio gearbox with paddle shift activation of the 2 gears. The paddle shift being on the steering wheel, as you see in car racing. However, slightly different. The left-hand paddle is for first gear. The right-hand paddle is for second. And you'll see the drivers just flick between first and second gear, depending on where they are on the track. So not only have they to focus on their braking points, which brings me nicely on to these karts are also braking on the front axle with brake discs on both of the front wheels, and the rear brake disc in normal Rotax karting fashion on the rear axle. Solid rear axle, no differential. So it does take a little bit of a technique to get the best out of these things, especially with the straight line braking. In Rotax Max senior karting, it's all about using the brake to get the karts back end, get the rear axle to rotate, get the rear axle to lift. However, with DD2, it's a lot smoother type of driving style that is required. And if you want to hear more about DD2, then when we get to our lunch break, we'll be running our paddock show. Henry and I had a little walk around the paddock yesterday and got some inside stories from a lot of our competitors across the classes. And we got a great chat with Tony Hogg, one of the drivers out on track at the moment. On the timing screen is Anthony Hogg, so it is Sunday, I suppose, so he should get his Sunday name. And we had a chat with Danny as well. Danny, remind me, Henry. Danny Brand, of course, Mr. DD2, who takes us through the technicalities of these karts. So we're going to see out on track the drivers, with the drivers needing to use the gearbox as well. Tony tells us to help with the braking. So you've got the brakes, the application of the left foot pedal that will slow the kart down both on the front axle and the rear axle, but also you get a little bit more braking with the gearbox. And to be honest, having chatted to Tony Hogg, Henry, you get your breath back, mate.
Yeah, no.
It sounded a bit too complicated for my little brain.
Well, they call this Rotax's Ultimate class, DD2. It's the fastest category, and it's easy to see why. There are actually two divisions within this. So, I mean, we've got the DD2, it's one race, but the drivers whose karts are numbered 500 and above, they're technically DD2 Masters. Drivers 32 years and older.
Really old drivers, you mean?
That would be the category that we were only just fall into, Joe. Only just. It is interesting though because they run with this obviously the same engine. The Masters have a slightly higher weight rate limit, so the Masters karts are heavier. But Tony Hogg is fastest overall at the moment, ahead of Hamza Hashisho, who's only just been karting just over 12 months. Hamza.
Early days though.
Early days.
One lap.
Days.
First flying lap, and Tony's straight on it, isn't he?
Yes.
I must say, second flying lap, he's gone purple in Sector 1. All right, he's backed off a little bit. I'm saying backed off a little bit. Hasn't quite maximised things in Sector 2. Let's see what he can do in Sector 3. And he may indeed, after 2 laps, here he comes. The number 501 across the line in front of us as we watch the rest of the field on the back straight. And Tony's time there, a 56.4, Henry, and he's retained that pole position with a purple Sector 3. But the rest of the field are coming through now. The final turn, Henry. Here we go. Let's see if anyone can challenge.
Cross the line, and as anybody, so it's still Tony Hogg from Hamza Hashisho. Then, of course, you've got Sami Al-Assad, another driver in the 494 kart for the Mateus Najem motorsport team. Greg Watt, Bernardo Del Castillo, two great characters. Faisal Almina. Now, of course, this is the start of the Rotax season here in the UAE. Faisal Almina is one of 4 members of his family making their karting debut this weekend. They're all running with the CRG. So this is Dad.
Right.
So Dad has jumped straight into DD2 Masters, and then 3 sons are all in micro. Rashid Almina, Saif Almina, and Ahmed Almina. So the entire family making their karting debut this weekend. And there's one, I think, maybe that's a tactical decision by Faisal Almina. What's the best way to not worry myself to death about my 3 kids racing? Race myself. Take your mind off things, which is brilliant. And that is what the DD2 Masters class is really for. It's for the dads and the mums.
What, you mean add a distract rather than standing on the sidelines and your heart
if
pounding?
You're going to be at a kart circuit, spending dirham on go-karting, you may as well put a DD2 out there and have some family fun. Hello to Andrea Remy on the live chat. Glad to see you on board as well. Jermaine Sadek saying El Hamasani's mum tuning in. Yes, thank you. I'm glad that you all appreciate the live coverage. hopefully it's going to be for the full season, but we do need, you to tune in, you to spread the word far and wide. We will repeat ourselves repeatedly.
Yes,
we're
going to constantly berate you for not telling your friends to tune in as well. While we're on the YouTube chat, Kyle Kumaran, thank you for the best wishes. He wishes everyone good luck. Not just us, Henry, all the competitors here, I would imagine, from Kyle. Nice to have you along, Kyle.
The Indian Express, former champion, former runner-up in the grand finals, Kyle Kumaran. Still races now and again, and he's one of a number of ex-drivers that race this championship that now do a lot of driver coaching for the younger drivers, and who make sporadic appearances now and again. We'll expect to see Kyle at certain points
Well, Kyle's going to be sat home itching to get back out here, because you never lose that.
No.
You never lose that.
We'll see Kyle, I'm sure, out in a DD2 later this year.
Nice to see. That would be good to see. We've got 6 DD2s here for the Invitational. Henry's going to run off again and get his steps in and head down. At the moment, he's going down there to meet Tony Hogg. However, we've still got some laps coming. And Hamza Hashisho goes to the top of the timing screen. We're waiting for Tony to come through. And Tony has not taken the checkered flag yet. The 501 showing not taking the checkered flag. But Hamza Hashisho, with a 56.128 coming right there at the very last. We've still got carts out on track, but I think Tony might have finished early. And Tony Hogg will start on the front row of the grid, I believe. He hasn't come through Sector 3 yet, and there's no cart in Sector 3. So whether that means Tony is out on track somewhere, I can't see him. He may have come into the pits before completing Sector 3. So that's Tony Hogg calling it a day very early. And Hamza Hashisho causing absolute consternation and drama there by taking the pole position for DD2. Now there's Tony crossing to Sector 3. So Tony will start on the front row, and we'll get to see, we'll get to find out just how Tony felt about losing that pole. However, it's all about the racing coming up. But for the time being, Hamza Hashisho will be the man who gets to chat to Henry Baudet and Henry will get the inside story of how Hamza Hashisho's lap time came. So Hashisho on the pole position, Hogg alongside. On the second row of this DD2 grid, it's Greg Watt. His time of 57.427. And then alongside him on row 2 was Sameh El Assad with a 57.732. The third and final row for DD2, Bernardo del Castillo with a 59.431. And then a 61 for the beginner, Faisal Almaina, who is on the novice plate, starting at the talk about jumping in at the deep end. Not only has he got to learn these tracks here at the Ain and going forward the rest of the season, but he's finding out to use those 2 gears on the DD2s. So Faisal, I'm sure, is having a great time. Great time. Henry down there with the pole sitter. We'll go back down to Henry in a moment. Hello again to Kyle Kumaran, who says, maybe not, don't hold your breath for Kyle getting out here. Well, we'd love to see you, Kyle, if you do find it. Paul Bateman, how hot is it? Paul, would you believe it's a lot hotter than Warden Law in November? It's 40 degrees forecast at its height this afternoon. At the moment, it's about, I'm about to come on to that, Nick. So Paul Bateman, it's about 38 degrees here. And before we go down to Henry, I just want to say Nottingham Forest 0, Paul, Sunderland 1. A nice 3 points there at Nottingham Forest. Let's go. Are we ready for Henry, Nick? Let's get down to Henry Bateman. Henry Baudet, not Paul Bateman.
Thank you, Joe. Well, it was great to start the year with a brand new pole sitter. Hamza Hashisho, you've never started from pole position in your career before, have you? Well done.
Thank you very much, honestly. I mean, to be honest, it's a nice feeling, you know. I mean, I'm really looking forward to round 1. I feel like this is good practice. And, yeah, let's see what we can do from here.
You can tell he's a brand new pole sitter because he's shying away a little bit. Hamza, when you get pole position, you get to stand centre stage around us all. So when did you start karting? Because you only literally started, was it about a year ago?
Almost a year ago. So about like maybe 10 or 11 months ago. I started back in Qatar, yeah.
And of course, you sort of fly the Qatari flag, you fly the Canadian flag. Talk a little bit about, okay, so there's only 6 karts out there. It's not the biggest grid, but they call this the ultimate class for a reason. I mean, I'm sweating, that's because I'm overweight and I'm running back. You're sweating after just 5 minutes in the cart as well. How physical is it out there?
I mean, of course, there's a lot more physical tracks on the grid. I mean, on the calendar. But I mean, yeah, the track is pretty physical. But I feel like the weather conditions just making it a lot harder. I feel like if this was in the winter, it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, 40 degrees. Nothing is easy out here. So you've got the likes of Tony Hogg starting alongside you, the most experienced DD2 driver in the region, against probably the least experienced, apart from our novice, of course. How are you going to keep him at bay over a heat, a pre-final, and maybe even a final?
Well, I've had a lot of battles with Tony actually since last season. I think almost every race. So I think I know his tactics, hopefully, and we'll just have to figure it out on track, yeah?
Excellent. Of course, for Matthias Lejeune Motorsport as well, a good pole position for them. Who would you like to thank as we head into the next session?
Of course, I'd like to thank my team, Matthias Lejeune Motorsport, and of course Matthias himself, and the rest of the team like Nasri, and also my mechanic Dino and my parents, and of course Ryan Carews.
Yeah, Rian Carews. Now, of course, so first pole position, Hamza's going to be learning. He's going to be standing right in the centre, I think, for many more times to come.
Thank you, Henry. We are getting straight back on with our final qualifying session out at the moment. Senior Rotax, the 162 kilogram minimum weight category are out, and we've got a huge field of carts here for our very well subscribed Senior Max. We've got quite a few drivers that you will be familiar with. We've got a range of nationalities, I think everywhere on the globe, from Australasia all the way across from America. Do I see an American flag there? But we've got Europeans and, of course, the region, the Middle East region, very well presented with drivers from all over the place. We've got a former British champion here and the current UKC champion in the form of Kai Hunter, who's come across to do this event. He's on number 316. As the session gets underway, we're already 1 minute in, so 4 minutes remaining, and it really is down to the drivers getting absolutely on with it. You haven't got time to lead yourself into it. You've got to get absolutely on it, because the time here in these very quick qualifying session certainly ebbs away. I had a chat to respond to. Andrea Remy, will we see you at round one, Henry? Yes, you absolutely will. Karting Live TV will be bringing you all of the action from the first round of the UAE Rotax Kart Championship here from Al Ain for round one, for a 2-day meeting, rounds 1 and 2, on Saturday the 12th and Sunday the 13th, 12th and 13th of October, which is in only a couple of weeks' time actually, so we'll be back for that, and Henry will be alongside us too. 3 minutes remaining, and the target time is a 55.7 with Kai Hunter, the British driver, going to the top of the screen there with green personal best sectors. Not quite a purple yet for Hunter, but that's good enough for pole position, provisional pole position. Enzo Tesluk is not that far behind, 55.9, just over 2/10. And then we've got the British driver Oscar Lambert putting in green sector 1, not so quick in sector 2. And all change as Zain El Homosani goes to the front, but then pit by Mohamed Menaine, as the target time now coming down all the time, 55.657 for Mohamed on the number 372, as you can see out on track. Drivers just getting to grips. Ren Qureshi has his turn at the top of the timing screens with a purple sector 2 grabbing him that pole position. Went green in 1 and 3, but it was the sector 2 time, as we've got a very promising lap for Zain El Homosani, I should say. Purple in sector 2. Kai Hunter goes purple in sector 1. He's dropped to 4th now, so we're expecting this to completely change with coming up to 90 seconds remaining. Henry Baudet has made it back. Well done, Henry.
Just about, yes.
This timing screen it's just been an organic entity in front of me. It's just been moving around as these drivers, and that for me shows how tight this Senior Rotax grid is.
Oh yeah, Rian Dharmadasa and Mohamed Menaine going to the top of the charts, then replaced very quickly by...
I've been doing that.
Yeah. Rian Qureshi, Omar Ghannoum, the reigning and defending champion in this class. Really strong field. We've got, obviously, not only our last year's champion, Omar Ghannoum, but we have got some of the drivers that he narrowly beat on what was a classic final day of the season last year. Oscar Lambert, George Nassar, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, for example. Zain El Homassani and Arthur Dodonka is back. Arthur Dodonka, a multiple Dubai O-Plate champion. So very, very strong field indeed. But the Sri Lankan, Dharmadasa, has the advantage at the moment over Mohammed Manaim there. Then it's Oscar Lambert now third, Omar Ghannoum fourth, Rian Qureshi, Eniasachi, and South Africa's very impressive driver from South Africa for the GGM team, the George Gibbons Motorsport team. That's Amani Kinyua.
A bit of a cheer from PM Am, cheering on for Arish Mehta, who was in 17th last time I looked. Yep, he's still there on the number 310. So support there from Ardish, for Ardish I should say. And PM Am, very happy to see UAE races being live streamed. Way to go. Absolutely agree with that one.
Do you know this? But the strength of the class here in the United Arab Emirates is such that we've gone through that without mentioning multiple British karting champion Kai Hunter, who is over here probably for the full season. His family-run Hunter Motorsport team coming into an agreement with the Kart Advisor Academy.
He was telling me yesterday he unfortunately can't make round one because of a clash with the last round of the UKC Championship in the UK, but he's hoping to be out for the remaining rounds of the season.
Well, no sooner have I sat back down, but I'm off again. Rian Dharmadasa by the looks of it. Fantastic. Yes. Sri Lanka on pole.
Sri Lanka is on pole with Rian Dharmadasa. Henry, I can assure you, with the final checkered flag, for qualifying checkered flag that is, Henry will get a chance to relax a little bit and enjoy the racing and not have to dash backwards and forwards to the Parc Fermé. Let's have a quick rundown. Rian Dharmadasa then, target time there, pole position time, 55.331 for him. Mohammed Manaim was a 55.471. He will share the front row. It's the British driver Oscar Lambert on the third spot on the grid on row 2. His time of 55.489. He will share row 2 with Omar Ghannoum. Row 3 is Rian Qureshi with N.A. Sachi in 6th place. Their times 55.5, 55.6 respectively. In 7th and 8th we've got Amani Kinyua with Alessandro Bigi. On row 5, Manaf Al-Balushi and George Nassar. Former British champion is Kai Hunter. He's in 11th with Zain El Homassani alongside. 7th row of the grid is Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Jeremy with the JNKD team. We get a lovely chat with Jeremy, who takes us around the team morning. We'll see that in the paddock show coming up on the lunch break time. Jeremy's 13th on the grid on the 7th row, sharing with Kian Cronenbuhl. 8th row of the grid is Lewis Hartman with Arthur Dodonka. He's in 16th alongside. And then on row 9, Ardish Mehta with Ryan Carews. Row 10, we'll see Jules Domont with Enzo Tesluk. Elliot Surtees with Origin Motorsport. He's in 21st on the 11th row alongside Naman Kukreja. Oscar Backhouse shares row 12 with Ehsan Mohammed Saeed. Andrew Obaid and Orlando Benchivenga are on the 25th and 26th positions on the grid. And rounding off, a 27 kart Senior Max field. Excellent showing here for the Senior Rotax class. Very popular in the UAE Championship. Alexandra Dinu Alexandru rounding off that with the XL team. So that concludes the qualifying. We've got our grid sorted. Next time out on track, we've got our first heat, which will be for Micromax, pretty much in the same format throughout the day. We've got Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, DD2 and Senior Max. The heat will be a 6-lap race, or 8 minutes, whichever comes the soonest. But 6 laps, a little bit different to what we normally see on Karting Live TV, where it's time limited. So 6 laps will be about 8 minutes, so no real difference here with regards to race time. So that's coming up next. We just wait for Henry in the Parc Fermé. We'll get the inside story from Rian Dharmadasa, I should say, get the pronunciation right, as we get the Sri Lankan driver in a position to chat to, get the inside on that. Just looking forward to the first and second round of the season, which this invitational event is a bit of a precursor to, a bit of a rehearsal. In 2 weeks' time, 11th and 12th in October, we are back here at the Al Ain Raceway for rounds 1 and 2. We then head across to the Al Fassan circuit on the 16th of November for the third round of the championship. And from there, 13th and 14th of December, back here at Al Ain for the third event. And then in January, we go north to here for the 17th and 18th of January to the Dubai Kartdrome, just opposite the Autodrome. In February, we head off to Abu Dhabi to the Yas Marina circuit for the 14th and 15th of February, back to the Dubai Kartdrome on the 8th of March, and then at the end of March, we are back to Al Fassan for the 7th event, and then the championship rounds off back here at the Al Ain Raceway for the 11th and 12th of April for the final rounds and the conclusion of the championship. So it's a very packed timetable, taking us across the Middle East winter, where the temperatures won't be as hot as they are. But are we ready to go down to Henry, Nick? Let's head down to Henry then. We've got Parc Fermé. I need to stop talking about the weather because it's hot.
I can confirm, we can confirm, it is extremely hot down here. Rian Dharmadasa, congratulations, pole position in seniors. That was a very, very hectic session that the times kept changing throughout. How were you able to time that lap perfectly?
Yeah, it's just got a good track position for the last 2-3 laps and just, drove well.
Now, going into your second, again, we've got lots of shy people. You can tell it's the first time we've live streamed. Rian, it's okay. You've got to take centre stage. You're fastest of all. How difficult is it going to be to keep such an experienced field behind you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time I saw on pole, so I just got to use what I've learned in the first few laps, try breakaway.
And of course that tactic, the George Gibbons Motorsport team, you're now fastest in junior as well as senior in qualifying. Who did you work with, or what was the plan to work with out there in qualifying?
There was no plan to work with anyone really, just go out, get a good position. And
no plan, just hit and hope. Well, it worked for Rian Dharmadasa. I did speak to Enzo Tesluk, who's getting so much support on the live chat. He said thank you, he's going to give it some 6-7 for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Henry. And Henry will be making his way back because we're about to go racing. We're about to go racing for the first time in the 25-26 season with the Rotax Invitational here at the Al Ain Circuit. We're here live all day long on Karting Live TV and also on the UAE Karting Championship live stream as well. Al Ain Raceway, 1,381 metres, so 1.381 kilometres, 14 turns of what is one of the most challenging tracks, I would suggest, in the world. It's got very, very fast sections. It's also got very technical, tight and twisty sections. You've got to have, with regards to kart setup, I would imagine, and I'm told by the experts out there in this paddock that it is a very much a compromise sort of track. You need a good engine that has a good bottom end, but also you need a good top end for the across the finish straight through the two kinks into turn one, and then we've got some quite lengthy straights where you can really the karts really find their legs. And certainly the Micromax class, which we're about to see go ahead now, and they will be the first karts that we will see under race conditions. We will see that because of their restricted power, there is a lot of sections of this track where they are absolutely flat chat, whereas the more faster the senior class maybe need a bit of a break. The Micromax class is all about momentum. Exactly the same engines, 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine. The Micromax engine is heavily restricted with regards to airflow going into the motor. They're on 105 kilograms of minimum weight. And if you come in underweight because your drive is too light, well, then we see ballast. But 105 kilograms minimum with a heavily restricted engine on both the air intake and the exhaust. Slightly less restriction for Minimax, even less restriction on the Junior Max, and then completely unrestricted engines for the senior classes, both in DD2 and Senior Max. More of that going forward. We've got our grid formed and ready to take to the track. Micromax heat number 1 then, with Zev Godshalk on the pole position. Liam O'Hanlon will start alongside. Row 2, we have Vaibhav Ponna with Amar Tabatsa alongside. Samar Chopra shares row 3 with Adam Al-Sheikh, with Enzo Falzerano next. Jensen Kelly. We've then got Cameron Harvey and Alexander Feinstein. And then moving down the order, Hamza Tabatsa alongside Ivans Voronins, Samar Chopra and Ahmed Almina on the next row. We've then got Carts out on track then with in 11th place Saif Al Khalifa, 12th is Tadias Prajatska, Tayyab Haroun with Ivans Vorins coming next, Ahmed Almina with Saif Almina 15th and 16th, and then we've got the Sebastian Storer with Felix Souza Jebjerg and Rashid Almina. The got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 novice drivers there down the order, with these novice drivers just finding the feet in their first ever competitive karting situation here at the Rotax Invitational. 1,381 metre track here. Henry Baudet has made it back. We're about to go racing for the first time, Henry, and with this Micromax class just making their way down now and forming up on the back straight, we're about to get our first green flag of the weekend.
And of course, yeah, this is just a one-off race. A little bit of as they head into turn number 13, a couple of the midfield runners getting caught out there by Zev Godshalk and Liam O'Hanlon, just slowing the pace down. Everyone will want to get a jump on the competition. This is where you get a marker down for the rest of the season as they come into the tram lines. And for the first time on Karting Live TV, we are racing here at Al Ain Raceway.
Through turn 1 then, the field getting through turn 1 without any real incident there. They're on the back straight now, heading towards turn 2 and into that very fast left-hander followed by the right. This is the technical bit, Henry. This is where we might see them tripping over one another. However, these youngsters showing very good racecraft indeed, and nobody falling foul as they're already on the back straight, heading down to 7 and 8 now.
And it was a move there into turn number 2. Now, I think that could have been by Samar Chopra for the M&M team, Matthias Najem's team, making a move on Liam Hanlon. They head out towards turns 11 and 12, right close to the border with Oman. Now, down the final straight, Godshalk already defending, and it is the M&M kart of Samar Chopra into second place, Liam O'Hanlon third, and then the second of the JNKD karts, Vaibhav Ponna, has slipped back to fourth place. But there is a look at the slipstream effect. New leader, Samar Chopra.
Samar Chopra there using the bit of a tin opener there down that sweeping entry into turn 1. It's one of those corners, Henry, I've noticed you've got to take the optimum line, which is leaving the door open. And the door was left open by Godshalk, and Chopra said, thank you very much, I'm coming through. And he retains that first that lead, I should say, as they head out onto the back straight down towards turn 7. But it's not over yet, is it? And Godshalk and Liam O'Hanlon not done yet, and they are absolutely with Chopra sitting there right on his bumper. 3 carts beginning to pull away from 4th place man Ponner as they head down towards the back straight through 11 and 12 now, the double left-hander. And here we go, Henry. This is an overtaking spot. And there's that gesticulation.
Yep.
Let's work together. However, I am going to take the lead back.
Yes, we're only going to work together as long as I'm leading. That's the rules.
He did that with his helmet. They went through.
Yeah, Zev Godshalk
Brilliant.
says, right, let's go together. No, okay, I don't like it. Here's a look at the Karting Live TV replay.
Yes.
Classic move into turn number 13 with help from his teammate there. Oh, no, is that... O'Hanlon.
So that was O'Hanlon taking Godshalk with him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So O'Hanlon selling Vaibhav Ponner the dummy, as it were. Yep. And now Liam O'Hanlon, who is one of the more experienced drivers in this class. Now it's his 2nd full season as a Micromax driver. Zev Godshalk, he made a little bit of history earlier this year. Came to Warden Law for a round of the British Kart Championship and got on the podium in Water Swift Restricted. The first driver ever from Curaçao to do so in the British Championship. He was the first driver ever from Curaçao to participate, along with his brother Win. But Zev got a podium in the British Karting Championship. So his pedigree is second to none.
O'Hanlon then leads across the line. It'll be 4 laps completed this time as O'Hanlon gets a bit of a breathing space between himself and Zev Godshalk. Sama Chopra, Vaibhav Ponner, they're not too far away. And Ponner coming right onto the rear bumper now of Chopra as they go down towards the left-hander at number 2 through turn 3 here. They'll want to keep it tidy here. But this is allowing Hanlon to break free a little bit, and that's the biggest gap we've seen, Henry, as they head out onto the back straight.
And of course, they don't want to battle too much. I know we're getting towards, this is lap number 5 out of 6. But the top 4, they're not a million miles in front of Adam Al-Sheikh, Enzo Falzarano, Jensen Kelly, Alex Fryenstein, Amar Tabatsa, and Saif Al-Khalifa, who are rounding out the top 10. Cameron Harvey and Tadeusz Prokacza also quite close in touch, or still within striking distance, should the top 4 really start to slow things down. Although O'Hanlon, as he comes out of turn number 13, has got a handy little advantage, and he doesn't necessarily need to defend as we complete lap 5 out of 6. You can see the last lap board going out, so one more time around for O'Hanlon to hang on, Joe.
And O'Hanlon's, the gap that he took into the penultimate lap, that has completely disappeared as he's got Samar Chopra, Zev Godshalk now in 3rd, but it's Chopra that's taking up the challenge of wresting that lead from Liam O'Hanlon. Time running out, though, an opportunity running out also for the 2 drivers in 2nd and 3rd place to maybe have a look at that lead of O'Hanlon, but O'Hanlon looks very composed here as he goes out towards turn 7 now and through the sweeping left into what is a very... Oh, it's onto the back straight. I got lost on the track there, Henry. We're on the back straight. So there's literally two corners left, and they're challenging for 2nd and 3rd as down the inside, but no, he's not going to have the optimum line, and it's going to be Chopra who hangs on to 2nd place, Henry, across the line. Then the first checkered flag of the day.
Yes, indeed. Checkered flag is out, and there is O'Hanlon, who, of course, has all his name tags on his carts, and his style is in the same style as, of course, the great Valentino Rossi. But starting the day with a win, Samar Chopra, Zev Godshalk, and Vaibhav Ponner, your top 4. Adam Al-Sheikh finishes in 5th position, breaking away from a great battle for 6th on the last lap. Alex Fryenstein, Saif Al-Khalifa, Cameron Harvey, Tadeusz Prokacza, Amar Tabatsa, they all managed to make their way past Jensen Kelly, who had an off-track excursion by the looks of things. Enzo Falzarano. Okay, so, I'm not the greatest mathematician in the world, Joe, but Falzarano and Kelly, with 1 lap to go, battling over 5th position. at the checkered flag, Kelly finishing 13th, Falzarano not coming around.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for both of those drivers who were a lot further up the order from their starting position, and they were definitely on target for a top 10. However, that just shows, we take it for granted that these youngsters are going to hit their apex, hit their breaking points. But sometimes, incident does happen, and Jensen Kelly will have another opportunity to come out in the pre-final and maybe improve on that 13 spot, because it's all about the trophies are given out for the absolute final. So that's where you need to be.
Yes, and there is Enzo Falzarano's cart being retrieved. Can I just say a big well done to the Almina family. Saif Almina leading novice home in 14th position. Ahmed Almina just behind Saif in 15th. Second of the novices. The best novice was
Ivans Vorins.
Ivans Vorins, the Latvian driver for the XL Motorsport team. Well done. But all three of the Almina siblings make it home safely, and also Felix Sousa Zebjerg, the Danish driver, Luke Thompson, running the Ital course team this weekend. I know that I think for the next round, when you do our tech feature, the Ital course chassis has a very, very unique movable steering column.
Oh, really?
Base. Yes, which will be right up your alley.
Yes,
Joe.
what's that? To help with caster.
The base of the steering column can be moved backwards and forwards.
That's a bit of a tech talk for us, isn't it?
For next time.
Yes. I'm excited already. I'm excited already. Let's have a quick rundown then of the first heat of the day. This was Micromax. Liam O'Hanlon took the win from Samar Chopra. Zev Godshalk took a third place. These were a fighting 1, 2 and 3, and equally involved was Zabav Ponna. And then behind the top four was an equally intense battle with Adam Al-Sheikh, with Alexander Feinstein and Saif Al-Khalifa. Cameron Harvey wasn't that far away in 8th place, and then Tadeusz Prochatska and Amar Tabatsa rounded off our top 10.
Of course, Joe, you're new to this paddock, so obviously I've been here for a couple of years now. I have to say, Alex Feinstein's sister is after our jobs already.
Really?
She wants to be a journalist. I think she's 11 now.
All right, okay.
But last year she did a couple of interviews.
Is she any good?
Interviewed the driver. Scarily,
we're not a high benchmark, mate.
It's not a high bar to overcome, but a young lady who is full of confidence, wants to come and practice her interviews, become a journalist and a commentator.
Well, that would save you running down to the park firm.
Certainly would. I saw her here yesterday, but she's busy doing homework.
Okay.
Yes, very studious indeed. So,
one
to watch. Not only the Feinstein family as a whole, not only on the track, but Alex's sister coming after our job.
I love the backstories. I mean, you've been around this season, around this series. For a few years now, and you get to know the personalities, you get to know the dynamics, you get to know the soap operas.
Well, yes.
Underneath all the awnings, there's a soap opera behind every garage door, is my saying, and I'd like to think that as ever, you always come out with little backstories like that, and it's great to hear.
Yes, and of course, you'll be brought up to speed because, of course, this paddock is extremely keen to tell its story to the world, I have to say. Number 40 in that race. So, Sebastian Storer disqualified from the result from working on the kart on the pre-grid, the novice driver for Synergy. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of that. However, race director Ken Potter could literally have said, right, that's it, you've been disqualified, you're not going out. However, the driver's a novice. The driver Sebastian needs laps. So obviously they've seen that on the grid. Okay, do we take action now? No, that's a novice driver. That driver needs laps, needs experience. So we'll let them run the race, even though the end result is they will be excluded. It's an important lesson, not just, I don't know who's the mechanic for Seb Storer, maybe Dad, but if the driver's a novice, the chances are that the parents might be novices as well. So it's a learning experience for everybody.
Hello to Dan Ashton.
Why?
Hello. Who's at a very wet Wilton Mill.
Good.
And a big old hello to Ken and Paul, and I'm going to include Gary in that as well. Ken
Yes.
and Paul. Paul Heath and Ken Potter are our clerk of the course. Ken's our clerk of the course. Paul Heath, out there in the heat of the day,
Yes.
is our assistant, and Gary is our chief Rotax scrutineer, isn't he? So hello to Dan as well. Nice to hear it's wet at Wilton Mill. It's
wet here, but that's just my sweat.
Yes, Henry's very wet here because he's been running about. But it's Dan. It's 38 degrees at the moment, and it's only, what time is it? It's only 10:16 a.m.
Yeah, Dan Ashton, who is a race director and a clerk of the course in the UK, he wouldn't do well out here. He's probably the same.
Oh, you're being hurtful now.
No, I'm not being hurtful.
He would be fine in air conditioning.
Yeah, he'd be fine in air conditioning. But like myself, Dan Ashton has never seen a buffet he didn't like. So therefore, like myself, we would be struggling out here. But good to see Dan. Hope to see you soon.
This is a question you might be able to help with as well. So Paul Bateman's still with us.
Hello, Paul.
Just getting over the 1-0 defeat at home to Sunderland yesterday for his team, Nottingham Forest. I'm going to repeat that if Paul's going to continue engaging. How do the international teams get their kit out of here, out to the UAE? I mean,
well, they don't. I mean, obviously the kit is already
so
here.
they buy or rent kit,
yes,
like chassis, engines.
Yes.
The engines are all Rotax engines supplied by the Rotax supplier.
Yes. So Guy Sheffield, the championship organizer, Al-Ain Raceway, the Rotax distributors for the UAE. But the kit is already here. Lots of carts are sold in the UAE. Lots of carts are sold, and you can see them out on the circuit now. Minimax
out for their pace lap. It's Win Godshalk, our pole sitter, leading the field round. Attica Mir alongside Benjamin Krajiovic, with Oliver Butchard alongside on row 2. Then we've got Paul Schutzman and Max Payton. William Mazzali and LBJ Stubbs are next up, and then a 10-cart field rounded off by Kurt Ivanov and Gleb Obukovov.
It might be worth saying that, of course, our pronunciation skills, we're doing our best. If we are getting your driver's name wrong, please come and see us in the commentary box or see us during the lunch break and correct us. Tadeusz Prochaska, I believe. I hope that's right.
Well, might be Joe. It's not me.
I hope that Tadeusz Prochaska is right. But if we're getting it wrong, then please come and tell us.
Please tell us. But he's not in this race here.
No.
We're about to go racing, Henry, with the field being led around by Win Godshalk and the number 113 Attica Mir, who are ready. They're in the tram lines. They acknowledge Ken Potter, and we get going with the green flag flying. And we're out of the tram lines and already heading to turn 1 through that sweeping entry. And it looks like everybody through, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Attica Mir, the Queen of Kashmir, from the outside of the front row, losing a little bit of ground. It is a 1-2-3 at the moment for the JNKD team, the blue and black. Godshalk, Karachkovic, last year's Micromax champion, and also Paul Schutzman making a good start. Attica Mir slipping back to 4th position as they head down towards turn 11 and 12. Up the back straight now, trying to see which of the JNKD drivers it is leading.
Well, I can tell you, Henry, they come underneath me. The 1-2-5 of Win Godshalk from the pole position. It's JNKD into team rivalry. We get a great interview with Henry having a walk around the JNKD Audi.
Yep.
That'll come in our paddock show coming up in the lunch break. But it's all battling for 3rd place down as Godshalk leads. Benjamin Krajiovic in 2nd, and Paul Schutzman under a massive amount of pressure now from Attica Mir.
Yes. Behind Attica, Oliver Butchard, William Mazzali, Max Payton, Albie J. Stubbs, Albie over the British champion in Water Swift Restricted this year. Albie, that's a brand new chassis that his mechanic Sam Fugit built up overnight after Albie had a crash in final practice and destroyed his previous wagon. And of course, I'll be running for Sam Pollitt Racing, a leading British team like Hunter Motorsport, who have come out for this season. They're establishing a UAE arm of operations. So again, another opportunity for new drivers over here to come into this championship with, with very skilled teams behind them.
Oliver Butchard up into third. Where did he come from? Just notice him underneath us. Oliver Butchard now in third behind these two here. Godshalk and Kraciovic now leading very comfortably. But the story is here, I think, is Oliver Butchard now into third place. And who is this? LBJ Stubbs from the back of the grid almost.
Yep.
LBJ Stubbs up to fourth place. I think he had a bit of a character building qualifying, Henry, because he wasn't where we expected to see Albie. But he's now there latching onto the back of Butchard and wanting to get on terms with the two JNKD drivers who, look, I've got to say it, and dare I say it, look relatively comfortable in this lead.
They do. Oliver Butchard driving. So the Butchard for the Synergy team. Oliver's moved back to Synergy in that number 188 machine, the green crash helmet. Closing in, he's ahead of Attica Mia, William Mazzali, Kia Ivanov, Max Payton, and LBJ Stubbs has now passed. Well, LBJ Stubbs being repassed on that lap by Attica Mia. Attica has done an awful lot of racing over in Europe, but Stubbs back into P4 as they come through turn number 2.
Great battle here beginning to develop here. Just catching on to Benjamin Krojic's Oliver Butchard. Yes. Butchard in the green helmet there. The yellow cart there is the one that we're talking about. It's in third place, that, and the cart in front, the JNKD cart, that's the cart in second. Benjamin now coming under pressure from Butchard behind. Where do we turn, Henry? There's so much racing going on here in Minimax. They're on the back straight now. Can Butchard, he's got the legs, not quite. That JNKD cart has got massive amount of straight line speed, but it's the technical bits where Butchard is going to gain as they get out onto the straight. Can he challenge into turn 1? They're down towards turn 1 now, Henry.
Into the slipstream, and Karachkovic defends into turn number 1. Butchard gets onto his rear bumper and begins to push him up through turns 2, 3. He doesn't dive up the inside. There's a potential to dive up the inside into turn number 4, but Butchard, it's a risky play, that is, and this is the very start of the day, and also you maybe don't want to show all your cards just yet, and for Butchard that's significant because he does do amazing card tricks. Does Oliver Butchard?
Does he really?
He is a wannabe magician, absolutely.
Well, he's going to have to be a magician to get past Benjamin Krojicic, because Krojicic has got the pace, I think. All right, Butchard had the pace to catch him, but it's one thing catching a driver in front. It's a completely different ball game, and it's a completely different textbook. You have to get out the library. And as I say that, he gets right on the bumper of Kraciovic now as they cross the line. This is second and third, absolutely bumper to bumper. Can he make a move as Kraciovic goes left? He defends well, but now it's a race down the back straight, Henry.
Karachkovic has learnt very, very quickly indeed in his graduation from micro to mini. Through turn number 3 we go. This is the final lap. Out of the infield sector onto the middle straight we go. There's going to be an opportunity for Butchard to maybe slice underneath the inside of Karachkovic coming into this corner. No, Karachkovic covers, but Butchard's going to get a good run, Joe, out towards turn number 11.
Yeah, here he goes. He's got to be right with him here, and he looks. They've run out of laps, guys. The checkered flag's coming, so it's pointless working together. Oliver, you're going to have to get by. LBJ Stubbs is now settled in that 4th place behind these two, but I think time and opportunity has run out as Rian Dharmadasa will come underneath us, and he will take the checkered flag just ahead of these two here. But that's the battle for second and third there, and it's gone to Kraciovic in second, Oliver Butchard third, through in 4th. Attica Mea.
Yep.
Attica Mea through again. They've been swapping positions, 4th and 5th. LBJ Stubbs has to settle for 5th place. Let's see the gap. The gap was just over a 10th of a second there for Stubbs. And behind that absolutely intense battle for 4th and 5th, we've got Miljan Mazzali in 6th. 7th is Kia Ivanov. Max Payton is 8th. Paul Schutzman 9th. And then the 10 cart field rounded off by Gleb Obyukov The second of our novice drivers, first novice, Kurt Ivanov. Great finish for him in 7th.
But you know something? That is every novice that has started so far has finished their race, which is what the drivers just need to do, because, of course, they are all the novice drivers are under the watchful eye of Ken Potter, Paul Heath, and the rest of the track crew, you know, to make sure their licenses get signed off at the end of the day. Thank you for your comments coming in on the live chat. Please keep them coming in. Felix Jebjerg getting plenty of support. The young Danish driver, novice on his novice plates, as we complete heat number 1. Yes, Joe?
I just want to say hello to Holly Hancock.
Oh, hello to Holly Hancock.
Holly Hancock,
Hancock
confirms it's raining at Wilton Mill. It's pouring at Wilton Mill. What a shame.
What an absolute
shame. We're going to have to turn the air conditioning.
Yeah, and you know what? It was very wet here when we were in the pool on Friday night.
It was very wet in the pool.
Yeah, at the bar in the pool. Those the little seats.
Those little it was a swim-up bar.
It was a swim-up bar,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Sorry, lads. Yeah,
it was terrible.
Yeah,
we were thinking of you, you know.
We were thinking everyone at Wilton Mill today who were going to be wrapped up in their awnings with their scarves and hats on and woolly hats.
Well,
but don't worry about us, guys. Don't worry about us. Everybody at Wilton Mill, don't worry about us. Dan, Ollie, everybody else, just send the word around the paddock, please, and let them know that Joe Bradley and Henry Baudet are fine out here in the UAE.
But of course, if you are at Wilton Mill and you're bemoaning the lack of 35 degree sunshine, 40 degree sunshine, then you can get your entries in to the first round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, because there are a plethora of teams out here that will do a full arrive and race package. XL Motorsport, George Gibbons Motorsport, Sam Pollitt Racing, Matthias Najem Motorsport, JNKD, Motorscape, KAA in association with Hunter Motorsport, CRG. I'm trying to think of who else. The Mumbai Falcons, full arrive and race package.
I mean, the Mumbai Falcons, you're representing India.
Yeah, you know.
You're representing a nation.
Those teams have got equipment, engines, you know. So there are mechanics as well. Sometimes you can bring your own mechanic, sometimes you don't have to. But to get in touch with those teams to come and race out here in the UAE. Now you're actually seeing what the track is like. It's a world-class facility here at Al Ain Raceway, and that's not just a bit of tarmac you're looking at. It is the restaurant area, the viewing galleries, the hotels around the Al Ain Raceway are all world-class and just designed. It's plug and play.
It's 21st century karting.
Yes.
We all remember, well, certainly I remember, I'm a lot older than you, but, you know, I remember the old airfield tracks at, like, the Shenningtons, the Felton up in Northumberland, where I first started. Yeah, completely worlds apart, different planet. Completely different planet. The 20, and yes, the UK has got some very, very, very well done facilities. Yes, these tracks out here are on a par, and with regards to a challenge, everywhere's a gravel trap off track here.
Yes,
we're in the desert,
so track limits aren't necessarily that much of an issue.
No, we don't have any issue with track limits here. We have curbing, and then we have the desert.
Yes, curbing and the desert. So again, please, if you are watching this, you know, this is an open invitation. I mean, this is the invitational, but this is an open invitation to drivers around the world to come and race in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. You know, the first round is back here in 2 weeks' time. Very reasonably priced flights from the United Kingdom.
11th and 12th of October for the first and second rounds of the UAE Karting Championships.
We've got karts on track again for the first heat in Junior Rotax, 22 of them. Yeah, long grid to get through. Jaden Hidding was, of course, the driver that put things on pole position. He's alongside Connor Clancy in second. Second row is Derek, Rivera. Mitansh Jain is alongside. We've then got Harrison Stevens and Pierre Abu Diwan, Sabali Koje and Via Chopra. We've then got Johansa Senakaya and Aaron Mason, Ray Haber and Jack Doe. Henry King is alongside Arthur Qureshi. Giuseppe Monterari
and Leo Aina are next. Ari Kallenberg with Erin Ortak, Floris Scheckenberg and fans Harun with Antonius Haddad, and Arthin Sethi rounding off a very, very well subscribed junior Rotax grid.
Yeah, a lot of front runners from last year's Minimax Championship moving up, combining with a bunch of returning experienced names. Jaden Hidding, first time at this level on pole in junior Rotax, gets the field underway for the first of 8 laps, and moving into second place, as expected, Derek Rivera on that JNKD kart, pushing Conor Clancy, the old plate champion, back to third.
Well, I just want to mention there, Henry, I've noticed if you're on that outside line going into turn 1, if you're second on that grid and you're on the outside line, you can be hung out to dry coming out of that first turn.
Yes.
And you can drop down. We'll see where our Conor Clancy ended up there. I think it was Conor Clancy that I saw getting hung out to dry. The field, though, they're already towards the final stages of the lap. There are turns 11 and 12, which are the 2 left-handers that lead out onto the very fast back straight into the all-important sequence of corners. We've got a sweeping left-hand hairpin, which is very, very fast indeed. But again, this all-important right-hander that finishes the lap, this is where you need to get very clean. Across the line then, first lap completed. It's Hidding, Rivera, Clancy dropped down to third, not that bad. Savali Cogier, Harrison Stevens, Senekiaka and Heber, Jane, Qureshi, King. That's your top 10.
I've got to say, Conor Clancy making the move at turn number 1 to retake second position. The only saving grace, if you're on the outside of the outside row of the grid, is that there is a little bit of camber and banking through turn number 1. So you can use the track camber and not lose as much ground. Oh, and somebody going off into the dust and heading back onto the circuit. Now that driver is going to appear on your screen now, getting out of the way. It is the number 281 car. That was Johansa Serenayake. And Serenayake, again, went wide at turn number 10. Across the track, has dropped back down the order. Hidding continues to lead under pressure from Clancy, Rivera. And I've got to say, Saveli Kogai has been very, very impressive indeed. The only thing more impressive about Saveli Kogai that is driving this week is his cereal bowl haircut. New leader. Yeah,
new leader as Conor Clancy goes down the inside there. He will lead through this very technical section of racetrack onto turn 11 and 12. The 2 left-handers here. This is the important one. Got to get this one right as it leads onto the back straight. So Conor Clancy already showing a lot of real estate between himself and Jaden Hidding as they come through the final sequence of bends through the right-hander here at turn 14. And it will be Conor Clancy for the first time going into lap 4 laps completed, half distance then into lap 5. Derek Rivera, where did he come from? We've Jaden Hidding, Henry, has dropped down to 5th.
Yes.
Not sure what happened there, but Conor Clancy we saw moving into the lead, and Jaden Hidding somehow, somewhere on that track out of our sight, he ended up in 5th place. Ahead of him, Harrison Stevens in 4th, Saveli Kogier in 3rd, Derek Rivera in 2nd, but Conor Clancy here beginning to now break away.
Yeah, Conor driving for the Mumbai Falcons. Harry the Lion Hannam, a multiple UAE champion, is on driver coaching duties for a lot of the Mumbai Falcons team. Not sure that Conor falls under Harry's purview, considering that Conor is already an international driver in his own right. Rivera holding off Kogai for 2nd position at the moment. This is the best I've seen out of Saveli Kogai since I've been out. Yeah, Hidding in 4th place has sort of stopped the bleeding, as it were. Harrison Stevens and Mitan Shaheen, only 6th of the Mumbai Falcons. Mitan, after finishing 2nd in this championship last year, you'd expect him to be leading the charge, but it's so competitive, it's not that easy.
Well, pole position driver Jaden Hidding somehow dropping from that lead to 5th place, now beginning to rejoin the battle for towards the lead as he gets past Harrison Stevens. That's the first driver ticked off. Let's see what progress he can make as Connor Clancy already pulling that gap, the biggest gap we've seen since this race began. It'll be 6 laps completed across the line this time, going into their penultimate lap.
Ooh,
who is it going to be?
Hidding back up in front of Rivera, sorry, Joe. Hidding back the second. Here's a look at that move. So Kogai has already got past Rivera, and Hidding leaves it late and gets the car just about slowed down. Good move.
Yeah, great move, and it was all about checking that slide through that sweeping left-hand hairpin, and now he starts that recovery drive back towards the rear bumper of Connor Clancy. However, time running out here, I think, Henry, as Connor Clancy extending that lead to just under a second there, and that's going to be a big ask. Savali Kojai is the driver that crossed the line in second, but Jay Hidding now in third and closing the gap to Kojai as we see.
Out of turn number 12, Connor Clancy, I know that he's looking at this now. This championship for Connor is not his main aim per se, this invitational, because again he does a lot of racing in Europe. But of course, you cannot take an event lightly. You have to give it 100%, and that is what Connor is doing. He's doing the event justice by bringing his A game. He's not cruising round at just 80%. No, he's saying, look, I'm a champion here and I've got the O plate on my car for a very good reason. And even though I sort of only race occasionally now in the UAE, I bring my A game wherever I do turn up. So if anyone wants to depose the king of the castle, you've got to do something extra special.
Yep, he's only got one speed is what Henry is saying there, and that is absolutely flat out, and it's going to be a very hard job. As here we go then into the final sequence of bends through the penultimate turn. We've got Connor Clancy, who will be crossing the line in front of us to take the checkered flag, and the Junior Max heat. Number 1, Clancy it is then, Kojai in second, Jaden Hidding from pole position. He'll probably not be happy with dropping down there and then regaining to third, but you know what? It's a long day ahead of us, Henry. Derek Rivera finishes in 4th, Mitanj Jain is in 5th, Arthan Qureshi finishes in 6th, Via Chopra was 7th, Yahanza Senaki, how do we say Senanyake?
Senanyake.
I'll get that right. Sorry, Hansa. You finished 8th. Ray Harbour finished in 9th, and rounding off the top 10 was Aaron Mason, with Leo Anya just outside that top 10 in 11th spot.
Pierre Abu Diwan, Henry King, Floris Schenkenberg and Harrison Stevens, the top 15. The Emirati Express, the Yas Heat sponsored driver Faris Haroun was next, followed by Giuseppe Montanari, Jack Doe, then Erin Ortek, and I have to say 20th position across the line, driver number 231. That is Arhan Sethi. Arhan Sethi has been given special dispensation from ENSO to race in the junior class because Arhan is 10. However, he is almost as tall as you, Joe, and me. He is a very, very tall and very broad 10-year-old who simply
that is early.
Does not fit into a 950mm chassis. He's been watched, so Ken Potter, Paul Heath, he had special dispensation from ENSO to race in Junior Rotax 2 years early. Even so, he was watched very closely by the race officials yesterday and on Friday to ensure that he is safe, and even though he's much younger and therefore not quite as quick, that he is safe and up to speed. He is. He got a 3-second penalty for moving out of the tram lines too early. Finishes 20th, just in front of Ari Kallenberg and Antonius Haddad. And I have just noticed now, come the end of this season, obviously drivers say, if you're a Minimax driver and you've just won, say, for example, the British Championship, and you've got your eyes set on the grand finals in Bahrain, and then You know, you're thinking, right, well, Mini Max is done. I've got to move into Junior Max. What better event, for example, for someone like Emerson McAndrew Uren, who I know
who has said morning, Henry.
Strange that he's watching. So, and this is more.
And he also wants to say, Emerson wants to say, good luck to Harry Callenberg.
Well, yeah, indeed, who finishes.
Why aren't you
21st.
Here, Emerson?
Well, because he's still in Mini Max.
After the season you've just had.
Testing, getting ready for Bahrain, but in January, what's going on in the UK in January? Not a lot. What's going on in January over here? You've got the Dubai Open, and of course, the latest round, the fourth round of this championship. What a fantastic
consecutive weekends as well.
Yeah, consecutive
the
weekends.
UAE Championship. I'm going to give you the dates, Emerson, because we want to see you out here.
What better way to spend your January?
17th and 18th of January.
Oh, what a great way to start your junior career, Emerson.
And then Dubai Open the following weekend, also at the Dubai Kartdrum.
Double bubble.
However, why not get involved in a couple of weeks' time? Because there's plenty of spaces here at the Al Hussein Race, Al Ain Raceway. Al Hussein is the second event. But 11th and 12th of October, the championship kicks off.
Same type of weather as Bahrain, Emerson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get your hot weather training in.
You need to get acclimatised.
Yeah.
I want to say hello to the Dubai Mix Vlog, who's shouting out to Felix Jebjerg. And we've got another wet carter in the form of Gaynor Heath, who says, hello, good morning, Henry and Joe, and a big hello to Mr. Ken, Mr. Gary and Mr. Paul, who are, of course, our officials, Ken Potter, Paul Heath, and Gary, the Rotax man. Hello, Gaynor. I hope you have a great day at Wilton Mill as well. Try not to try to keep out of the wetness as we are trying to keep out of the sun.
I mean,
I know it hurts.
I say hello to Hi, Gaynor. I mean, we haven't seen much of your husband, Paul. We're trying to get him out of the nightclub. It's a nightmare. Tell you what.
Well, he's got a bit of a tan, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Can't get out of the nightclub.
Only joking, Gaynor.
Only
joking, Gaynor.
The only reason we stayed up late last night was to watch the football.
Yes.
And even you went to bed early.
I did. But no, of course, there's a great conviviality between the British paddock and the UAE paddock. And we're hoping to see more and more drivers come over from the United Kingdom. Not just, Dan Holland Racing. I mean, if Sam Pollitt Racing and Hunter Motorsport can open up a UAE arm of their... so why can't DHR?
I've got Emerson.
Yes.
Emerson saying, thanks, guys. I'll see what my parents say to that. Of course. You mean your sponsors?
You mean your sponsors, yes.
Yeah. We'd love to see you out here, of course, after such a great year that Emerson McAndrew Uren has had. You know what? I don't like to use the term dominant, but that is the only word I can describe his British Championship. Yeah,
indeed. 4 wins out of the last 5 rounds of the British Championship. Of course, it's down to Wayne and Sarah to sort of have a little look at the bottom of their wallet, see if there's anything apart from dust. And I would say that it could be a birthday present for Emerson, but unfortunately, I know his birthday's in August.
Early one then.
An early birthday present, an 8-month early birthday present, 2 weeks karting in Dubai.
Good morning to Gary Dodds, who's out there in sunny Spain. The weather looks decent. Here's a question for you to explain. How does the power of the engines differ in the extreme air temperatures out there? That's a good question, actually, because these engines work in dry heat, wet heat, anything.
Different jetting.
The air, you could argue, is it's a bit like when the sun goes down and the air actually becomes chemically thicker, scientifically thicker. So the way that the engines are tuned with the carburetors, we've been running here for 2 days of practice here already. This is race day. I would like to think that everybody's where they want to be. We've got a lot of experienced mechanics here in the region. We've got a lot of experienced mechanics from all over the world.
Yes.
This is a pretty international paddock.
Oh, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
They are very familiar with running in, by our British standards, very extreme heat.
Yes.
Very, very extreme conditions. However, this is the end of the Middle East summer. So we are, the reason why the Middle East, UAE, the United Arab Emirates Rotax Championship goes across the winter months is because it cools down to a upper 20s kind of temperature that we will see in January. for the Dubai rounds. At the moment, we're off the back of what has been an extremely hot summer here in the region, and we are seeing typical temperatures of up to 30s, 40 degrees, 41 degree high, I think, is forecast this afternoon. But the engines don't seem to be affected because of that fine-tuning of the carburation, because of the air intake, and, of course, how the exhaust and the engine deals with that. So I hope that has explained that, Mr. Dodds. Gavin Hill, DD2 runs a 130 jetting. Not sure how that differs in the UK. Well, that's a good technical question, that. Gavin Hill, I wish I'd had that question in front of me yesterday when I talked to Danny and Tony Hogg, who we will see coming out in the next heat, actually. Tony on the penultimate position on the grid. Not the penultimate position, but the second row, the first row of the grid, next to the pole position driver, who we will have in front of us. We've got our grid coming up very shortly. But that is a question that if anyone out there in the live streaming world on either Karting Live TV or the UAE Karting Championship live stream can answer there, whether or not the jetting 130 is run here. Not sure of what sort of the actual technicalities of the jetting that I mentioned. If anyone can shed any light on that, what is the difference between running in a more temperate European karting season in comparison to a very hot Middle East UAE Championship? If I haven't mentioned it, I'm going to mention it now. We are live streaming round 1 and round 2 on the 11th and 12th of October here at the Ain Raceway. We're back out here with Karting Live TV, bringing you all of the action from the first 2 rounds of the championship, Saturday and Sunday, live coverage. Going forward for the rest of the season, we hope to be doing as many rounds as is possible as well. So going forward, and the only way to seal that deal is for you guys to tell all your friends and get everybody to tune in. That's a very old-fashioned term. Nobody tunes in now, do they? They log on. So log on and join us for the live streaming here for the rest of the day, and of course for rounds 1 and 2 on the 11th of October. We've got the grid there,
yes.
Henry, if you want to give us a rundown.
Yeah, Hamza Hashisho for the first time ever on that Charles Leclerc chassis for the Matthias Najem Motorsport team. Kart number 444 on pole position. The veteran Tony Hogg no longer driving for Brand Racing. Brand Racing is no longer a thing. Danny Brand now head of technical for the UAE Championship, but Tony still using his old Brand Racing chassis. Then Greg Watt for the Honolulu Racing team. On the inside of row number 2, Sami Al-Assad, Bernardo Del Castillo and Faisal Almina, a novice driver for his first ever race. His 3 sons are out in Micromax. He's out in DD2 Masters. We're underway in racing. Can Hamza Hashisho convert his first pole position into his first race win?
It's a big ask because he's got 5 other drivers who want to stop that happening, quite frankly. And even though we've only got 6 DD2s out here for the Rotax Invitational, we've got on good authority that we're going to be joined by more DD2 competitors for the season proper. As down the inside for second place, I think that was Greg. What was it? Or was that Tony Hogg regaining that second place?
Yeah, Tony Hogg retaking P2, and he needed to do that quickly. Tony and Greg have locked horns many a time. Want to say, so Greg Watt, running as an independent, he's got the Honolulu Racing body kit on because he has a sort of a transatlantic partnership with Fabio Creti from Italy.
Trans-Pacific, if it's Honolulu.
Yeah, Trans-Pacific stroke Atlantic. So Italy via Australia to Dubai. And Fabio comes over here to race with Greg as part of the Honolulu Racing team, predominantly the O-Plate event. But I know Fabio will be watching. I want to say a big hello to Papa Creti, Fabio's father, who has not been very well lately. But I hope that Papa Creti has got his Hawaiian shirt on and is cheering Greg Watt on.
Anthony Hogg, as he's called on a Sunday, he tells me, is catching Hamza Hashisho. Hand over fist. Now then, one thing about catching the driver ahead of you, it's another thing completely about overtaking. And we know how fast Hashisho is. He started from the pole position. And just to remind everybody, if you're new to DD2, these are 2-ratio gearboxed karts. We've got paddle shift activation. The left-hand paddle on the steering wheel is for first gear. The right-hand paddle is for second gear. And you'll see the drivers using the gearbox not just to drive the kart, but also to slow the kart. If you're in second gear on this back straight here, as you get down towards the braking area, you'll use the gearbox by going down the box to that first gear, by flicking the left-hand paddle, taking it out of second into that first gear. And look at this, Tony Hogg now getting onto the rear bumper of Hashisho as they come out of the left-hander at 12 there. That's the all-important one, and it's a drag race down to the turn 13. Sweeping corner here, Henry, to end the lap with this turn 14 right-hander, all important.
Yes, so consider this. Hamza Hashisho has only been karting for 10 months. Tony Hogg has gone to the Rotax Grand Finals to represent the United Arab Emirates 10 times. He is the most capped international driver from the UAE. This is his final Grand Finals. He promises he's retiring at the end of Bahrain. He will, I'm sure, continue to race domestically just because he has so much fun doing it. But all those years of experience are now coming and into fruition. Hashisho, yes, the kart might be lighter than Tony Hogg's, but well, I'm not sure if they're running to the same weight limit this weekend because they're all in one class.
Well, they've got.
We haven't got split races between
DD2
and Masters.
They're all going to be 175 kilograms.
So they're all 175
minimum. That
kilos
is
minimum. Hogg just hunting down Hashisho. Greg Watts and Sami Al-Assad having a good scrap over third position, then Bernardo Del Castillo, and Faiza Al-Maina in his very first kart race is still running well, a little bit off the pace, but that doesn't matter. It's getting through the day.
I think, Henry, that Hashisho, he's showing composure, isn't he? All right, we know he's got pace. This is where we get to see the racecraft that's coming into driving these DD2s. And in the lunch break, we get a beautiful insight from that driver who's second in the picture there, Tony Hogg, who explains the technicalities of getting the best out of these DD2s. They've got brakes on the front axle. So you've got a brake caliper with brake discs on each of those front wheels. You've got the standard rear brake across the solid rear axle, no differential coming off the bottom of this gearbox. So it's a solid rear axle, giving it like a bit like an Aussie V8 really, with the kind of differential situation there. You've got to get the thing to rotate. However, you can't use the rear brakes to do that. So you have to drive the kart in a much more smooth way. Listen, Tony Hogg gives a much better explanation than I've just attempted there. So in the lunch break, don't go away, put the kettle on, do whatever you do, and watch the paddock show, because it's a great insight into these very, very different go-karts that we're seeing out on track at the moment. DD2, they may look exactly like we're watching in Rotax Max Racing, but they are very, very different. The only thing that's the same is the Rotax engine.
And the bodywork. But, of course, you'll see also, of course, tyre wear is important. Conserving your rubber is important. The Mojo tyres in the heat as we start the final lap. We saw a lap ago, Tony Hogg, he almost eased back a little bit. And as you look at the difference in straight line speed, that's not the fact that Hashisho's kart is a lot faster than Hogg. Hogg is now sort of easing back a little bit. Maybe he's building up for one more attack, potentially. We're on the final lap here. Is he going to have one more go at Hamza Hashisho? Is he going to say, okay, you've won this battle, I've got my eyes on the war, and the war is won at the end of the final. Let's have a look. You'll be able to see where the Hogg is trying, coming onto this straight, and you'll see the gap open up a little bit. Yeah, that is half throttle for Tony Hogg. He's giving...
I tell you what, the way he went into that corner there really, really late. The car just four-wheel drifting, but time has run out as we've got the checkered flag flying, and it's our pole sitter, Hamza Hashisho, who takes a very fine win. I'm sure he was aware of the presence of Tony Hogg. He's very much now a little bit of a sportsmanship going on, a bit of a gesticulated kind of communication there. And that was a great race from those two. Tony Hogg, of course, very experienced karter, and we could see he wasn't resting for second there. He was pushing and bridging that gap to Hashisho as best he could. Behind these two, then in third place, Greg Watt came through in that third place. Samit Al-Assad was fourth. Bernardo del Castillo was fifth. And then rounding off the sixth cart field was our complete novice driver, Faisal Al-Mayani. Ma'ina, how do you say that? Is it Almina?
Al-Maina.
Al-Maina.
Yeah.
So Faisal is the father of a plethora of karters that we have in the junior categories.
Faisal is the dad. Rashid, Saif, and Ahmed are his children. Greg Watts, P3. Bernardo del Castillo. Bernardo runs under the Mexican flag usually, but he's driving for the Telios racing team. Good to see Telios joining the paddock for the first time. This is a great advertisement. There will be a lot more of these drivers. And, of course, last year's Max Dexter, the multiple champion, I think he has moved on. Maybe we'll see Max back. I'm not sure. Born in Wrexham, Max Dexter. Noah Tamaska, the championship runner-up, he has moved on to college in the United States. But, of course, this is just the Invitational. 2 weeks' time, the Rotax Max Challenge season starts. And the one thing that every driver who participates in the Rotax Max Challenge, the thing they aim for is the ticket. The ticket's the biggest party in world karting. Tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals. Here is a look at what each of these drivers are aiming for.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.
Senior Max coming next, and that will conclude our heat phase of the Rotax Invitational. We are then into our pre-final stages. Hello to Casper McAllister, the recently crowned Minimax champion in the NKC in the UK. Come on, Kai Hunter, cheering on from a very wet Wilt Mill. So young Casper out there in another one who's getting wet at Wilton Mill.
Well, I think the answer is that you've answered your own question there. Why are you at Wilton Mill when you could be here? Like Kai Hunter, although Kai was, like a lot of us, struggling with the heat a little bit.
Not as bad as his brother Reese was. He kept popping in to see us here. We need to speak to Casper's dad, Nick. Nick, you need to get Casper out here.
Yes.
Because I think he would do very well in our Mini-Max field here.
Yeah, very competitive.
Very, very, very strong little driver, considering his relatively inexperience coming into this season, the first season of national karting. He's done one or two club meetings last year, and another young driver who could glean a lot of experience across the winter going into the season in Europe.
And if you are interested, look at, obviously, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Facebook page. But if you just type in Al Ain Raceway, you can see how to spell it there on our screen. Al Ain Raceway, that website, that will give you all the entry information, the technical rules, regulations, and the links to how to enter, and also links to the teams if you want to come out here and, a plug and play, an arrive and race package. Last year, at the first round of the UAE Rotax Challenge, there were over 140 drivers entered, and we're expecting more this year for the start of the full championship. It's a very, very competitive field indeed, and it's perfect for people in Europe. Their season winds down, the Middle East season kicks into high gear.
Hello to Leo Schutzman.
That'll be, is it Leonard Schutzman? Is that Leo, Paul Schutzman's brother or dad? Because Paul Schutzman did have his older brother, Leonard Schutzman, was racing last year.
He's saying, Jeremy, drive faster.
Well, that'll be Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Yes.
Yes.
Good advice.
Good advice, excellent advice. Easier said than done. I'm sure Jeremy is doing his level best. Jeremy Montgomery Swan made the very first ever comment on the live chat for the UAE Rotax Challenge. So he's won that award.
I've got some really interesting information here.
Okay.
So the senior grid.
Yes.
Anyone outside the top 20 isn't in the shade in the collecting area.
Oh dear. Oh.
If that's not incentive to drive faster for Jeremy.
Well,
I don't know. I forget where Jeremy qualified. Actually,
he was up there. So there's 27.
He was. I think he's in the shade.
Yeah, there's 27 drivers. There are 7 drivers down on the dummy grid who are in the baking heat, and there are 7 somewhat angry mechanics saying the same thing. Why couldn't you pull your finger out, young man or lady, when it mattered?
Yeah. And the drivers are saying, why couldn't you set my car up to make me go to help me go faster? Why was I fighting the balance? Why was I fighting understeer, oversteer?
Yes.
Why did I not have any bottom end? So yeah, it's a to and fro situation, that one.
And this field, it talk about international drivers here representing Lebanon, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, India, Italy, Oman, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Romania, mulțumesc to our friends in Romania, France, obviously the UAE, Denmark, Belarus, Canada, Egypt, and Belgium.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a truly international field.
It really is.
I mean, it's all right, this is the Rotax Invitational here. This is, I don't want to call it a rehearsal because it isn't, but it's a nice way to start coming into the season here. The season goes across the Middle East winter here in the UAE, and you know, if you're out there on track, you'll realise why we go across the winter, because the temperature is going to drop. It's going to drop to a balmy mid to late 20s, isn't it, by the time we get to the Dubai Autodrome in January.
And Yas Marina, of course.
And,
we race at a Formula One circuit here, using the North Hairpin, a circuit where 90% of the lap is full throttle. We can't wait to get that.
That's an interesting start, that actually.
Yes.
We're just to remind everybody, or just to inform everybody, we're at Yas Marina on the 14th and 15th of February.
Well, there's Valentine's Day sorted. Bring the missus. Yeah. I love. Fancy a quick trip to Dubai. Only problem for Valentine's Day. Only issue is that we got to go karting.
Well, I mean...
And Nick Damon is probably... Yas Marina has the biggest sort of yachting area, a shopping mall in the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go. That settled that then. There's no need to persuade the ball and chain. She'll be booking the flights.
Take her out for dinner at Stars and Bars on the marina.
Yes, why not?
Yes. It's not too expensive as well. It's not expensive at all.
No, of course not.
Here we go then. Here's our grid for the senior Rotax Max for their heat. On the pole position, you can do this one.
Rian Dharmadasa from Sri Lanka, pole position. Mohammed Manane on the outside of row number 1. Oscar Lambert and Omar Ganoum. Ganoum, the reigning champion in this class. Lambert, the driver he narrowly beat to the crown last year. Rayan Qureshi, Eni Asachi on row number 3. Amani Kinua and the notorious BIGI, Alessandro Biggie on row number 4. From Oman, Manaf Al-Balushi and Lebanon's George Nassar. Round out your top 10. Kai Hunter and Zain El Hamassani from Egypt on row 12. There's Jeremy Montgomery Swan, P13, alongside Kian Crayenball. Lewis Hartman and Arthur Didonka. Didonka out of position. Look for the Telios man to come through. Adish Mehta, Rayan Keirus, Jules Dumont, Enzo Tesluk, Elliot Surtees, Naman Kokreja, Oscar Backhouse, Ehsan Mohammed Saeed in 24th. The grid rounded out by Andrew Obeid, it's Philip Alexandru Dinu and Orlando Benchavenga. Round out our 27 kart grid.
Tremendous.
Here we
Tremendous to have such a healthy senior Rotax grid here at the Invitational.
Yes,
the grid will grow into the championship.
Over 40 drivers per round last year.
Wow.
In the main championship. So the battle was not just to get onto the podium, the battle was actually just to get into the final in some events.
I've noticed something here in complete contrast to racing in Europe. We don't need to weave on this opening lap, do we? There is no need to weave. We've got a massive track temperature of over 40 degrees.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it won't stop the drivers.
Oh, there he goes. Proves me wrong.
Yeah,
Still wants to get even more heat.
But again, all you've got to do is sort of park the cart on a piece of tarmac for anything longer than 12 seconds, and those Mojo tyres are nicely up to temperature.
Well, it's actually sometimes hard to pick the cart up. You've got to unstick the tyres when it's been sat in the sun. Which is great. I used to love that feeling. Here we go then. Dharmadasa is on the pole position, just bringing this field into order here as they come round the penultimate corner here. Turn 13 into the all-important turn 14. Not important this time. Going to have to keep that slow pace towards the green flag. They pick up the speed towards the green flag and they will get the get-go, and in towards turn 1 they go. And it's Dharmadasa on that all-important inside that will lead into and out of turn 1. But who's that that's gone with him? We've got carts off on the outside of turn 1. But it's the leaders that have broken free, and it's Dharmadasa leading, but he's under immense pressure now.
It looked like it was, I think, Rayan Qureshi, the third car on the inside line, running wide or getting hooked and getting forced wide coming out of turn number 1. That caused a chain reaction effect that everybody on the outside line, just behind him in the middle of the pack, sort of tripped over and ran over each other. Although, as I'm looking out of the window, I think pretty much everybody was able to get back underway. Maybe 1 or 2 drivers with a little bit of damage to their car, but leading still with that very, very distinctive, predominantly red and green crash helmet, Sri Lanka's Rian Dharmadasa at the end of lap number 1. Lambert up into second position.
Up even more places though goes Kai Hunter up to 4th place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan from 13th, following Hunter through. Rayan Qureshi is the driver in 3rd place, just behind those two. In fact, he's joined onto the back of Lambert. From Emerson McAndrew Uren, he wants to know if Kai Hunter is still sporting his moustache.
No, he's not.
I was disappointed to find that he was not, so that's a big disappointment out here in the UAE. Kai Hunter now trying to chase back on the top 3.
Oscar Lambert making the move for the race lead, and that is a textbook turn 7 move here at Al Ain Raceway. Passes for the race lead. Hunter and Montgomery Swan using their experience to get to the inside lane going out of turn number 1 to avoid the issues that took out Manaf Al-Balushi, Eni Asachi, also involved Alessandro Biggie and Amari Kanua getting slowed down. Mohamed Manane also dropping down the order.
Not just a change at the front, though, as Jeremy Montgomery Swan moves ahead of Kai Hunter into 4th place, and that came at the very final corner there. Adish Mehta in 6th place, moving ahead of Kyan Krenbull as well, and getting ahead of Jules Demont, who's dropped down to 10th now. It's Georges Nasser and Zan El Hamasani. So all changing here as the thing, as basically, Henry, the field beginning to settle in to where we think they should be, with maybe qualifying not being the optimised by everyone.
Yeah, no. Arthur De Donker, driver, I thought would be on the. There's a move, and we've got another new leader. That's for 2nd place. So that is number 321 of Dharmadasa getting back in front of the Mumbai Falcons cart of Rayan Qureshi. And again, another really good move. Qureshi, I think, sees Dharmadasa coming as the Karting Live TV replay showing that move once again. Now, can Dharmadasa set back off in pursuit of Oscar Lambert? I'm waiting for a driver called Mr. Butler to join, so I can just say Lambert and Butler in the same sentence. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, he's getting his code. Don't worry, everybody. This lead of Oscar Lambert, he looks very composed here, and whether Dharmadasa and Qureshi can begin to work together, wanting to join in on this party is Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Behind him, we've got Kai Hunter being challenged for that 4th place and dropping down the order. Meanwhile, the leader begins to extend that lead. The lead was just under 7/10 last time by. As they click by, yep, that lead's coming down, would you believe? Dharmadasa taking about 1/10 of a second out of that lead of Lambert's.
Now, this is Rian's 2nd season in seniors. He's always been very quick. Last year, however, he was quick in between accidents because, of course, he was getting involved he was still driving quite like a junior for half the season. Now, obviously, he's maturing a lot. The speed has always been there. Now he's just learning. He's just got that last bit of junior out of him. We've got dust being kicked up out of turn number 6 there in the midfield section. The leaders continue to circulate without any issue. We're on lap number 6 out of 8 already. Dharmadasa a fraction quicker, Joe, on this lap than the race leader. Look.
Well, he was just under 6/10. Oh, come on. Rian Dharmadasa absolutely on fire here, bringing that gap down to 4/10 of a second. They are on their 7th lap. 2 more laps remaining, and Dharmadasa, by my estimate, will be on the rear bumper of our leader. In fact, he's done that now.
Yep.
He's on the bumper of the leader there as they go out of 12 and down the back straight towards not 12, out of 6, down the back straight to 7. This is the technical section 8, corners 9 and 10 coming up now, and through 10 you've got that bit of a sprint down to the double left-hander here of 11 and 12, and this is where he will need to get on terms. Dharmadasa now coming onto the rear bumper of Oscar Lambert. Oscar now needing to consider whether or not he's going to defend Henry. We're about to complete another lap and go into the final lap, and we've got them literally bumper to bumper. So that 4/10 is gone. That 4/10 gap that we saw in the previous lap, completely gone, and now we've got a challenge.
Dharmadasa swings to the outside. He'll try the undercut coming off turn number 1. Dharmadasa to the inside. Lambert tries to squeeze him, but Dharmadasa gets the move done. Now Lambert will in turn try the crossover, but look how quickly Qureshi and Montgomery Swan close in. Now look at the speed that Jeremy Montgomery Swan has got in 4th place as Qureshi to the inside. Montgomery Swan and the 2 Mumbai Falcons carts come together. Montgomery Swan, P2. Dharmadasa, though, I think that's done enough for him.
Yeah, I think those 3 squabbling for that 2nd, 3rd and 4th place have allowed Rian to break free at the front. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, there was a little bit of tripping over one another, and there was a little bit of contact there, side-on-side contact. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, I should say, took advantage of the whole situation, and now the checkered flag will fly on Dharmadasa, who will take the win from a very delighted Jeremy Montgomery Swan, from 13th on the grid, Henry, all the way through to 2nd place. That proves to be very, very interesting going forward for the JNKD driver if he's got that kind of pace. Third place then, Oscar Lambert. Fourth place was Georges Nasser. Rayan Qureshi dropped down to fifth. We have Kayan Krahenbuhl in sixth. Zain El Homasani with Kai Hunter doing all he could to keep everyone behind. He dropped down to eighth. And Omar Ganoun with Arthur De Donker rounding off our top 10. There's the rest of the finishers on screen, everybody.
Impressive drive from De Donker, as well as Jules Dumont up into the top thing. Let's have a little look back. So Montgomery Swan opens the door, and then I think it was a case of, Qureshi couldn't quite get the cart slowed down. I mean, Montgomery Swan, using a tin opener to get to the inside, but then Qureshi on the outside realised that he needed to back off to avoid running into his teammate, couldn't quite get the cart backed off early on. But, of course, so Jeremy Montgomery Swan, that was an aggressive move. However,
it was an opportunist.
It was an opportunist.
He was aggressive insofar as he put himself in that position for when, and they all concertinaed up, didn't they? Going towards, where was it on the track? Was it going towards
going
7?
Into turn 7.
Yes.
But so Jeremy has moved over to the JNKD team. He was one of the championship contenders in this class last year. So he's become almost the de facto team leader. The driver in that JNKD setup that everyone is looking up to. And he's taken on that responsibility. Okay, if I'm going to be sort of the championship favourite in the biggest category, then I'm going to drive accordingly. I am going to, live up to expectations. I'm not going to let the pressure get to me. I am going to drive with, walk around and feel like a champion because I am leading a team of 14 drivers across all classes.
Well, I just want to mention, Jeremy did take us in our paddock show coming up at the lunch break. Jeremy takes us round the JNKD Ording and shows us the operation there. And I've got to say, I've been part of race teams myself, and that setup, the way that those guys operate, the operational processes that I saw go on there, are very, very high level indeed.
That's an international karting
That is a very high level operation.
That didn't exist 6 months ago.
It's incredible. Well, I mean, the thing about that is, you mentioned the chap behind it, and he's done what you have to do, and that's put the right people in the right places to make that happen.
Yeah, Mr. Karachkovich, the JNKD team is Karachkovich Dubai. But of course, he's brought Paul Munnin, Alfonso Skrichka. He's got Ash Deer, and he's got Matthew Hopcraft in. 4 very experienced names who have organised things correctly.
And while his kids have been going karting, he's looked. He's seen the best practices, and then he's applied them to his own race team.
Exactly. Hello to David Bright.
Yes, Mr. Bright.
Good morning, David. How are you?
Looking forward to Nick and I catching up with you in Dubai on Monday. And, we are very much looking forward to running at the Dubai Autodrome in the January round of the UAE Car Championships, the Rotax Car Championships.
And of course, the Dubai O-Plate.
And, of course, the Dubai O-Plate the following
Dubai
weekend.
O-Plate, yes.
Why would you not want to be part of that?
No, and again, that is another event that so many international names, Callum Bradshaw came out of retirement just to run that event a couple of years ago. It's a one-off event.
Yes, but it's the weekend after the UAE Rotax Championship round. So why wouldn't you want to stay on and do the O-Plate? If you're going to do the championship, you're going to do the O-Plate.
Yeah.
It's quite, the accolade of any O-Plate. Yeah. But the Dubai O-Plate, that carries a lot of weight across the world.
If you're going to take a week off school or college in January, you may as well make it 9 days, turn up a day before the UAE Rotax Max Challenge round, have a few days in Dubai, see the city, see the sights, You know what's going to happen, though. And then stay for the Open.
You know what's going to happen, though. See the city, see the sights, lie by the pool. They're going to be practicing all week long, aren't they?
Well,
they've been practicing for the 2 rounds of the UAE Championship. All right, what we're going to do now? we're going to go around a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. We just need to get that set up just a little bit more our liking.
In that case, David Bright needs to book one of his Saudi World Series International qualifier events for the entire day to block it off, so no owner drivers are allowed, so they all have to go to the beach.
This is a question for you, Henry.
Alexis Alzia. Hello, Alexis.
Yes. Is Rotax streaming the YMC race in January?
The YMC race in January. I don't. I mean,
what's the YMC?
The YMCA? No, that was the 70s.
That's right. No, there's no way. YMC.
The Yas Marina round in February.
Oh, I see.
We're hoping to. So, obviously for the Rotax Max Challenge, at the moment we're here this week. We're here in 2 weeks' time. We're hoping to extend it for the entire season. It does depend on the positive response we get to this, the amount of people that tune in.
Which I've got to say, Alexis, this is a positive response.
Yes.
And we need to make it worthwhile for the series to bring you that live stream. And you need to, by telling us here.
And viewing.
And view it. We need viewers. Tell all your friends. Tune in. Switch on, log on, whatever you do these days.
Can you guys stream Yas, Saudi World Series at Yas? Well, I don't know how that. I mean, we'll see the Saudi World Series final. I'll be there for that in Genk, but I mean, at Le Mans this year.
So the SWS at Yas, when is that?
Well, I don't know.
That go-karter guy.
Yeah.
Yes. Send us your details.
Yeah.
We'll get in touch,
and we'll send you a quote.
We will live stream.
Oh, hang on.
We will live stream karting every single weekend of the year. And to be honest, Henry, we're getting to that stage.
And midweek.
And midweek, in fact. Yep. You know what? I talked about midweek karting events.
I think that's a great idea.
And running
Wednesday night race leagues.
Why is motorsport only on a Sunday?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all right, I'll tell you why. It's because invariably people have to travel to the tracks.
Yes.
Invariably people have to go to work and earn a living.
To maybe pay for the go-karting.
People have to go to school.
Yeah, occasionally.
So that has got in the way of our theory of going Wednesday night racing.
But, we're really grateful for the ideas, the support, the comments coming in. All we can do is say, if you let us know or email or send a message to the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Facebook page. If you're a former driver or if you're have raced in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge before, I'm sure you're still a member of driver WhatsApp groups.
Or you are a spectator anywhere in the world, and you would just love to see and continue our coverage of the UAE Rotax Championship.
While you're shivering at Wilton Mill before practice.
Your positive messages will get that message through and make it a worthwhile exercise to bring you all of the action for every round in the series.
Brilliant. Okay, so there we go, that go-karter guy. Good to hear from you. We are waiting. So the heat races are done. Now we are getting set for the pre-finals. They are going to be slightly longer races. Starting lineups decided, I believe, courtesy of the finishing order from the heat races.
I've lost the chat now.
Oh,
sorry, mate.
No, that's quite all right.
I was trying to say okay to the go-karter guy about getting his details. Yes, that'll work. Yes. Instagram, Karting Live TV. Have we got an Instagram, Nick?
And if not, send me...
Facebook, isn't it?
I'm on Instagram, Henry Baudette.
There you go.
I don't have I have a funny name, which is why I don't use a funny name. It's just my own name on Instagram. Apart from my son, he's basketball. I'm the idiot with the city glasses at a go-kart circuit on Instagram. So send me a message and I will get those details to Karting Live TV as we look at Al Ain Raceway in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Al Ain Raceway, probably the capital of karting in the UAE. The Dubai Kartdrome in Dubai is so well known. It's visited by so many famous racing drivers, Formula One drivers, actors, celebrities when they go to Dubai. But of course, this circuit is the host of two grand finals. You know, it's Dubai for show, Al Ain for go, and they're both brilliant.
Just to give you an idea, we are geographically about 90 minutes to 2 hour drive south of Dubai.
Depending on which taxi driver you get from the airport.
We're right on the Oman border.
Literally,
you can see the border from where we are sitting here in our commentary box above the circuit. And the facilities out here for the UAE Championship, all of the tracks are fabulous facilities, but they've all got very different characteristics. And therefore, in typical sort of motorsport fashion, they will challenge drivers in different ways. They'll challenge the engineers in different ways, the race engineers, the mechanics, the drivers, that the guys and girls who are working with the drivers to get that optimum setup, the optimum engine settings with regards to jetting and gearing and all of that. Each track has its own characteristic. Here at Al Ain, I've got to say, looking at it from the sense of a driver's point of view, it's one of those tracks I would call a compromise track. We've got a very long straight here across the start-finish. A straight that isn't quite straight. It's got 2 kinks in it, but it's flat out from the final turn all the way at the braking area for turn 1. Got a very fast turn 1. But then the infield section, we've got 2 clumps of infield section, which is where you make up your lap time, I feel.
Yes.
Looking at it from a race engineer's point of view. It's all about the slow stuff. Everybody can go flat out. Even you and I can go flat out, Henry, with our foot down.
Yep, we can.
But it's the technical bits where you will make up your time, and it's how you get the car to react. There are there are lots of areas on this track where one section leads on to the next, and you're not necessarily textbook optimizing a couple of right-handers because they're immediately followed by 2 left-handers. So you have to compromise the track to optimize going forward to the next part of the track. And a prime example of this, if you look at the final turns here, turn 13, sweeping left-hand 180-degree turn, where you would normally let the car breathe out to the exit curb. However, you would want to be nowhere near that. You've got to hug the curb on the inside and stay hugged because the next corner is the corner that leads onto the longest part, and that's a tight right-hander. So you've got to optimize your line out of there. And it's a beautiful track. We're in the desert here, yes, and it's got that characteristic of one of those tracks where you look at it and you think, how do I set the car up for this then? It's one of those where you get out there and you will decide where you're going to pick your advantage points, because you can't be quick everywhere on this track, I think.
No, you can't. I'm going to say, I want producer Nick Damon to timestamp this. I'm going to say something that has probably never been said before in the history of karting. It is 11:26. The run down here at Al Ain Raceway in Abu Dhabi on the border of Oman, the run down from turn 12, the back straight, into the turn 13 hairpin, and then the last corner at turn 14 reminds me a lot of Ella Park. There we go, I've said it. It reminds that the last corner at Ella Park bears a striking resemblance in terms of the layout of the tarmac to Al Ain Raceway.
Well, you can find out, everybody, because after tuning in, or logging on, I should say, for the first round of the UAE Rotax Karting Championships on Karting Live TV, the next broadcast will be from Ella Park.
The Beccleston District Kart Club.
Yes.
There we go.
With the Access Karting series.
Access Karting, and you'll see how, geographically, but tarmac related, very, very similar. Last corner, Ella Park, last section.
I'm intrigued, Henry. I'm going to check that out. Here's another one from the Dodds out in Spain. This is from Mrs. Dodds. Another heat-related question, this time from Mrs. Dodds. Do they use a different compound of tyre to handle the 40-degree heat out there? She's a massive petrol head.
No,
it's the Mojo
C D5.
D5 on the seniors and juniors. And the C1, is it, on the Micromax and Minimax?
I'm not. They've changed.
I can check that out in the regs.
Yes, they've checked that out in the regs. But no, same tyre, no different compounds. So it's not like Formula One where you think, let's have a look. Let's bet the extra sticky, the softs, the mediums, the hards. No, the karters have to adapt.
And adapt they do.
They do.
And
when's the next heat? Right, I can tell you that the start of the pre-finals is in 1 minute's time.
There you go,
1
everybody.
minute's time. As Joe is checking the regulations. Oh, he will check the regulations shortly. But yes, and how did you guys miss the lap 1 crash? Well, we didn't miss it. But okay, so one thing that you will have to learn is that I know that other, broadcasters for the championships, they tend to highlight the accidents. We try not to. Because, again, the vast majority of drivers are minors under the age of 18. Yes, they've got family members here, but they've also got people now watching at home, which they haven't had a chance before. So to glorify incidents and accidents, obviously sometimes we do catch them, but you won't find us, going in lots of slow motion replays of serious until we know that drivers are absolutely okay. Lorenzo Tesluk. We did see the lap 1 crash. Go back and see it. I mean, Joe Bradley kept saying, at the minute he'll be saying, don't change that dial.
Well, the other don't touch that dial.
Yeah.
The other thing is we've got a number of cameras here, and we literally can't see everything. We need to have necks like owls, basically, because there is so much going on at any kind of karting event.
And we're here to cover the racing, not the crashing. Racing is what we've got on our screens now.
And it would be unfair to the people who are successful at this sport not to maybe focus on the front of the grid. If it does begin to stagnate, we'll try and drop back to the midfield. But it's all, it's a sporting event after all. This is the Rotax Invitational. It's a sporting event that we have to focus on the winners of that sporting event.
We don't hand
or
out
the leaders, I should say.
We don't hand out participation medals. You've got to win. Here we go. Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra. Row number 1, Zev Godshalk and Vaibhav Ponna. On row 2, Adam Al-Sheikh and Alex Fryenstein. Row 3, then Saif Al-Khalifa, Cameron Harvey, Tobias Prakacha, then Amar Tabatsa, Jensen Kelly, Teab Haroon, Enzo Falzerano, and the novice drivers at the back, all 19 of them on track for what will be an 8-lap pre-final. Joe Bradley.
Yes, 2 more laps than what we had in the heat, so a little bit of a longer race. We've already dropping number 16. Number 16 dropping back down the order.
Tabatsa.
Yeah, so he's going to drop back as the field gets... False start. That's why. Now then, I think that was why Tabatsa, who is pulling off, I think, there, Henry. So we've lost Tabatsa. We've also lost Rashid Almeida.
And Alex Fryenstein in the number 77 kart, the Motorscape driver from Singapore. Motorscape, the new name for the Birrell Art Middle East team. He was slow at the start, but I think has caught back up. Hello to Debbie Wong watching from France. Well, so that's Germany, France, the United Kingdom, obviously the UAE. Please let us know where you're watching from, and don't say the sitting room or the living room or the kitchen table. Let us know where we are, where you're tuning in from. As Liam O'Hanlon trying to get the field slowed down, and I think you could be right. Amar Tabatsa has retired, and Rashid Al-Maina, one of the 3 Al-Maina brothers. In fact, I can see a CRG parked at the side of the circuit as well.
That's unfortunate. Out of the pre-final already, then 2 of our runners, but Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, they're our front row drivers who head down to the start here. We should get this underway. It all looks very nice. A little bit of gesticulation going on, communication between the drivers as O'Hanlon and everyone else goes flat to the metal and into turn 1. It's O'Hanlon that will lead through that very, very fast. For these Micromax drivers, that turn 1 is an extremely quick corner and hardly any kind of feathering of the brake here, and they're already into that very technical section of turns 4 and 5 now, Henry.
Yes, battle for second place. Godshalk and Chopra, Vaibhav Ponna as well in that mix. Good start from Cameron Harvey, but he's lost 5th position now, I think, to Adam Al-Sheikh as they come through turns 8 and 9, out of turn 10 on the long straight up to turn 11, the far side of the circuit. O'Hanlon leading, Godshalk in his wheel track. So this is George Gibbons Motorsport for Liam O'Hanlon against the JNKD team. Battle for third place. That was a change, and that was Vaibhav Ponna passing.
No, he didn't. He did, but then he didn't again. Then he got repassed. So Chopra stays in that third place, but that swapped positions between 13 and 14, and that's what we saw there. The switchback, the very technical switchback. Battle for the lead, though, is absolutely intense here, as Godshalk right on the rear bumper of our leader Liam O'Hanlon now, as they go into the section at 4.5, through the hairpin at 6, and out onto that fast stretch towards the kink at 7, which leads directly into that hairpin at turn 8. From there into another hairpin at 9. This is beginning to build speed. This is an acceleration zone through turn 10, and then on towards the all-important turns 11 and 12, through the flat-out 11, not so flat-out 12, and it's the run down the back straight now towards 13, where O'Hanlon breaks a little bit of a gap here from Godshalk, and Godshalk then closes back up, Constantina's back up towards 13, into the final corner. They're playing a waiting game, Henry.
They are indeed. Now, what you can't see here is just as the drivers go underneath the start line gantry, there is a huge bump on the inside of that straight, which can really kick a kart wide going, but it's just hidden behind the start gantry or the circuit gantry, but and it's very, very pronounced right on the racing line.
And it's not one of those bumps, I'm told, by a very good driver here. You can't avoid it. You have to go across it.
You have to go over it and hope that some of your fillings don't fall out. Hello to Layla Bell, a very, very talented young lady from the United Kingdom watching in Stockport. Layla was unlucky not to get the X-Kart scholarship a couple of weeks ago that I was part of, but Layla's got a great career in front of her. Maybe she's another driver that we might see out here from time to time. As we watch Godshalk and O'Hanlon.
The waiting game continues,
yes.
Henry, and I'm not sure whether Godshalk has actually got the pace. He may prove me wrong, because Liam O'Hanlon now has got a little bit of a breather here, and as I say that, yes, he does prove me wrong, because Godshalk has come right now onto the rear bumper again of Liam O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon knows he's there, and he just has to stay composed. Meanwhile, Samar Chopra in third place is closing the gap down. These three have broken away from a cracking battle that, unfortunately, because the lead is so intense, we can't even have a look at. I daren't look at that. Adam Al-Sheikh and Enzo Falzerano, followed by Tadeusz Prochaska, Jensen Kelly, Saif Al-Khalifa. They're all nose to tail from fourth place down over. But here we are, Henry, about to go onto the back straight again. Half distance completed. We're going to be completing lap 5 when they come back around. And whether or not Godshalk has got enough pace, he's got enough pace to stay with the leader O'Hanlon, and maybe indeed he's playing that waiting game. But as the laps tick off, opportunities are going to deplete.
Yeah, and of course you've got the number 29 car, Samar Chopra, lingering around 1.2 seconds off the race lead. Now, of course, if we just completed lap 5, so we're on lap 6 out of 8. Godshalk pushing O'Hanlon away, knows that he hasn't got enough clear space between himself and the third place kart to really have a good go at O'Hanlon without Chopra closing in. Well done. Andrea Remy coming back for round number 1. He's nursing a rib injury, watching out in Dubai. Franciella Souza Jebjerg, she's watching her son Felix race for the first time. Well, Felix is in 13th position, second best places of the novice drivers at the moment.
Well, yes, he is. Sorry, I missed Ivans there.
Also cheering on Tadeusz Prochaska, who is in 6th place now. Tadeusz on the Ital course kart. Now the time is up for Godshalk. He's got to make a move on O'Hanlon because time is running out.
2 more laps remaining, and Godshalk right there, literally touching the bumper of Liam O'Hanlon there as they completed that lap number 6. They're on lap number 7 of 8 now, and Godshalk showing a little bit of impatience. Meanwhile, Samar Chopra closing the gap now. Once these two will start, maybe when we see Godshalk challenging that lead of O'Hanlon, that's when we'll see maybe Chopra coming back towards them and getting on terms and maybe making it a 3-kart battle for the lead. We're getting towards the final stages now. We're in that sequence of corners through 9 and 10, and then the run up to 11 and 12. This is the left-hander that we see them head in. It's a double left-hander here. From that, let the card breathe out to the right, and then immediately through the all-important 12. Now, this is the kind of drag race down the back straight towards 13. It's a very, very fast entry to 13. And there's Chopra chasing them down there in third place. As the two leaders cross the line again, they're into the final lap, Henry.
So it's interesting that when I interviewed Zev Godshalk, who of course is racing here for the first time, as O'Hanlon begins to defend, this is going to give Godshalk a really good run down the straight towards turn 2. He looks to the inside, and goes into a half spin. He kept the move going when O'Hanlon had closed the door, and Godshalk had said that he name-checked O'Hanlon as a driver that he was going to have to. And now have a look at this, because Godshalk, he committed, the door was closing, and he just got hooked up over the rear bumper of O'Hanlon's kart there, went around. Great action replay there from the Karting Live TV replay booth. It's dropped Godshalk down the order. O'Hanlon sort of looking over his shoulder to see.
He's wondering where he's gone.
Yeah, because all he would have done, he would have taken his normal line in, suddenly felt a little bit of a judder on the rear bumper, but Liam O'Hanlon, he's going to take the win, and Zev Godshalk, his nearest rival, is not going to be starting alongside him on the front row, because Godshalk will cross the line. Do you know what? 4th. So that half spin only dropped him 2 places. And that, in part, is because of the fact that Godshalk pushed and pushed and pushed O'Hanlon away and didn't engage him in a battle, which would have allowed the rest of the field to close back up.
Yeah, he played the waiting game, didn't he? But then time ran out, I think, for Zev. And he made that bit of a move there that he didn't quite get the cart at all alongside O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon takes the win then, as Henry said. Sama Chopra inherited that second place. Adam Al-Shaikh was in third place. Zev Godshalk, a recovering 4th, got the cart back running very, very quickly. And as you said, Henry, had the gap enough to do that and continue in 4th. We had Enzo Falzarano finishing in 5th. This was a great battle down the order here.
Enzo Falzarano, what a great drive, because he retired from the opening race, had to start from the back of the field. He started in front of the novices.
Yeah, good point.
But the last of the non-novice drivers.
Good point. Excellent point there. We forgot about that aspect from coming out of the heat. So Falzarano from the back of the grid, that bodes very well for him joining in with the lead battle going forward into the final. Tadeusz Prochaska in 6th place. We then had Jensen Kelly in 7th. 8th was Saif Al Khalifa, with in 9th place Cameron Harvey, and rounding off the top 10 was Ivans Vorinins, the first of the novices, by the way, into the top 10. That was a cracking go at that one.
A quick Andrea Remy asking, which team tents are we going into the during the? Well, Andrea, you sit there with your bruised ribs in Dubai, 6-7, and watch and wait and see. How about that? We're not going to give it away now, of course.
Try not to cough.
We are in, or laugh, which is tricky. We are in Abu Dhabi, and the one support that the championship has had for many years is through the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, who not only lend their support to go-karting, but an awful lot of other sports and activities for young people in this region. Let's find out a little bit more about what they do. Well, there you go. That is a look at just some of the activities that the Abu Dhabi Sports Council promote, support, and invest in here in Abu Dhabi, including karting championship here with the Rotax UAE Max Challenge. Hello to Ash and Ted Higgs. Hello, Teddy. Watching from the UK, looking forward to our next race, which will be the Minimax pre-final. Going to be starting in, let's have a little look. We're starting in just under a minute's time. It's going to be a 9-lap race. And of course, even though there's only 10 Minimax drivers here, you've got Win Godshalk, Attica Mia, Paul Schutzman, Benjamin Karachkovich, Oliver Butchard, and Albie J. Stubbs. So there's 6 any one of 6 or 7 of the drivers could win. We've also got Gleb Orbukov driving for the Mumbai Falcons. He's a novice driver, as well as Kier Ivanov for the NI Racing team. Max Patton driving for Synergy. He's going to be starting the number 168 kart in 7th, but it's going to be it's the Dutch flag because Curaçao is a Dutch territory. He's entered into a Dutch license here, but from the island of Curaçao. And of course, the phrase is they'll be watching, they'll be partying on Mambo Beach in Curaçao, which is as incredible as it sounds. Win Godshalk, alongside last year's Micromax champion, Benjamin Karachkovich. Just give you a quick wave to the camera there, very media aware, Benjamin Karachkovich on the outside of row number 1. Then the synergy of Oliver Butchard, Attica Mia, the Queen of Kashmir. She is part of the Formula One Academy Drive for Diversity Girls on Track program. Then you can see the number 196, the Sam Pollitt racing car, Albie J. Stubbs, William Mazzali on the outside of row number 3, Max Patton, another of the Synergy drivers moving across from Brand disbanded. Max finding a home with Synergy. Then Paul Schutzman, Kia Ivanov, and Gleb Obukov. They're into the tram lines, Joe.
Here we go. In towards turn 1 they go then. Win Godshalk from the pole position has that primary opportunity from the inside line, but challenged around the outside by Oliver Butchard. Doesn't come off, and Butchard disadvantaged massively there. Down to 3rd from that 2nd spot. Who's that sneaked up? Is that Albie J. Stubbs in that bright yellow cart? Or is that the Synergy cart of Butchard?
Butchard with a bright green crash helmet from 3rd of the grid gets into P2, so it was actually Karachkovich on the outsides who lost 1 place. Albie J. Stubbs there in 4th position. Albie J. Stubbs, he needs a good result, not for himself, but also to put a smile on Sam Fugit's face, because Sam, as we were leaving the circuit after a very, very long and very, very hot day here at Al Ain Raceway, as Karachkovich the inside.
Karachkovich did not want to wait around there, Henry, did he?
No.
Look at that, he's thinking. So Butchard alongside going into turn number 13. Karachkovich, because Butchard's kind of on the outside of the corner there, leaving the door wide open there, but Godshalk now as Butchard straight back Karachkovich, and he's back into that 2nd place. Every time I look away, he drops down to 3rd. Every time I look back, he's back up to 2nd. Tremendous driving.
As we left the circuit last night, Albie J. Stubbs' full-time mechanic Sam Fugit was busy rebuilding a brand new frame to replace the one that Albie crashed in final practice. And Sam gave me a look as I was leaving to say, there's a lot to be said for sometimes working at a checkout in Tesco. So Albie, he's doing it for himself, but he's doing it for Sam as well, as we got an inter-team battle up at the front between Karachkovich and Godshalk, and it's Benjamin Karachkovich who has the race lead.
Across the line then, Karachkovich came through, and he's got massive pace here. We're heading towards half distance onto lap 4 then. His teammate Godshalk's not disappeared too readily though, and not that far away as Oliver Butchard, and equally not that far away as Albie J. Stubbs and Paul Schutzman. Towards that section of track down through 6 and on that back stretch to 7, they'll go through the kink. Godshalk can see his teammate there just resting his front bumper onto the rear bumper of his teammate Karachkovich. And here comes Butchard as well. It's going to be a 3-kart battle for the lead as they go through turns 11 and now 12. And now we'll see if the drivers in second and third can even sniff at that lead. He's going to have a sniff indeed. Godshalk down the inside, and Karachkovic slots in behind, but he slides wide. That's going to cost him time on the straight. So it's side-by-side action across the line, Henry.
Butchard's going to try and make it 3 wide. Watch him swing to the outside. Is he going to thread the needle and try and go through the middle? Butchard now comes back to the inside, stays in third, and I did notice great camera work here from our Karting Live TV camera crew, because we're on lap number 5 now. 10 karts in this race, including 2 novice drivers, as well as multiple international race winners. And as you look there, all 10 karts in the same frame, which is great. It shows how competitive the class is. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There they all are, over halfway through this race. Gleb Obukov, 3 seconds off the race leader in 10th place, and the battle continues because LBJ Stubbs on that Sam Pollitt Racing Kart Republic chassis is caught the leaders. We've now got a quartet at the front.
And now we're on to lap 6. 3 more laps remaining, then 4 more laps, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go, change for lead though. That's on the back straight there towards turn 2.
Yep. And
that was all about momentum out of 1, as Godshalk there taking advantage of, I think, a mistake from Karachkovic as they head now onto that stretch. What did we see, Henry?
Great instinctive move there from Butchard to snatch second, but Karachkovic retakes him. LBJ Stubbs using that experience. Just Butchard dove up the inside, but then lost momentum onto the sort of the middle straight. And Stubbs now up to third, but just look at the advantage that scrap has given race leader Win Godshalk.
Godshalk there just inheriting that lead from that slight mistake from Benjamin now having to focus on the rear bumper and catching that, but he's got LBJ Stubbs now crossing the line, the blue and purple kart there of Stubbs. Brand new rebuild, brand new chassis for Stubbs this morning after that practice crash. And Karachkovic now under immense pressure from the 2 British drivers, Albie J. Stubbs and Oliver Butchard and is that Attica Meyer coming through as well? She's joining in as well. This is all to play for as Meyer pulls alongside Butchard, not quite having to slot back in. We're talking about the 2 yellow helmets at the back of that 4.
Yep.
As Karachkovic now settles down and gets his composure back and pulls a little bit of a breathing space. And when I say little bit, I'm talking massively in relative terms.
Yes, so Win Godshalk is clear and away at the front. He can control the pace. We're on lap 7. We're coming to complete lap 7. Godshalk is on an absolute flyer. Attica Meyer into P3. That was a good move.
What happens to Stubbs here, who's in third? Here comes Oliver Butchard down the inside. And then
back end steps out.
Right, so he lost it, went wide. Attica Meyer, though, she says, I'll have a bit of that, thank you very much. Let me through. Here she comes.
Yeah, as Butchard went past Stubbs, Stubbs just lost the back end of the kart because, of course, it's quite dusty offline. As he had to adjust the steering and sort of take a second bite of the cherry to get the kart somewhere close to the apex, Attica Meyer just saw the door open and went, well, thank you very much.
Still not over though, Henry. Look at this.
No, and I think Albie J. Stubbs is like, I'm not going to turn in. I've had enough incidents for this weekend, as we've now got second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So Paul Stutzman joins the party in kart number 170. Butchard, trying the crossover. Butchard to the inside. Attica Meyer. Butchard, he went to the outside, inside. Sort of overcommitted, Joe. What are we saying here?
Yeah, we got Karachkovic defending and then everyone tripping. He got a nudge on the rear end, I think. It was the number 113 of Attica Meyer, who's turned out to be the worst case scenario for Attica. She's come through in 8th place after that incident, getting involved. That pushed her wide right out onto the dusty track. Just couldn't get the card back in. This has left LBJ Stubbs in 2nd place behind, 3.2 seconds behind the leader, Godshalk. Paul Schutzman inherits 3rd. Karachkovic, he's now in 4th and trying to regain ground.
And I think what would happen. I think, obviously, Karachkovic broke very early. Defending against there. So with Butchard changing his lane to try to the inside, Karachkovic breaking early to defend. Atakamiya was just caught out a little bit behind Butchard, and of course tipping Butchard into a spin. Atakamiya then had to go to the outside. Checkered flag though. Win Godshalk escapes all that chaos behind to take an easy win. Stubb second, Karachkovic recovers to third, Schutzman is fourth, with Matsali, Ivanov, Patton, and then Mia Obukov, and of course Oliver Butchard rounding out the field in 10th. Everyone running at the end, but of course that was
intense.
Intense and unfortunate, but I just think it was a case of, Karachkovic having to sit in the middle of the track, defending his position.
He was doing his own race,
yes.
And then it was the drivers behind him that ended up tripping over one another.
And sort of Butchard, he went to the outside and then tried to get underneath Karachkovic. But as he got underneath Karachkovic breaks to defend, and Atakamiya, who's attacking, just, of course, a chain reaction effect.
Yeah.
As we see that. But, of course, as it turns out, Atakamiya then was just, on the outside, and as Butchard went for a spin, Atakamiya, drifted onto the paint and lost more ground than anybody.
The thing is, Henry, here in the UAE, offline is not just got marbles on it, but it's got a layer of sand.
It does.
Because the wind brings the desert onto the track surface. And if you were as far offline as Atakamiya found herself, then you are really, really in trouble. And you're not just in trouble for that corner. You're in trouble for maybe the next 2 or 3 corners while you get those tyres to come back in and get rid of the dust and the sand that has built up on the tread. Because the sticky rubber will just, that dust will just sit there and stick there, and you've got to get it scrubbed off. So it'll have been, by the time she's got halfway around the next lap before Atakamiya found that her cart was back where she was. But you know what? When you try, they're all trying, these youngsters, they're all trying to get past the carts in front of them. And the racecraft that we saw there was still of a pretty high, that was of a high standard. That was a very, and sometimes we take it for granted that all of these drivers will hit their apex, will hit their breaking point. Mm-hmm. But sometimes they're racing so closely, and it's just, the blink of an eye. And, the cart can be coming round on you, and you end up losing 5 places.
So, but consider this. It's a one-off event. There are only 10 carts in Minimax. All 10 are running very, very closely together. So, for Oliver Butchard, let's try something. It didn't work. Okay, we're starting at the back. Where's the back? The 5th row of the grid. How close is the field? Very close. So, chances of victory, still, easily in with a chance of victory, considering that the final in Minimax is 12 laps long.
Yeah.
So the races get longer and longer as the day progresses, because we're now into the final 3 pre-finals. I can't say that. The final pre-final, the last 3 pre-finals.
The final pre-finals.
Are all 10 laps. Then we've got a break where yesterday's paddock show, the paddock walk that we conducted yesterday goes out. And no, we're not telling you which tents we're going into. You've got to watch and find out, Andrea Remy.
I'm sure, though, Henry, Andrea wasn't just going to sit there and cherry pick which tents he was going to.
No, of course not.
Fast forward, or you can't fast forward because it's live. So,
tough.
So it's a surprise.
Yes,
we're building the tension for the paddock show.
Exactly.
But I tell you what, it is worth watching.
It is absolutely
worth watching.
Then we got 11 laps for Micromax final, 12 laps for the minis, 14 laps for the juniors, the DD2s, and the seniors.
I got the answer to tyres, talking about 14 laps and having those Mojo tyres last the distance. So the Micromax and Minimax races that we categories that we've just seen, they're on the Mojo C2. Junior Max is on the Mojo D2, and both the Senior Max and DD2s are on the D5.
Yes,
which is exactly the same tyre that they will run in the British Championship in the UK, the RMC in the various European RMCs.
Yes.
things like the Ultimate Car Championship as well.
Yes.
Exactly the same tyre. Now, certainly in parts of the UK, extreme track temperatures of 50 degrees, which we are seeing here today.
Well, get them all the time in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely.
We
get nowhere near that. I think a hot track temperature in the UK is something in the mid to high 30s, maybe, in the height of summer.
Yes, in the height of summer. Yes.
Currently, now you'll be lucky if you get a 26 degree track temperature in the UK.
Yeah.
Same rubber, different tyre pressures though. You will adjust the tyre pressure to make the rubber react on the tyre and make the rubber last. There are some very clever karting engineers out there that will adjust the tyre pressure to have the performance of the tyre come in at a particular lap.
Yes,
Do you want the tyres to come in early and then fade towards the end of the race? Do you want the tyres to be not where you need them to be until middle of the race and be right where you need them to be at the end of the race? This is the discussions that are going on in these pre-race briefings.
And that's sometimes why you see a driver defending in the early stages and you think to yourself, why is that driver defending on lap number 2? Well, because sometimes that driver has been told, okay, your tyres are going to be at their sweet spot, laps 7, 8, 9 and 10. You've got to try and withstand the pain of tyres that aren't set up correctly for the first couple of laps. So just do your best and stay where you are because you're going to be really, really quick at the end of the race. So the driver's thinking, okay, I'm going to be really quick at the end of the race. There's no point me being really quick if I'm down in 14th. So I've got to try and maintain this third position by defending in the early stages.
That's the differences of setup where you are on the grid. The grid is in this Junior Rotax pre-final. Conor Clancy, the British driver, on the pole position from Zabalai Kojai. Jaden Hidding and Derek Rivera, they're on row 2. Row 3 is Mitansh Jain and Arthen Karaishi. Via Chopra and Johansa Senanayake. Ray Harbour and Aaron Mason are next. Leo Anya and Pierre Abu Dewan. Henry King and Harrison Stevens. Faris Haroun and Giuseppe Montanari. Erin Ortak and Floris Schegenberg. Arthur Setti and Jack Doe. Ari Kallenberg and Tonius Haddad round off the field.
I've got to say, that's a great performance for young Arhan Sethi. Don't forget, the youngest driver in the field, special dispensation.
10 years old, did you say?
10 years old to run this class. He is proving that, he is absolutely, he's not only safe, he is fast as well. As we go to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing. 10 laps already. We get somebody that was Faris Haroun, the Yas Heat sponsored driver, sideways going into turn number 1, but the Emirati Express saves it. We've got a 4-car breakaway, Joe.
Yeah, we have a 4-car breakaway with a huge gap before literally everyone else will rejoin. We've got a change for position as I think that was the 3rd place driver dropping down to 4th. We'll get an ID on these as they come back towards us in our commentary booth. That's the O-plate holder there that is leading, the number 294, Conor Clancy. He's from the pole position, and because of that little bit of shenanigan that went on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, he's pulled a gap here already on the back straight. Now then, these guys in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and now being joined by 5th place, they're going to have to work together, or else Conor Clancy is going to disappear. 3 wide through turn 13 there, Henry.
Yeah.
And you don't see that very often.
No, and I'm trying to think who that was. I think it was in 4th place, Saveli Kogai. Yeah, he was the driver sort of getting eased wide, was the outside of that 3 wide incident. In fact, Saveli Kogai then runs off track. So the driver who races for Kazakhstan, Saveli, who's been so fast this weekend, now finds himself down at the back of the grid alongside Floris Schenkenberg. Good start for Ari Kallenberg. We know that he's being supported and watched by Emerson McAndrew-Uren back in the UK. Kallenberg making moves.
We've got no squabbling going on from 2nd down to 5th. It's Via Chopra, Mintash Jain, Jaden Hidding and Henry King just latching onto the back end because they want to close the gap to the leader. The leader is Conor Clancy, who will lead across the line. 3 laps completed for Clancy. The gap was just under a second. It remains exactly the same, Henry. They haven't gained ground. They're going to have to work together, get that slipstream, get the science of these karts going around this racetrack to get working with that and catch Conor Clancy, because at the moment they are not making any impression on that gap as the four of them close up together, I should say. Chopra, Hidding, Jane and King.
And I've got to say that the last driver, the fourth driver on your on the screen in the back of this pack there, Henry King. He's the leading driver that has just moved out of Minimax into this class. Look at the size difference. It just in terms of how diminutive Henry looks in the kart and how big and the rest of the drivers look as Hidding passes, or is that Jaden? Oh, it's Hidding passes Chopra for second position. You see, you've got, this is what an extra year older, an extra year in this class. And Henry King, he's pint-sized compared to the three drivers in front of him. So excellent work from Henry to not only hang on to the kart, but also get up at the front.
Henry's definitely in the kart rather than on the kart one.
Yeah.
And you just know that kart is carrying a lot of ballast around that seat, centralising the weight that they have to bring that kart back up to its 145 kilograms, which is the minimum weight in juniors.
Henry's seat weighs 137 of those 145 kilos.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we spoke to him and you said, and he said, there's lots of lead, but of course, you can only have a certain amount of lead on the kart, full stop. Henry has got that maximum amount of lead to get him up to the minimum.
Needs some
weight.
Yorkshire puddings doesn't he? Yeah, he does.
He
so we've got Jay Hidding, who now has broken free from Via Chopra. The gap has come down to 8/10. That's just under 9/10. So it is coming down fractionally. We're half distance now. And I think, Henry, that there is time for Jay Hidding, if he can continue to lap quicker, ever so slightly, albeit, if he can continue to lap quicker, he is going to close the gap to Conor Clancy. Yep. However, I'm not sure he's got the time. However, he's got to be smooth, he's got to be composed, and he's not got to spend time scrubbing the speed off through these turns. And already we can see that gap coming down before our very eyes. Yes. There they go through 12 now.
And now Jaden, he's running with it under the Dutch flag there, but I believe that Jaden, I think this is maybe his dad, or there's Canadian parentage there, so he's got Canadian roots as well as Dutch roots, and I believe I'll get the other sort of nationality that Jaden is familiar with as he drives it again mid-pack all the way through last season. Now has grown, experienced, and is ahead of two of the drivers who, I've got to say, were soundly beating him most of the time last year, Via Chopra and Mitant Shaheen. Just goes to show how hard Jaden and the whole George Gibbons Motorsport team have worked, because Conor Clancy, yellow flags waving there.
And that is because the number 222 of Leo Aina came out of 13 and drove the other side of the barriers, but that's put Leo on the outside of turns 9 and 10, which has caused problems there. Yellow flags at 9 and 10. Not sure what the young man was thinking, as Leo is now out of the race. This race at the front, though, goes on into lap 7, or 7 laps completed, into lap 8. This is getting away from even me. Conor Clancy, gap down to 7/10, just under 8/10 now from Jaden Hidding. The lap time there, 57.096 from our leader Clancy, 57.026 from our second place driver Jaden Hidding. The thing is, Henry, Chopra, Jan, King, they're all going with them. So they are closing the gap to the leaders. Second, third, fourth, and indeed fifth place there, Henry King, all slowly catching Conor Clancy and closing the gap.
And this race, it may not be full of overtaking, but this is all 5-6 drivers at the front of this field. In fact, the first 5 drivers, they are 100% on the limit every corner. Clancy trying to keep Hidding out of the slipstream. Hidding trying to get into the slipstream. You can see heads down as they go past the start-finish line, over that bump, through turn number 1. Chopra desperately trying to just get into the toe of Hidding, but in fact Mitant Shaheen on that sort of predominantly orange and green liveried Mumbai Falcons cart. He is the one who is closest to getting into the toe of the driver in front of him. We're on lap 9 out of 10. And the fastest driver now is Pierre Aboudiwan, who's closing in 6th position
you can see
on
that.
Henry King.
And you can see him there just coming into short on the back of the field there. And it's not exactly a cautious pace here. All of these drivers are driving this race flat out as Clancy out of the final turn now. And there is Jaden Hidding chasing him down. There they go across the line then. Gap down to 6/10 of a second. As Chopra, Jane, King, and now Pierre Aboudiwan latching onto the back of these. So we've virtually got a 6-cart train, all right, and albeit spaced out train. However, as I say that, there is Miltansh Jain, who's now right on the bumper of Chopra and maybe even challenging here going towards the final laps.
Yeah, Miltansh Jain getting stronger and stronger as the race progresses. You can see there that great low camera angle there of just how close Jain's nose cone gets to the rear bumper of Chopra. Chopra holding him off. We're half a lap from home. And I think Miltansh is going to run out of room. No, he's not. He makes the room.
Slides wide.
And Henry King gets through.
That is exactly what can happen here as we get the checkered flag flying for Conor Clancy. Jaden Hidding in second. So it was Veer Chopra having slightly lost that third place for a moment there at turn 13. Then comes through Henry King taking advantage of this situation. Textbook outbreaking manoeuvre. Last of the late breakers there from Jain. However, look where he ends up, unfortunately. Just couldn't contain the cart on the dirt.
Veer Chopra gave Miltansh Jain 1.00001 width of a cart.
Yeah.
Just enough room for Miltansh to sail underneath him with a little dab of Oppo and then run a little bit wide.
That comes from experience of being in that situation and not panicking. Somebody's down your inside. Yep. I'm braking at the very last moment.
Yeah.
And I'm barely going to make this corner. If you're coming through faster,
after you,
mate,
sir,
you're going to go. Yeah. You're going to go further on. So I'm going to just maintain the line. And that was kind of a textbook overtake there, and a textbook occurrence, I should say, from an overtake.
Miltansh comes home in 5th position, but he now knows. He now knows the limit.
God loves a trier.
God loves a trier, and Miltansh now knows where that limit is. Tramline infringement in that race for Saveli Kogai. Not only did Saveli go down to the back, he returns and finishes 18th after that penalty. Henry King, great drive from Henry in 4th position. Pierre Aboudiwan 6th behind Jain, Derek Rivera, Aaron Qureshi, Johanza Senanayake, Aaron Mason. Didn't mention Aaron, but he comes home in a very solid 10th position. And then the XL driver, Ray Haber, Ari Kallenberg, up to 12th, and Jack Doe for the Motorscape team, P13. Giuseppe Montanari, the Emirati Express, Faris Haroon, Harrison Stevens, Floris Schenkenberg, Saveli Kogai, Aaron Ortek, Antonio Saddad, and Arhan Sethi. Round out the list of finishers. Good to see everyone apart from Leo Aina getting to the end of that race.
Death School. Hello, Death School.
Oh.
That's your
name.
Your YouTube tag.
Yes.
I'm sure that's not what you were. That was given to. This race is so intense. Am I right? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Death School, you are absolutely spot on, mate. That was an absolutely intense race. And you know what? We've got that intensity that has got to last an extra 4 laps going forward into the final. The first of our finals coming up at 13:45 hours here. Fingers crossed. Next out, though, DD2. Perhaps the ultimate in Rotax Max karting coming next. The DD2 gearbox class is coming next. And just to remind everybody as well that if you are enjoying our Karting Live TV coverage of the Rotax Invitational, we've got the first 2 rounds in fact, of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship 25 and 26. That's coming on the 11th and 12th of October from here at Al Ain. and we are bringing you all of the action on those 2 days. Only 2 weeks away for us to be back here, and with the sun beginning to shine even more so down on us here at Ain. The temperature is rising. The track temperature has gone up to, I dread to think, it's going to be well above 50 degrees because the ambient temperature is getting towards 40, 41 degrees here. So we have that to look forward to for all our teams, all our drivers here. It's not just the challenge of driving very fast, it's also the challenge of managing the endurance aspect, and the fitness and the physicality of these karts are very great. When you consider some of our drivers are only 10 years old, hanging onto the slick tired karts on this sticky hot track is quite a feat in this heat as well. So I'm pretty sure they'll be continuing their fluid intake across the day. Looking forward to the rest of the season. From the first round of the championship in October, on the 16th of November, we visit Al Fassan, a circuit closer to the Abu Dhabi city, the city of, and then from there back to Ain for the third event, rounds both on the 13th and the 14th of December. In January, we go further north into Dubai, to the Dubai Kartdrome, which is a 2-round championship. We've also got the Dubai O Plate up there as well that weekend, or the following weekend, I should say. The championship then visits the Yas Marina circuit, a circuit you mentioned, Henry, has a massive percentage of maximum throttle. What was that percentage per lap?
90, well, depending on who you speak to, between 90 and 92%.
90 to 92% of the track is foot to the board.
It's karting's version of Talladega and Daytona International Speedway. Dan 649, Mittanch is better off starting 3rd or 5th for the final. That's not a bad shout at all.
No, not at all. I would suggest 3rd, behind 1st, on that inside line.
Yes, yeah. Anywhere on the inside line is good. We haven't seen anybody starting 2nd sort of maintain 2nd. The best that the driver has come out from P2 on the grid is 3rd, coming out of turn number 1. Alexis Alzia.
I'm going to say this one, Henry.
Yes.
Alexis is asking, Henry, what's your best racing anecdote? Well, I'm sorry, Alexis.
Principle or not?
His best racing anecdote, unfortunately, is unbroadcastable.
Yes.
So we'll have to let that one go.
We'll have to let that one go. But when I write the book,
yes,
after the statute of limitations has passed,
then
you'll find out there.
Yes, I'll be dead by then, though.
I have met, as have you, Joe, in a life of motorsport, have met the most amazing characters in this sport. My arm getting ripped off by Alex Albon's mum whilst commentating as she cheered young Alexi onto Honda Cadet glory in 2006 in the UK at Buckmore Park. She ignored the fact that she got a little bit overexcited, ignored the fact that I was trying to commentate at the time, and literally suddenly this lady grabbed my arm and was like literally wrenching it out of its socket as she was screaming for Alexi to win. But he did win on that day, young Alex Albon. Yes, a Minky Albon.
Yeah, whatever happened to him, though?
Whatever happened to Alex Albon.
Yes,
yeah, there's one of a number of great people that you meet in this sport as you travel the world. And of course, Joe, your karting is coming late to you. You're as a commentator.
As a commentator,
sports car racing, the Le Mans 24 Hours, the American Le Mans Series. That type of action. That's your bread and butter for many years.
However, Henry, I've got to say, karting has always been my primary motorsport passion.
Yes,
because I first raced karts, 100 nationals in the mid 1980s. I did it back to front. I bought a Formula Ford and went car racing.
Ah, okay, yes.
And I worked a lot as a race mechanic and stuff, but then a mate of mine introduced me to karting at Rowra, of all places, in Cumbria.
Where?
Red Rowra.
Oh.
Yeah, that great circuit in Cumbria, up in the northwest of England. And from that point, karting has been a big part of the mother of my children. My ex-wife was the manager at Wardenlaw Kart Track for a number of years in the early 2000s.
The Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club in those days.
And it's been, so I may not have been commentating on it, but I've always kept a watching brief and been lucky enough 5 years ago to get involved with Matt Hunter at Warden Law, who's got his first mention this weekend.
Yes.
Can I just say I love the guy?
The jewel of the North
in
the UK.
You know, who is the owner of the best, the finest kart track in the UK. He will be listening, I would like to think. His boys are here. Reese and Kai's competing. And it's been an absolute delight to get involved with Karting Live TV and my good mate Nick Damon. And we've never looked back. I just love the dynamic aspect of karting. It's just it is the best form. It's the purest form of motorsport I think I get involved in. He's the grid. They're already out on track. The DD2s. The primary class of Rotax karting.
The ultimate class. Rotax's ultimate class. Hamza Hashisho. He won his first race a matter of just over an hour ago. Can he make it 2 wins on the bounce against Tony Hogg? Greg Watt, Samir Al-Assad, Bernardo Del Castillo and Faisal Al-Maina. The lights are out. We're off and racing. Now, Hamza, you withstood how many? 8 laps of pressure from Tony Hogg in the heats. How about 10 laps of pressure from the UAE's Grand Master of Rotax karting? No driver. I think it's 6-0 plates, 7 UAE DD2 Masters titles, a record-breaking 10 appearances in the grand final, including his final farewell to the grand finals in Bahrain at the end of November, at the start of December. And Tony running now as an independent.
That man there.
Working on his own equipment. You know, he ran with Danny Brand's team for virtually his entire career. That team is no more as Danny moves into the technical arm of helping to run this championship from the head of the technical department. And of course, you know, that level of experience that Danny brings is invaluable to the team here at Al Ain Raceway and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Tony's sort of been left to his own devices. But he is proving that he knows how to bolt it together properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, as you will see in our paddock show, we get to talk to Tony Hogg, but not before we spoke to Danny Brand.
Well, don't give it away. Don't give it away.
I don't want to give too much away.
Andrea Remy might not tune in for the whole thing.
If you are new to DD2 gearbox karting, it's a 2-speed car, 2-speed gearbox, and paddle shift actuation. Not quite the same sort of paddle shift actuation that you get on, say, a GT3 car or a GT car, but left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second gear, and you basically just flick between the gears. You can go into neutral, but you do not want to be going into neutral in this situation, as Tony Hogg now comes onto the rear bumper of Hamza Hashisho, and Hashisho's got more of a task ahead of him to keep Tony Hogg back for, another 7 laps here, Henry. So Tony Hogg, I've got to say, Hashisho looked composed and in control of this lead. However, in the last lap, we've seen Tony Hogg come up to the rear bumper now of Hashisho, and he's not looking as maybe as confident or as relaxed as he is. And there he is, putting his head down beyond the fairing.
Exactly. The only time you'll really see the drivers flick these karts into neutral is during the rolling lap, where they'll suddenly flick it into neutral just to clear the carb out and stop.
Give it the engine a blast, so it's not driving.
Blast, so it's not sort of clogging it with fuel on the rolling lap. So Hogg, and of course this is a straight fight between the two of them. Even though Hogg is a Masters driver and Hashisho is not old enough to be a Masters, he's still a young man. This is a head-to-head fight. Only one division for the DD2s. So Hashisho, he says he's used to racing around Tony Hogg because in the normal championship, Hamza is, should we say, in the lower half of the mid-pack of the main DD2 class. And of course, the Masters, Tony Hogg usually running towards the front of the Masters pack. So that's where they're used to racing around one another. But of course, during on those occasions, they're driving for 2 separate championships, 2 separate sets of points. Here, no, this is winner takes all. So
to be honest, Hashisho looks like his he's the one in command here. Whatever he's gleaned from his seasons in the mid-pack, he looks very much in the environment. He's becoming more familiar with the environment of leading a race. And it's not like he's having it easy. It's only going to take a missed gear change. Can I say that? A missed gear change here in Rotax karting, a missed braking point, because the braking and the way that you perform, the way that you drive these karts, completely different to all other Rotax classes. And the reason for that is not only have you got a 2-speed ratio gearbox on the back axle, it's the direct drive through the gearbox, solid rear axle, front brakes. That completely changes how you drive these karts. And instead of flicking the kart into the corner in a way that you would with the other Rotax classes, it's a much more smoother way to drive these cars.
Yes,
karts. That's the first pound in the jar.
You noticed there on the last lap that Hamza looked over his shoulder. You don't tend to see that too much in DD2. That's more of a cadet and a micro or a mini style tactic, where the slipstream is so important. You'll see the drivers looking over to see where their nearest rival is. The fact that Hamza looked over his shoulder, he says, he's thinking about where Hogg is. He knows, he doesn't feel that he has got the speed either within himself or the kart to pull away from Hogg. So there's that look over the shoulder again. Do I need to defend going into turn number 13? Not quite yet. But, of course, the heat. Now, even though Hogg is a Masters driver and is, if he was in the UK, he would be probably in line to collect his bus pass. He is as fit.
Oh, he's going to love you for that.
Oh, well, yeah, that's all right. Sorry.
All right.
He's as fit as...
Right.
Now I'm going to pull it back. He's as fit as a butcher's dog.
Yes.
There we go. See,
I know.
I take with one hand and give with the other.
I noticed that. I have got a feeling here. Tell me if I'm maybe wrong here. I'm speculating. I'm building the tension going forward to the final. There is no trophy for winning a pre-final.
Nope.
All we're doing here is forming the grid to start the final. And the final's over 14 laps. So
no championship points available. So, yes.
Are we seeing Tony Hogg? You've described the success of that driver here in the UAE. Are we seeing Tony Hogg just doing what he needs to do in these preliminaries, the heats, the pre-finals, to put himself in a position for that all-important final? Because the final is where the trophy is.
Study, observe. He's not just sitting there, going round and round in circles. He is watching. Now, here's a good battle.
For third.
P3. And to the inside, Samir Al-Assad passes Greg Watt. Greg Watt coming back at him now, the Honolulu racing driver. Has to just give way into turn 2. So this is a great scrap for third and fourth.
This is, and we're going to see just how these drivers behave in these karts. Greg Watt, Samir Al-Assad, they have sort of lost contact with one another from what we've just seen. And we'll see the different driving style there. The drivers working away at the wheel, down the box to first, up to second, back down to first, up to second. Here they are through the turns 11 and 12. And now the race down into second gear there. They will brake, knock the left paddle back to first. Little bit of a slide there, getting the car to rotate on that rear axle, bringing it round. And now the job of Samir Al-Assad is to regain that ground on the lead, on the third place driver. It's Greg Watt to regain the gap to Al-Assad. I got those round the wrong way, didn't I?
Well,
I only had one job to do.
We're back with the leaders
whether
now.
he can or not, because I think Al-Assad is going to now pull away.
Yeah, we're back with the leaders. This is the final lap, and Hamza Hashisho, far from sort of wilting under the pressure, has just done a purple first sector.
He's just done that to prove me wrong.
Last time around, Hamza set the fastest lap of the race, a 56, I think is that a 56.5. Tony Hogg does his personal best lap at 56.6. But Hamza's thinking, okay, well, you can't play cat and mouse with me too much, Tony, because I've got a fair lick of speed under the old bonnet, as it were, and takes his second win. Well done.
Well, my speculation was whether Tony Hogg was just sitting there and waiting for the final. However, Hashisho, he puts in that purple lap time. Purple in sector 1, purple in sector 3. That means he's gone faster than anyone else has in those sectors, and puts in the fastest lap of the race right there on the final lap. And I think that was just to rub it into Tony Hogg to say, all right, mate, you know, we're going to go to this final, but this is the extra pace I've still got in the toolbox.
Yeah, you might have a bit of extra, you know, a couple of tricks up your sleeve, but so have I.
Here are mine.
Yes.
Here are my cards.
And
maybe he didn't show too much.
There's a look at the results. So we followed Samir Al-Assad and Greg Watt as well. Again, great to see the Jordanian flag flying with Samir Al-Assad. But likewise, Bernardo Del Castillo and brand new driver Faisal Almina, yes, they were half a minute behind the race winner, but they're having their own private battle, separated at the end by... on the last lap, Faisal Al-Maina had a bit of an off-track excursion and dropped a couple of seconds behind Del Castillo. But generally, they were nose to tail as well.
Great racing from the DD2s. It bodes well. We only need... All right, it might be our smallest grid of the Rotax Festival. The invitation, I should say. That's the first time I've said that. The Rotax Invitational. Moving forward to the championship, we've been told that there are drivers with kit out there, many drivers to get.
I know Tyler Harris has
to
just
bolster
signed,
the grid. I think, there's
Tyler
lots
Harris
of names.
Has signed for the Mumbai Falcons for the full season.
This is going to get better as the season goes forward, and we had a bit of a taste here. This is a more mature drive. This is more mature racing. It's more it's a bit more like car racing, and that's because of the gearbox, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Where you've got these drivers that are putting out, gaps and pulling gaps back, overtaking. Overtaking is a lot more controlled, and that's down to the braking element. That's down to the braking characteristics of how these cars behave, the way that they handle. That does bode well going forward to this afternoon's final.
Yes, indeed. Senior Rotax is up next, the last of our pre-finals. Now, we are running slightly ahead of schedule in terms of what the printed in, so we may have a slight wait before the next race. However, what race director Ken Potter has said is that due to the heat, if the drivers are already in their grid positions down on the dummy grid and we can go early, for this next race we will. The finals, obviously I'll be conducting interviews with the winners at the end of every final down in Parc Ferme. So that will run to the timetable rigidly. But if we get 27 senior Rotax drivers lined up on the dummy grid, which is to the right of our camera position there, and the top 20 of whom are undercover, the remaining 7 are upset and warm, then we will go slightly early. So again, at the risk of repeating myself, I'm going to repeat myself. Please, whether you're watching this on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel or the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, do 2 things. Firstly, subscribe to said channels. Secondly, if you have got drivers, racing buddies, friends that you think would like to watch this, share this link, the link that you're watching, to them and say, hey, we fancy he's coming out doing a bit of karting in Dubai, or let's have a watch. Remember so-and-so we used to race against? Well, he or she is racing at Al Ain this weekend. It would be great to get as many people watching this as possible, because that, of course, means that we'll be here for the full season. Here on your screen is your starting lineup for the pre-final.
We've got Rian Dharmadasa on the pole position. Oscar Lambert alongside him. George Nasser and Rayan Qureshi are on row 2. Row 3 is Ken Krakenbull and Zain El Homasani. Kai Hunter shares with Omar Ghanum, with Arthur Dodonka and Jules Domont next. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, we saw him come up the order, didn't we?
Yes.
Look out for that one. Alessandro Bigi is next up. Armani Kinyua and Esen Mohammed Saeed. We've got Ryan Carouse and Elliot Surtees alongside there. Enia Sachi and Oscar Backhouse, with Andrew Obaid, Endo Tesluk, Neyman Karija, Ayad Mehta, Orlando Benchivenga, Lewis Hartman, Manef Al-Balashu, Alexandra Dinu Alexandru, and Mohammed Meneme rounds off this 27-cart field, Henry.
Now, the fact that Jeremy Montgomery Swan is starting P11 and not P2, which is where he finished the heat race, tells me that there was a post-race penalty.
There was a discussion took place, didn't there?
A discussion, and I believe that probably, Jeremy was advised that that particular move was not to the race director's liking.
Well, Henry, he came from 13th. He came up to what was
13th to second
place.
He's starting 11th.
So he's starting 11th. So he should
take the lead with 2 laps to go.
If technically, statistically, he should be doing that. Here we go then. Dharmadasa bringing the field around to the start. A nice slow pace here towards the line. They're in the tram lines now. As we go racing into turn 1, and the Senior Rotax final, pre-final gets underway.
Oh, and there's again
consternation there.
The leaders get through cleanly once again. Not so fortunate in the middle of the pack, but we'll concentrate on the front runners as they come out of turn number 6 down towards turn 7, leading the way, Rian Dharmadasa, and there's probably about 15 drivers that escaped the chaos, and I'm looking down, there are 4 or 5 carts that have not rejoined the circuit and who are out of the race. We'll get names to you. I think Jules Dumont is one of them, the notorious BIGI. Alessandro Biggie is another, and Oscar Backhouse is also in trouble as well. We complete lap number 1. Dharmadasa leads George Nassar, Oscar Lambert, Rayan Qureshi, Zain El Hamasani, Kai Hunter, Omar Ganoum, Kian Crayenbull, Jeremy Montgomery Swan up to P9, and Amani Kinyua rounding out the top 10. Andrew Obeid has gained a bunch of places up to P12. Looking down the order, well, it's unfortunately Dodonka has lost a lot of ground. Philip Alexandru Dinu has also lost a lot of ground. 3 drivers out of the race, Dumont, BG, Backhouse.
Great driving at the front of this field, though. Dharmadasa controlling the lead. In second place, George Nasser, Lambert and Qureshi will cross the line now. Let's see if there's been any changes down the order. Not so far. Ganoum up to 5th ahead of Omasani. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan continues his drive forward.
Now.
He's up to 7th now. But just watch those 3 there. They are not making any challenges on one another, Henry. Nope. And the science will then do the job for them. The science being they will indeed catch Rian Dharmadasa at the front of this field, and then we will see a challenge for the lead, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's going to be right, because, of course, 12 wheels working together in unison will travel faster than 4 wheels working on their own. Ganoum in P5 is about a second and a bit off this group that we're watching at the moment, but he has got a whole bunch of friends travelling behind him. So if these 3 drivers, Nassar driving as always for the Mateus Najem Motorsport team, George Nassar, Lebanese driver, Mateus Najem, one of Lebanon's, the Najem family. Mateus, his brothers Christopher, Chris as well, probably one of the founding fathers of Lebanese Rotax karting. Of course, very, very loyal to his countrymen is George Nassar. Has been running with Mateus' team since Mateus started a team.
He's doing a cracking job holding on to second place here, and if anything, Henry, he's beginning to disconnect from Oscar Lambert behind him and Rayan Qureshi. Whether or not they're still playing a waiting game, remember, as they cross the line here, it's only going to be half distance, and they are not making any kind of impression on Rian Dharmadasa, who continues to control the pace at the front. Now, the gap was 9/10. It's now gone out to just over a second there. So Dharmadasa, the science isn't doing anything for these three. The science is letting them down because they are not catching Dharmadasa. Dharmadasa is extending the lead, if anything, and it's going to come to a point where Oscar Lambert, Rain Qureshi are going to say, well, George, we're going to have that second place from you. So enough's enough. We're now going to start challenging.
Well, I'm not sure if it's the science that's letting the chasing pack down. It's more of Rian Dharmadasa's very heavy right foot, which is planting it on the accelerator and keeping him at arm's length, because the pace, Lambert, purple first sector last time around. Qureshi was very, very quick. But Dharmadasa just keeps improving and improving his lap times. Every time the chasing pack get a bit quicker, Dharmadasa ups his pace as well. Yeah. And there's a half move. That was Qureshi having a look to the inside of his teammate Lambert down in turn number 1. The move didn't work, and it does allow George Nassar to escape a little bit.
So it's an inter-team rivalry in the Mumbai Falcons, with Oscar Lambert being challenged by Rain Qureshi. We'll see if there are no team orders in the Mumbai Falcons, that's for sure. The blue and white carts there beginning to circulate together, and they've learnt a big lesson there, Henry, because with that little challenge, they've lost contact with George Nassar. Nassar now still 1.2 seconds behind Dharmadasa. Keep an eye on that 6th place out the window, though, Henry, while we focus on these carts. We've got the Jeremy Montgomery Swan, the JNKD driver, is making his move. Remember, started 13th in the heats, qualified 13th, I should say, came through to 2nd, penalty dropped him down to 11th for the start of this pre-final, and here we are, making that ground going forward. He's now up to 6th place and catching. Yeah, and you could just see Ganoom and Montgomery Swan sort of coming into the back of the camera shot there as they close in on the two teammates. The 301 kart of there's the move. That is the move that Qureshi got wrong in race number 1. He gets it right. A bit like Jerry Rafferty says, if you get it wrong, you get it right the next time. Not over yet, though, Henry, because I think Lambert is not very pleased with that. His Mumbai Falcon teammate getting by him. See if he's got anything in the toolkit to maybe make the challenge back. He's staying on his rear bumper. Let's have a look at this. Textbook, Henry. Yeah. And he comes from a long way back. Oscar Lambert sort of sees him coming out of his peripheral vision, but Rain Qureshi will be saying, well, hang on, we were dropping away. We weren't catching or staying with George Nassar. And to be quite honest, I was starting to feel the heat on my rear bumper from the chasing pack. So sometimes man's got to do what man's got to do. Up into 3rd place for Qureshi. Lambert back to 4th. Ganoom and Montgomery Swan within 0.8 of a second. And yes, Ganoom and Montgomery Swan, they are encroaching. Well, they were encroaching on Rain Qureshi's personal space. They're now encroaching on Oscar Lambert. El Hamasani in 7th is 5 seconds behind Montgomery Swan in 6th. But El Hamasani is involved in a great scrap with Amani Kanua, Kian Crayonball, Eni Asachi, behind Sachi, Manaf Al-Balushi, and Mohamed Manaimne from the back of the grid up to P11. Enzo Tesluk fans, Enzo up to P13. I think it's certainly the characteristic of the track here at Al Ain that whatever the gap is, it can disappear in a moment, and that's just slight mistakes on that very technical infield section, and the gaps will close. They will ebb and flow. Right now, we've got Rian Dharmadasa with a 1.1 second gap. George Nassar is kind of maintaining that gap, but behind there, Rain Qureshi, having broke free of Oscar Lambert. Lambert, before not long, he's not going to be long before Omar Ganoom and Jeremy Montgomery Swan can latch onto the back of him. Here comes the leader. Will cross the line now, and there's a change for position going to the final turn. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan, I should say, pardon me, will take 5th place right there at the flag. as Dharmadasa takes the win. George Nasser got the gap down to a second there, took a tenth off, but not quite enough, as I do feel Dharmadasa controlled the pace there in very dominant style.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Rayan Qureshi took third place. Oscar Lambert settles for fourth, and then the ever-charging Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Hopefully he won't pick up a penalty this time. He looked like that was a clean move on Omar Ghannoum right there at the very end there, with Ghannoum coming through therefore in sixth. Zain El Hamasani was seventh. Amani Kinyua in eighth. Ninth was Kian Cranbull, and Mohammed Manaiman is the driver. That rounds off the top 10. Yeah. And that, Henry, concludes our pre-finals.
Yes, Al Baluchi from the back of the grid, P11. Teslook, well done in 12. Kai Hunter slipping back to 13th position. He might have to start growing a moustache again.
He was actually further down. He's actually regained ground on that one.
He would have been caught out
He was caught out in the midfield, yeah.
Yes. Good end to the heat races. Louis Hartmann, the Danish driver for XL Motorsport, rounds out the field. But that rounds out this morning. But there's one thing that we still have to announce. Is that right?
Well,
John?
yeah, we've got a chance to win 50% off your season entry. It's an epic prize. This.
Let's have a word. Yes. So this is
so drivers who it's basically a competition. Well, it's not a competition. It's a raffle. It's a draw.
Okay.
Drivers who registered under the early bird or advance instalment scheme for the championship will be entered into the draw, into the raffle, so to speak. The first 10 drivers per class who registered were included already. So if you've already it's not people who register from now.
No.
If you've already registered, you're in the draw.
You're in the draw.
Yes. The deadline was the 31st of August. Only one winner will receive 50% off the entry fee for a full champion. So the raffle draw and winner announcement will take place during the Rotax Invitational Podium presentation, which will be
this afternoon.
Which will be this afternoon
after the finals.
So that's a tremendous prize.
Yes. So one driver in each class who registered early, took advantage of the early bird offer, is going to get 50% off, half price entry fee for the season. Great stuff.
Well, guys, that rounds off the heat and pre-final phase. We've got our grids formed for the finals. We'll be back in about, I have no concept of time. We'll be back in what, say about 45 minutes to an hour?
45 minutes. The first final, but I mean, you're gonna stay tuned anyway. The Micromax final will begin at 1:45 local time. So we are 3 hours ahead of UK time, 2 hours ahead of Central European time, many hours ahead of if you're watching in America. But you're going to be watching the next 45 minutes of Paddock Show anyway, so we'll see you at the end of the Paddock Show.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV, and a new venue for us and a new country, and unlike the UK, some fantastic weather. Now, those who've watched my introduction to these paddock walks over the course of the year know I've often been let down. I've had no friends, but I have brought a friend with me from the UK. Joe Bradley, tell me all about the Rotax UAE Invitational.
Well, I actually don't know very much about it, but I know a man who does. Mr. Henry Baudet. Henry and I in the box for the UAE Rotax Invitational this weekend. Henry, familiar paddock insofar as we've got all of our normal Rotax classes. However, there are a lot of new faces, certainly for me. I mean, tell us a little bit about, you've been around this series now for a few years. So what am I going to expect?
Well, for those of you in karting, you'll know the colours of the UAE Falcons, some of the most recognisable colours in all of Rotax karting. But no one's ever been able to see where the UAE race and how the drivers from the UAE qualify for events like the Grand Finals until now. Over the course of what we hope is going to be a long and successful season with Karting Live TV, we can start here, the home of Rotax karting in the Middle East, the Al Ain Raceway, twice a venue for the Grand Finals. We'll move on from there. We'll go to the Dubai Kartdrome, where it seems all the Formula One drivers spend their time off. We actually go and race at a Formula One circuit, Yas Marina, which is incredible, as well as the Al Fossan Sports Complex. quite simply, it's where you want to be when the European winter hits. The sun is shining over here. You're going to see a lot of very, very competitive racing by a lot of very well-known drivers from Europe, the United Kingdom in particular, but also local drivers, Emirati drivers, the cream of the crop of the Middle East and North Africa. It's a really exciting championship. Last year was a record-breaking entry season in terms of entries. This year looks to be even bigger still. Can't wait.
Look, Henry, there are going to be a lot of faces in this paddock that are new to me, a lot of personalities. There's a lots of drama, lots of soap operas. How about you and I have a wander into that paddock? You can introduce me to everybody. Guy Sheffield here is the man behind the UAE Karting Championships, the Rotax Karting Championships, and this weekend's Rotax Invitational. Guy, firstly, can you even believe that here we are about to kick off the new season, 25 into 26?
Yeah, the summer has just absolutely flown by. So yeah, we're as usual scrabbling around trying to get things prepared, and you know, obviously the teams are in the same situation as the drivers. Yeah. But a lot of them have done European stuff. Some of them maybe have just been driving here, but it's gone like that. Yeah.
Our first visit to Alien and the Karting Live TV viewers, thank you for inviting us. They're going to love this weekend's coverage. Tell us a little bit about the track. You've been here quite a while now, haven't you? Been sort of overseeing things.
Yes, yeah, I've over 18 years now. We came when I arrived. The circuit was just being set up. 2007 was its inception. It was a bit of a baptism of fire by hosting the grand finals, the Rotax Max Challenge grand finals in that year. And yeah, I can't believe it's been 18 years. Again, the time just keeps going. But yeah, we've seen a great amount of progress with the championship. Had its ups and downs. Obviously, the difficult time through COVID, but since then, a real resurgence. So yeah, we're in a very good place, and we're very pleased with it.
That was exactly what I was going to ask you. Where is Rotax Max Karting now in comparison to when you first came here?
Yeah, it has been a bit up and down. There was quite a number of drivers, but UAE over the years is quite transient for the expats, for the visitors. So there's an influx and then people leave and what have you. But just the last few years, we've really had a stable platform in all the categories, really. Obviously, the micro and mini, the feeder classes, have only started a bit more recently, and that's really helped to build the junior and the senior grids and DD2 after that.
I mean, you yourself are an expat. I was going to say there's a lot of European involvement here at the Invitational. Do you feel that is a good thing to bring those Europeans over to race in your championship?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the level of the competitors in the UAE we've seen has really skyrocketed in recent years, and a large amount of that is due to exposure doing events in Europe and the UK, where you know the hard racing is done, and they've brought that back with them. And so and the championship itself over here, the UAE RMC and the other events associated with it, has really attracted some proper competitive drivers over the last few years as well. They're looking to come out to places like this at this time of the year, nice season, and mix it with a bit of a holiday. So
excellence breeds excellence is what they say. So the Invitational kicks off the season. We're back here in 2 weeks for round one. Tell us a little bit about the series and where we're going to see, what tracks we're going to visit.
Yeah, we're blessed really in the UAE with a whole host of real top international venues. So we're going to kick off at Al Ain Raceway here. Our second round in November, we're going to go to Al Fassan International Sports Resort, which is a favourite of a number of the drivers for the layout there. We're visiting there twice during the season. We're back here in December with the only, it's a bit of an unusual 2-day event. So we've got 3 heats on the first day, and followed by pre-finals and finals on the last day. We visit Dubai Kartdrome in January. We're at the sort of season highlight Yas Marina circuit on part of the main F1 track in February, and then we've got Dubai and Al Fassan, and we land back here in Al Ain at the end.
It's all exciting stuff, Guy, and it's all on Karting Live TV. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you, Joe.
The 2024 Senior Rotax grid in the UAE Rotax Challenge was easily the most competitive it's ever been. Upwards of 40 drivers competing at one time for a place not only in the main event, but just to get there itself. Our champion last year, Omar Ghannoum, you're back. Omar, what's the off-season been like? Because you're preparing to go and represent the UAE in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did a couple races out in Europe, in Belgium, which went quite well. And obviously grand finals in December, my first grand finals, and looking forward to representing the UAE. And in terms of off-season preparation, honestly just going to the gym, relaxing, had a good summer, and now, back at it with the Invitational, so I don't lose my mojo with the cards. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
And I mean, talk about you being in this championship for some time. Yeah. How has the level improved over the last couple of years, especially in Senior Rotax?
Yeah, well, my last season in Senior Rotax was my third season, I'm pretty sure, and my first ever senior season, which was my first racing season, was 3 years before that, and I'm pretty sure the largest grid we got was under 20 drivers, and last season to have over 70 drivers, I'm pretty sure, is pretty amazing to see the progress UAE has had, and the growth the paddock has seen. So to win against such a difficult grid, it was an honor, and wouldn't have happened without these guys, obviously.
But now you come in for the first time as the number 1 seed, as the defending champion. Does that give you any more pressure? Do you feel any more pressure that you're the driver that everybody else has to beat?
Nah, not really. No.
And what do you think it's going to be like the first time you go to the grand finals with the national colours on your race suit?
Well, I mean, I've been told that the UAE colours are pretty popular in the paddock, so it'll be pretty cool representing them. And obviously it's my first time, don't know how it is, but I'm ready. I'm going to be doing some preparation there, hopefully. Yeah.
So let's look at this weekend, the Rotax Invitational. Again, near 30 drivers entered. Who is your main competition? Who are you going to have to beat to win this weekend's Invitational?
I mean, there are several drivers who've shown that they can get the job done in terms of pace. Now, since we're all so close, I guess it's all down to the driver and their abilities in terms of, scrapping, all of that.
And you're doing some coaching as well, because obviously with the XL Motorsport team, we've got drivers in every class. Who are you coaching, and how are you sort of giving your experience to the younger generation now?
Well, I'm coaching Saif Al Khalifa. He's a Micromax driver. His father is a close friend of mine, my father's, and honestly, we have the connection as both Arabs to bond together, and I'm just showing him what I've learned in my past few years on how to be pretty much a champion. That's what I'm training him to be.
Because of course, when you first came to the UK, you had a bit of a nickname. You were known as Mr. B because you were always in the B final. You've shaken that off because that's a lot of hard work, isn't it? You put in a lot of work yourself on track as well as off track.
Yeah, I mean, not the brightest of names, Mr. V, but I think I've worked enough to, no longer be a B final merchant. So glad I'm no longer known as that. But no, a lot of work's been put in, and to finally show it on track it's great.
Well, there we go. No longer Mr. B. He's in fact number A, number 301, the number 1 plate in Senior Rotax, Omar Ghannoum.
The DD2 class is a major part of the UAE Championship. It's perhaps a new class to our Karting Live TV viewers. It hasn't really took off in the United Kingdom, I've got to say, but it's basically a gearbox, a very basic gearbox kart. And Danny Brand here, you're going to tell us all the differences. I mean, Danny, this is basically exactly the same chassis, what we would see on a Rotax Max class. Not really. Tell us the differences.
The difference with the chassis is that it's really built for this engine,
right?
Because the drive is through the engine, so you have like a mechanism to do a clutch on the axle, so no chain, no lubricants spitting around.
So you've basically got a small gearbox, a two ratio gearbox underneath the motor.
Yes, and then you have clean hands for the mechanics.
Yes.
And then you have your mechanism to shift on the steering. And nowadays, of course, that's really important for the new kids, because everything is pedal shift in the cars.
Yes.
So it's a really good thing to learn to hold your hands on the steering wheel and shift everything.
Yeah.
So no clutch you have to engage or whatever. It's just a basic clutch mechanism, so you can just put it in first gear, put the throttle down, and then you just roll out.
Now, the major difference to perhaps what you see on a single-seater race car is the paddle shift, which there is 2 either side. Normally on a race car, the left-hand side would be for changing up, the right-hand side be changing down. However, it's different here. The left-hand side is first, the right-hand side is second, is that right?
Yes, that's right, because it's a cable mechanism.
Yeah.
So yeah, it can only go one way. So it's not that you can go all the way up, up, up. It's just one way. You go up and you go down.
Yes, yeah. That makes a lot of sense when an expert tells me. The other major feature, which isn't exactly a different feature that we see on normal gearbox karting, but we have front-wheel braking.
Yes.
We've got some beautiful looking discs and calipers there. That would change, I would imagine, Danny, the attitude of the driver and the way that the kart behaves.
Yeah, it's basically in between the Rotax Senior and a shifter kart.
Right. Yeah, it's so very much.
Yes. So the only difference is then you have still a clutch and you still you have only the pedal shifting.
So from the race engineering sense, do we change ratios for different tracks, etc.?
Yes, you have a combined sprockets, and that can ideally do for every track you have a different ratio.
So you're really looking upon the driver that likes to tinker and engineer as well as just drive?
Yes, of course, and the faster you want to go on the straids, the longer gear you want, but then you lose bottom. It's something what the driver needs to feel.
How much different with regards to lap time are we going to see from DD2 class karts to the senior Rotaxes?
In this kind of tracks with long straights, you can be like half a second to a second quicker, but yeah, it depends a bit on the level of the drivers.
So from a sense of, if I wanted to come along and said, Danny, I want to do DD2 because I want a little bit more from my driving. Is this the sort of kart that, you know, a guy like me in my garage at home, this is a kind of an owner-driver kind of kart, or is it a little bit more technical than that?
No, it's really made to really user-friendly.
So privacy is a welcome.
It's a perfect thing for that.
Yeah, brilliant. How long have you been around this business then?
From 2004 already.
Right, well, time is ticking.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend, Danny, and thanks for that insight into DD2s. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So, chatting to Danny Brand there, and then Tony Hogg and I got into a conversation, and I found me asking a lot of questions, Tony, and I think it's of great value to actually get you to answer these for the viewers out there. I was talking about the aspect of racing, and I think our conversation started with, so how many gear changes are here at Ain?
Yeah, probably around about 38, 36 gear changes, something like on a lap. So you're obviously shifting up and shifting down. In every braking zone, you're shifting back down to first and using the engine braking. It's really important with the first for pickup, also for getting the kart stopped. So it's always on the nose.
So you've got those brakes on the front as well, which gives it a different karting handling characteristic. But you're also using the gearbox to slow that in a straight line.
Sure. So typically we have the brake bias 60% forward, 40% to the rear. We play around a bit as the grip comes in and goes off. Right. But you really do need the engine braking, so it's a matter of smashing it back down through the gearbox, and your RPM will shoot up. It sounds terrible, but when you exit the corner, mid and exit, the engine's already on the up, right. So you pick up that bit quicker. So
it's that element, those two ratios are giving you that ability to keep that engine buzzing around.
Yeah. Also, you need to be able to obviously maximise your braking into the corner, but always with a view mid and exit is where you really need to make the difference, and that's where your shifting is really important.
Now, on a non-gearbox kart, the solid rear axle, without the differential, has always given a kart a different way of handling it out on the track, and it's all about getting it to rotate.
Correct.
So you can't do that on the rear brakes on one of these. So how do you get the kart to turn in then?
So I always, whenever I explain it to younger drivers, for me it's always about controlling the slide, because if you imagine the rear is always solid, right. So it always wants to go a little bit. You get a tiny amount of jacking, but it won't stay up like a senior, for example. It will go up and come down again. And then that can affect your exit speed. So you really want to avoid that up and down, and it just bogs and you don't get the pickup.
Do you find that you're having to drive it a lot more from where I'm going to be sitting? I'm going to see a lot more smoother driving from the DD2 grid than I will be on a Senior Max.
Yeah, I don't think you can be as aggressive as you go into the corners. Certainly when you watch the juniors and seniors go in, they really throw it in. Yeah. The rear is always a bit loose, and they like it that way. But if you start sliding with the DD2, you just get no exit whatsoever.
Is there anywhere here on the track here at Ain where you kind of need that gear, the 1.5 before you get to second kind of thing? Is there any way where you think I need before you know it, you've got a 7-speed box, haven't you?
It's more the 2.5 than the 1.5. So I mean the first gear ratio is always pretty good, but when you get the longer straights, you want a bit more top. So that's when the ratio differs.
Right, brilliant. Tony, that's why I sit in the commentary box, mate, and leave all the hard work to you guys. DD2, really technically interesting. You know I'm a geek.
One of the big bits of news in the off-season over here in Abu Dhabi and Dubai is the creation of the JNKD team. Now, I'm standing here with Jeremy Montgomery-Swan. Jeremy, you were third in last year's Senior Rotax Championship, but driving for a different team. You're one of a number of drivers that have come over to what is possibly the most impressive setup I've seen in the UAE paddock.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, now, tell us a little bit about it. So, Ben Karachkovic, he was the only driver running under JNKD last year. He's the reigning Micromax champion, but this is a very European-style setup. Tell us a little bit about what every single driver has got as part of their support network here.
So we've all got a coach, so we all do data and GoPro after our sessions, no matter what. We can either do that collectively or by yourself, but it's really up to the driver. Obviously, it's a very professional setup, so we don't really have many technical errors or mechanical flags, which I think is pretty good.
Let's have a look, for example. So Paul Schutzman's kart here, he's got his own mechanic, he's got his own tool bench, so that's important in as itself, isn't it? So the mechanic for each driver is never going around looking for bits and bobs. They've got everything they need right there.
Yeah, as long as they have their own space, they can just crack on with what they need to do, and then there's no delays.
Now let's have a little wander over to your go-kart, because this year you have moved on to a Kart Republic, have you not?
Yeah, I have.
So tell us a little bit about the Kart Republic. I'll come this side. You show them. Right. So new chassis, Kart Republic. You've got your mechanic there. Do you want to give your mechanic a quick name check?
Bobby, you all right?
This is Bobby hard at work. Talk a little bit about the chassis.
To be honest, I really like the chassis, especially around here. It's quite soft, so it's easy to make technical changes to and put mechanical grip into the kart, which is really helpful when the track's not as good. Like say there was a sandstorm overnight and we've come to quali, we can easily put more grip into the kart if we need to help us in quali. But so far I'm really enjoying the Kart Republic. It's just enjoyable.
Now, in addition to yourself, obviously you've got Win and Zev Godshalk. They're here from Curaçao. Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali. You've plenty of drivers who did well last year. In addition to Benjamin Karachkovic, Leo Aina. In senior though, you're the lead driver in the senior class. How much help are you giving to the less experienced drivers now that you're one of the more experienced drivers in the team?
Well, when I have some free time and the juniors are watching their GoPro or some of the minis, then I'll go over, watch, point out a few things that I know as a driver that can help them improve and become a bit smoother, which will make them quicker overall. So it's really all about just helping everyone each weekend to help us develop as a team and get the results we want.
Now, of course, with having a lot of drivers in one team, that means there's a lot of families, a lot of supporters, and you need somewhere for them to relax and refresh themselves. Take us through to the JNKD Hospitality Department, which is a first here in the UAE.
Well, first we're going to have to go outside and go around.
Go outside and go around. We could just sneak through behind there, can't we? Yeah, that's much easier. It's better for the camera this way. Come on, we'll walk backwards. So, Ash Dia, who was Benjamin Karachkovic's mechanic last year, Ash, along with Alfonso Skrichka and Matthew Hopcraft from the UK, have been brought on board. Paul Munn as well, another very experienced name. Matthew, talk a little bit about how crazy the last 6 months has been setting this up from nothing.
If I'm honest, I was in GGM before, so I haven't done a lot of the setting up in here, but it's only like the last month I've been in Jaden Hidding and trying to set everything up, but this is a better man to ask, to be fair.
We'll bring Fonzie Skrichka in because Alfonso was, we're talking a little bit about, your man Matthew here has dropped you in it a little bit. We talked about, when I left you guys here in May, this didn't exist. None of it existed, and here we are in September, and it's one of the most impressive awnings I've seen anywhere. What has the amount of work been like, recruiting the drivers, recruiting the staff, and then getting the equipment up to race-winning level?
Well, I thought the hard part was getting the whole team set up. Took a long time to do, and a lot of thinking, organisation, and obviously waiting for shipments to come in. Staff was another issue. Obviously, we got Matthew Hopcraft, that everybody knows. Took some persuading to get him into the team, but with a little bit of a helping hand, he soon swiftly come. The drivers, to be fair, we had a few which were confident in us from last season that we got great results in micro mini, and then we proved with a few junior drivers what we can do over the last couple of races last season. And then obviously we had a few senior come over. We got Jeremy, we got Remy, who's just signed up in senior. So yeah, I think we got about 14 drivers now. So yeah, wasn't what I expected to go that big that quickly, but yeah, it's a good turnaround in the end, and yeah, happy with how everything's all gone.
Excellent, thank you very much, Alfonso. Jeremy, come on, let's introduce us to the hospitality department. We'll let Nick on the camera will come through there. We'll try and avoid the jig setup. So you've got jig, the data. So Jeremy, this is one of the driver's best tools to have in your locker, isn't it? The data banks that you can go through after every session.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we've got a track map with all different tracks on it from the UAE. Clearly, we've got 3 big screens, so we can do mini, junior, and senior all at the same time in case there was a delay, so we have more time to do it. We can all watch camera at the same time because there's just that availability that can be used for us. So I think it's very beneficial having a pretty big data station like that in the paddock.
And it's also pretty beneficial having industrial-sized fans and heaters. But if we go around behind us, so I mean, obviously, Jeremy, being VIPs, well, being not very VIP, I'm not allowed in there. It's quite rightly so as well. But this is the VIP section for the hospitality, the parents. Okay, so Jeremy's going to come over. Jeremy, I'm going to have to. I don't do climbing over barriers anymore. Tell us a little bit about, stay by here, but talk a little bit about how important it is that families have somewhere to rest, and also drivers as well.
Obviously, it's important to rest after a session, especially in this heat. You can get pretty tired and pretty hot. Yeah. So just have a sit down on the sofa like Leo, sit by the AC, cool down, and just prepare for your next session. Obviously, it's nice to have all the parents in here socialising. It just brings everyone a bit closer as a team, so there's no toxic relationships between anyone.
One question. That was a full drinks cabinet earlier. Who's been stealing all the drinks?
I think a bit of everyone, to be honest. I think we're all rather thirsty today.
Rather thirsty. Well, there we go. In a remarkable 6 months, the JNKD team have appeared from one driver to the most impressive team here in the paddock. 14 drivers, hospitality unit, lots of European influences. Jeremy, the next question is they've got to get wins under their belts, haven't they?
I've got that covered this weekend.
Well, there we go. Tune in to see if Jeremy comes good on his promise.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the UAE Rotax Invitational here at Al Ain in Abu Dhabi, geographically southeast of Abu Dhabi. About 2 hours, well, not exactly 2 hours, Henry. It's about a 90-minute drive southeast of Abu Dhabi. You end up on the Oman border, and just off the border is the Al Ain International Kart Circuit, which I've got to say has become one of my favourite tracks, Henry. A very impressive facility. We're not even going to have a chance to chat about that because the grid has already been released, and we've got our first final of the weekend. It's the Micromax final, and being led out by Liam O'Hanlon on the pole position with Samar Chopra alongside. We've got Adam Al-Sheikh and Zev Godshalk on the second row. We've got Tadeusz Prochaska in alongside Jensen Kelly. Saif Al Khalifa and Cameron Harvey are then next up. Ivans Voronins and Alexandra Fryenstein. Enzo Falzerano from Thayab Haroun with Vabhav Ponna. Ahmed Al-Mina from Saif El-Mina. Felix Souza Jebjerg with Sebastian Storer. Rashid El-Mina and Anmar Tabatza bringing up the rear for XL.
A couple of drivers out the position. Vaibhav Ponna, obviously some sort of issue post-race after the pre-final. Watch for Vaibhav in the number 99 kart to be coming through. This will be an 11-lap race as Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra lead the field out of turn number 14. Into the tram lines, lights go out. We're off and racing for the first final here at the Rotax Invitational.
Through turn one then, it looks like Paul Mann, Liam O'Hanlon hangs on to that lead. Two of the karts breaking away. I think that's Chopra who's latched onto the rear bumper behind them. I think everybody looks like they're third. Nice line and train of karts off to the infield sections through 2, 3, now 4 and 5, and then on to the back straight towards 7th, to the little kink into a heavy braking area for the turn 8 hairpin here, as the O'Hanlon hanging on to that Micromax kart in great style, looking very composed, Henry, and looking like he belongs in that lead position.
Yeah, Adam Al-Sheikh for XL Motorsport making a really good start. He's up into P2.
From that third place, what did I say I wanted to be?
Third place on the grid, and this is as high up as I've ever seen Adam Al-Sheikh running, and he's, again, driving with a lot more maturity, a lot more consistency than last year. Now he's moving into his second full Micromax season as the rest of the field come around, and there is a change for the lead. Temporarily, but a lead change nonetheless.
Al-Sheikh was that down the inside, right on the back, and it looks like our erstwhile early leader is now down to maybe third place.
Well, no, O'Hanlon's retaken.
Oh, O'Hanlon came back straight away.
O'Hanlon came back straight away. In fact,
he's shown his cards, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, Al-Sheikh is now back to third because Zev Godshalk is up into P2. Samar Chopra, and then the Ital kart of Tadeusz Prochaska running in 5th position, the number 95 kart. Tadeusz, who turned up at the last round of the UAE Rotax Championship last year and then got ill and had to go home, which is really unfortunate. But his dad here and Luke Thompson running the Ital course team. And behind Tadeusz Prochaska, Jensen Kelly in the number 33 kart. Jensen, again, another driver. He was, this time last year, he was in Bambinos. He's done one race in the UK, and he's got Lego on his crash helmet because he loves his Lego.
Who doesn't?
So, well, he's saying Lego faster, Jensen. Here we go. And behind him, Cameron Harvey, P7, also right there as well.
This race has in no way, shape or form settled down. All right, Liam O'Hanlon currently leading, but Zev Godshalk was under immense pressure from Adam Al-Sheikh, likewise Samar Chopra. I think we've got to move. That's Godshalk going back to that second place.
Yeah, so
he did lose that for a moment, Henry, but as we've seen many times, these drivers being able to regain their position very, very quickly, not letting anything settle down at all and not letting those drivers settle into that place. Godshalk wants that second place. If anything, he's now going to get his head down, and if they can work together, Al-Sheikh, Chopra, Prochaska, with Godshalk in second place, they're going to catch the leader up again.
Yes, indeed. And of course, just behind this lead group of 6 drivers, there's only about 0.6 of a second till you get back to, 7th place Cameron Harvey. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Falzerano, Ponner, Fryenstein, Al Khalifa, Veronins, and the rest of the field. But O'Hanlon trying to break away. He was a little bit nervous earlier. He wanted to know whether he was going to get an interview after winning a heat race, and I think his mum and dad had to say no. But I did say to his mum and dad during the lunch break, but if he wins the final, then we're trying to interview the top 3. So Liam has got that on his mind as well.
If that's not motivation, Henry, then I don't know what is. Incentive and motivation to win a race. We've got a little breakaway for first, certainly, and now second place with Zev Godshalk being able to break away from Al Sheikh and Chopra, because, as ever, they are beginning to squabble over that third place, and by doing that, they lose time because they're not optimising their cornering speed. What we're seeing here is Godshalk now able to, having broke free from the attention of everyone behind him, he's just massively closed that gap back up to O'Hanlon, and now, if anything, onto the back straight towards turn 2, he's now on terms with the rear bumper of our leader O'Hanlon.
And you saw O'Hanlon just look over his shoulder very briefly coming out of turn number 1. He now knows that, Godshalk is there, but nobody else is. It's just the 2 of them at the front, and then there is a gap. It's actually grown to nearly 2 seconds to the third place battle. So O'Hanlon's aware that, if Godshalk makes a move, he's not going to get freight trained back to 6th, 7th position. He's only going to lose 1 place, and then he can slot right back in behind Godshalk in the event that Godshalk does make a move, and maybe even try and push Zev away for a couple of laps. We're running lap 6 out of 11, so just past half distance. And again, Godshalk, he closed up in the slipstream so quickly. Now, will you see the JNKD driver from Curaçao make the move to the inside going into turn number 1? No, but O'Hanlon was covering the inside line, not defending too much, but just being defensive enough to stop Zev from maybe having a slight think about making a move.
I think he's thinking about that with great attention. Actually, he's focusing on the rear bumper of O'Hanlon. But we just know that Zev Godshalk, the young driver from the Netherlands, he is focusing on where Liam O'Hanlon is maybe not as quick as himself. He's just sussing out where his potential opportunities are going to come. And as they go through 11, then into 12, it's basically a slipstreamer down towards 13. Now, he pulls out. Godshalk, has he got the momentum to get alongside? He has indeed, into the braking area. Has to check the slide, which he does magnificently. Keeps the cart to the left, and now he maximises his exit speed onto the start-finish straight. It'll be 7 laps completed, and that, Henry, was a textbook move on that back straight.
Yeah, Godshalk getting a good exit out of the previous corner, turn number 12. Plenty of waft down the main straight, and was able to get the move done quite tidily going into turn number 13. Now O'Hanlon sits, waits, and it's his turn to push Godshalk around, because, of course, you might have thought, well, Zev Godshalk, he looked so much quicker than the race leader. That's the slipstream. O'Hanlon now able to sit on the rear bumper of Godshalk with very little difficulty whatsoever.
He's going to have to mimic exactly what Godshalk did to him. Here they go. This is the point where Godshalk was able to get on the back of that 22. This time the roles are reversed. O'Hanlon comes out of the corner, gets his head down. Is he going to pick up the slipstream? He's quick enough. He's gathered momentum. However, he doesn't make a move, Henry. Is he keeping his cards close to his chest? Talking of chess, this is a high-speed game of chess, I think, from these two youngsters, because we have a very intelligent racecraft going on out there.
Yeah, you could see O'Hanlon was certainly quick enough to pull out and get to the inside of Godshalk. Did he feel confident enough to complete the move without running the risk of slowing themselves down so much that Al Sheikh, Chopra, Prochatska and Kelly closed in? I'm not sure, but certainly the way that the 22 George Gibbons Motorsport kart closed in on the rear bumper of Godshalk's machine gave you all the indication that, that slipstream working perfectly for Liam O'Hanlon.
you
It's just a case of he can pull the trigger, but when does he want to?
You really saw that, as I say, the science play in. We're going to see it again because the second place car there, the bright green helmet, they've both got bright green, yellow helmets, haven't they? Here we go, the slipstream, pulling him, drawing him to the rear bumper. That entry speed, though, for the Micromax class into turn 13 is just really quick. So there's not really any discernible heavy kind of braking at all. So I think it's going to be that he's biding his time, and we might see a move. It's coming here, turn 1. And it's such a quick corner as well, turn 1, but it didn't pull off. Didn't come off. It's costing him. He's going to spend the rest of the lap, Henry, trying to get back on terms.
Yeah, and you just saw the difference then between exit speed. Godshalk had much better exit speed and was able to gap O'Hanlon by maybe 3-4 kart lengths. Even now, there's still a 5 kart length lead gap between the top two, so O'Hanlon's got to get this complex at turns 6, 7, 8 and 9, 7, 8, 9 and 10 right, as we head out towards the turn 11 and 12, the Oman border, just to the back of the circuit. Now O'Hanlon is in the slipstream. He's not going to close right back up to the rear bumper, but he's going to get a little bit closer under braking.
I'm not sure he was actually close enough there, Henry, to actually pick up the drag, to actually pick up that slipstream suction action that we get at these kind of speeds.
He is now, though.
Yes, he is now, and that's what his job list had on. Catch back up to the rear bumper of Godshalk. We're on to the final lap, remember, just to remind everybody. So the next time on the back straight, if it's going to happen, Henry, that's where it's got to happen. It's got to happen on the back straight.
Yeah, because this is it. The last lap board has gone out. Al-Sheikh, Chopra, Prokachka and Kelly are next, but this is it. Liam O'Hanlon to the inside, and Godshalk leaves the door open. That was either a mistake or some very, very tactical driving from Godshalk. Here we go then, Joe.
Oh, down the inside at 11. Into 12. Can he hang on to it? Has that compromised his exit speed? This is where we're going to find out the answer to that question. O'Hanlon in the slipstream. Godshalk defending slightly, just an extra little bit to the left-hand side, and Godshalk hangs on to this lead out of the final turn, and he will indeed hang on to the lead. That lead becoming the overall win of the Micromax Rotax Invitational here at Al Ain. And what a great piece of racing. As Henry said, great stuff indeed. These two youngsters, Zev Godshalk and Liam O'Hanlon, I'm sorry we've neglected the other battle that was going on all the way down the order, and it was a shame because that was a fantastic race for the lead there. Overall honours then, Zev Godshalk, Liam O'Hanlon in second. It'll be Adam Al-Sheikh who joins the two on the podium at our podium presentation coming up later on the stream. By the way, we'll be bringing you the podium presentation after the racing is done. Outside of that top three then, fourth place Samar Chopra, Tadeusz Prochaska, Jensen Kelly was sixth, Cameron Harvey seventh, Vaibhav Ponna was eighth, and then we have Alexander Feinstein in ninth, and rounding off the top 10, Enzo Falzarano just outside the top 10. There are the rest of the finishers there on screen. That's the Micromax final then. The first of our Rotax Invitational trophies has been claimed by Zev Godshalk, Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh. Remember, as we call them across the line, they are provisional results. They have to get through a technical inspection, of course. Our Rotax technical team down there in scrutineering. And they become official. And they will be official at our trophy presentation coming up, as I said, after the racing is done. It's the Minimax final coming next. We will have Henry down in Parc Fermé to grab a word with as many of the top three drivers as we can. Certainly Zev Godshalk will be finding out just what went on there. Back to the Karting Live TV live stream and of course the UAE Championship live stream. Keep your chats coming in. Hello to Jensen Hookie. Jensen fresh from his victory at the final round of the NKC at Dunkswell last weekend. Back-to-back wins in rounds 5 and 6 for Jensen. Well done, you. And yes, we have to agree, great racing from everyone, says Jensen. I'm hoping everybody out there is enjoying our coverage here from the Al Ain Raceway. More action from Al Ain for the first 2 rounds of the UAE Rotax Championship coming up in a couple of weeks' time. October the 11th and 12th, where Karting Live TV will be bringing you all of the action from both of those days running, the Saturday and the Sunday. Saturday is round 1, Sunday, of course, therefore round 2, and we will be back here for that. But for now, we've got another 4 of our finals left. Mini Max coming next, then we've got the Junior Max final coming, and then DD2, our gearbox class, and then rounding off the Rotax Invitational will be the Senior Max final. The Junior, DD2 and Senior Max, all 14 laps. The Mini Max coming next will be 12 laps. So slightly longer races than we're seeing. And it will be a bit of a physical ask, I think, from some of our drivers. We take it for granted that these youngsters, and indeed adults, are coping exceptionally well out there in the extreme heat. Temperature out there, I believe, is about 40 degrees, would you believe? Sun blazing down here in Al Ain Raceway. Hello to Eleanor Kelly, Go Jensen. And that might be for Jensen Kelly. Call me a detective, eh? Eleanor Kelly, Go Jensen. Well, Jensen Kelly, 6th place finish for Jensen. Great result. Jensen, 6th place. That was Debbie Wong. Hello, Debbie. Great to have you along. Keep your chats coming in. Keep your support from any of the drivers that are here. Hello to Brandon Klein Nagelvoort. Hello, Brandon. This looks too sunny for Henry. Someone get him an umbrella. It's all right, mate. We're going to dip him in the pool later. He's up there out in the blazing sun as well, out of the air-conditioned splendour of the commentary box at the moment, looking for our winning drivers. He's herding cats, basically, in Parc Fermé. And when Henry gives us the nod, we'll be heading down to him to get that insight. Some great racing then to kick things off, to kick the finals off here at the Rotax Festival, with some fantastic racecraft being displayed, I should say, by Zev Godshalk and Liam O'Hanlon. It really was a thinking driver's race, that one, with all sorts of racing going on down the order. Great racing from all of our Micromax drivers, and typical cadet racing, Rotax engine cadets in this case. Congratulations to JNKD, the winning team of Zev Godshalk. It was GGM for Liam O'Hanlon in 2nd, and then the XL team gets the final, 3rd and final step of the podium. Let's head down to Henry, though. He's herded those cats, and we're about to get some insight.
Well, what a first race of the Rotax Invitational. The first final in the books. Our top 3 here, Zev Godshalk, Adam Al-Sheikh in P3, and maybe Liam, you come in and stand in the middle, because that was an outstanding. He'll swap you over. First things first, Zev, talk us through that last lap, because Liam got you and then you got him back.
Liam left the door open, so I had my chance and I sanded, and I was looking back into the final back straight, and I don't defend, but Liam tries to dive bomb me. It didn't work, and I come out of the last corner.
Now, when I interviewed you after qualifying, you said that you mentioned Liam by name as your main rival. Were you expecting that tough fight all the way through the day?
Yes.
Yeah. So, what have we got to say? 1 race in the UAE, 1 race at Abu Dhabi, and 1 win. You're the provisional Micromax champion in this year's Rotax Invitational. Who would you like to thank?
My whole team, my dad, my mom, my brother. Yeah.
And where are they partying?
Mambo Beach.
Mambo Beach in Curacao. Okay, so we'll move Liam in. You come this way a little bit. Okay, I know that obviously disappointing at not being able to take the win. However, you took the fight to Zev all the way through that, grabbed the lead on the last lap, but you're obviously looking at the full season. This is looking really good for you in terms of the championship.
Well, I'm happy with my performance. I could have won, but I just didn't defend it.
Well, I mean, both of you, I think, going into turn number 6 on the last lap, Zev left the door open for you, and then maybe were you not expecting Zev to make the move going into turn number 11, or were you preparing for it in the last turn?
On the last corner, I was preparing for him to maybe go in.
Well, I say, you live and learn. You've learned a lot. Do you think you've learned a lot today for the full championship?
Yeah.
Okay, well done. And finally, so that's second place for Liam O'Hanlon, but how about this, ladies and gentlemen? First podium, and I think, apart from Zev, you had the best celebration. Adam Al-Sheikh, well done, P3 for XL Motorsports.
Yeah. I could have I should have not done the move on Liam for the second lap because I didn't listen to my dad because I was meant to they said you should overtake Liam in the last few laps.
So you should. Yeah. So you had the call to sort of wait, but then as a driver the opportunity was there, so you had to go for it.
Yeah. So but I listened to one thing they said. I stayed on Liam's bumper and I went to P2. Then on the second lap I went for the move. Then when Liam was overtaking me, then on sector 1 or whatever, Liam and Zach came past me.
Okay, but you led it was a straight, but you led. Is that the first final you've ever led in this level? No.
I led in Cartodrome.
Ah, okay.
I finished P2.
Finished P2, but are you pleased with this result?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my Paul, the team manager, and my whole team.
Okay.
My mom, my dad, and everyone.
And of course your mum and your dad. Well, there we go. Your top 3 in Micromax. JNKD get the win with Zev Godshalk. George Gibbons Motorsport second with Leo O'Hanlon. XL Motorsport third with Adam Al-Sheikh.
Thank you, Henry. Great stuff from our winning podium drivers there in Micromax. And you know what? We watch these kids out on track, and I just perceive them as full-blown racing drivers there in their suits and their helmets. And then you see them at skill on the podium, and you realise how incredible it is that they are out there on track and driving these karts and using racecraft that, quite frankly, a lot of those drivers in Formula One need to take a lesson from, because the way that they were able to race, and certainly Zev Godshalk and Liam O'Hanlon and the rest of the Micromax grid, I tell you what, the racecraft that we saw out there, being passed, repassing for the lead, just fantastic. Compromising their corners, allowing their competitor the space, not just driving into one another like we see at the top levels of this sport. And I always think, the Micromax drivers can obviously teach the top level drivers a thing or two. Some great racing there. And that great racing undoubtedly is about to continue, because we've got our Minimax final coming up next. We will have the karts released and the grid will be formed with another Godshalk at the front of the field. So we've got Win Godshalk on the front row. British driver Albie J. Stubbs is alongside. We've then got Benjamin Krachovic on the second row, sharing that with Paul Schutzman. On the third row of the grid, we've got William Mazzali with Kurt Ivanov alongside. Max Payton and Attica Meyer, who drove really well in the pre-final, remember, and then had that coming together when she was battling for one of the top places. Attica starting down the order in 8th place. The 10-kart grid being rounded off by Gleb Opukov and Oliver Butchard. That is the 10 karts for Minimax, as they are released from the collecting area, making their way around. The usual script of getting out of the collecting area as fast as possible, getting a lot of energy into those tyres, getting them up to optimum operating temperature. I don't think we've got any problems about getting engines up to operating temperature. If anything, managing the temperature of those motors to keep along inside of a usable temp without them overheating is perhaps the order of the day here.
Managing the temperatures of commentators is another thing. My word, I'm going to get my steps in today.
Are you actually? We've got people.
I'm not sweating.
We've got people worried about you. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. This looks too sunny for Henry.
Well,
someone get him an umbrella.
Well, someone needs to get me something. It's I'm not sweating. I'm merely glowing.
You are very glowing.
Yes, that's the key.
You're even shiny.
I'm going to be very, very shiny watching this one, because this could be the race of the day in Minimax. Yes, only 10 karts, but realistically, all 10, you could throw a postage stamp over them. They're that closely matched.
Well, that number 183, sure, that's Benjamin Kraciovic. He's wanting the pace to be quickened up a little bit. He's not liking the slow pace of this start. However, the pole sitter, Rian Dharmadasa, he's the driver that's in charge.
False start. That was a wee bit too hasty in the line.
He was massively slow out of the final turn, but he maybe accelerated too early for the likes of, to the dislike, I should say, of Ken Potter, our clerk of the course.
Yes, and
it's Paul Heath actually keeping an eye on the start, isn't it? So that was probably Paul's shout there.
Thank you to Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort for always looking after my health.
He's concerned.
Well,
he's got a right to be, in fact, in this. He absolutely has.
Yes, it's this is the hottest it's going to be, all season pretty much. As we look at the 10.
Oh, yeah, because it's going to reduce to 37 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Those 2 degrees make all the difference.
Look, it's a completely different environment. If any, all you Europeans and people from the UK who are karters and who race regularly, come out here to the UAE, and really it is a completely different environment. It's fantastic. I love motorsport in the sunshine. And what better place to be across the European winter than in the UAE for their Rotax Festival and their Rotax Invitation, and indeed the Rotax Championship coming shortly. Here we go, though. The race is about to start, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Godshalk and Stubbs on row 1. Watch for Oliver Butchard at the back of the field. He's a magician in training. He's going to have to produce some magic here as Godshalk takes the early lead. Is that? Yeah, that is.
That's Stubbs.
Rian Godshalk leads Stubbs up into P2. Karachkovic into 3rd position. Paul Schutzman. Leo Schutzman was saying watch for Paul's start, and it looks as though Paul has managed to hang on to 4th position from the outside row, which is no mean feat, I've got to say. And a good start from Kia Ivanov. Matsali Atakamia is there as well. And Oliver Butchard looks like he's gained a couple of places already.
Yeah, this is going to be a waiting game, I feel, as the leader, Rian Godshalk, will want to try and get his head down and just push away and get away from the drivers behind him. However, there's a 5-kart train now developing for the first 5 places there as 2 laps are completed. Rian Godshalk, LBJ Stubbs, Benjamin Kraciovic, Paul Schutzman and Attica Mer up from 8th spot and into 5th place already.
Yes, now of course Attica involved in the incident in the pre-final with Oliver Butchard that relegated them both really to the last 2 rows of the grid. Attica up to P5. Butchard, I believe, now up to P6. And we've got a challenge for the race lead. Number 196, the Sam Pollitt Racing kart of LBJ Stubbs begins his assault on Rian Godshalk's defence and then runs wide at turn 11. Whoa, and that allows Schutzman into P. Is that Schutzman? No, it's Karachkovic into P2.
I'm not even sure if Albi was actually challenging the lead or more like defending from Kraciovic and Schutzman. Here they come then, complete change. Godshalk is loving this because he's eked out about nearly half a second, 0.4 of a second there. Attica Mer, she was the driver that was involved there. LBJ Stubbs being left out, absolutely hung out to dry there and lost 2 places there at turn 12. Schutzman, though, he's hanging on in 5th place, and now they have to stop squabbling and catch Godshalk because Godshalk is going to disappear if they continue in this vein. And that's going to be at the forefront of these drivers' minds.
Attica Mia in the number 113 cart. She has got some power under her right foot. She is very, very quick in a straight line. The Queen of Kashmir, who in 2024, look how well she rotates the cart through that double apex left-hander and almost, shoveling Karachkovich down the back straight. Now, the question for Attica is, can she pass Karachkovich, which is easier said than done, even when your name's Karachkovich, it's still easier said than done, and set off after Godshalk without losing too much time. Time, we're on lap number 5 already, out of 12.
Incredible. We're still a lap away from half distance, but at half distance, coming up towards half distance, Oliver Butchard from the very back of the grid in 10th place. Oliver is now in 5th place, and he is only, he's 7/10 of a second off the rear bumper of LBJ Stubbs.
Change for second place. Attica Mia passes Benjamin Karachkovich, and just as you said, Stubbs and Butchard now join this battle. There's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on your screens now. Godshalk is about a second up the road, but we've seen those gaps come down very, very quickly as long as these 4 cooperate.
Let's see what Godshalk's lead is, Henry, and then we can monitor that. They've crossed the line now. It's going to be 5 laps completed. Gap out of 1.5 seconds from Attica Mia, but that is because there's been switches and changes of position. And here they are. They're slowing this pack of 4 here are slowing one another down. And Win Godshalk is saying, carry on like that, everybody, because this is brilliant. I'm going to have a 2-second lead at the end of this lap 6.
Yeah, because Karachkovich went back in on Attica Mia going into turn number 1 to retake second position. Attica tried the crossover. Here she comes again, and LBJ Stubbs is now going to elbow his way to the inside. Attica gets hung out to dry. Butchard up into P4. Great racing. They're slowing each other down to the point where you can see Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali, and then the leading novice, Kia Ivanov, Max Payton, and even Gleb Obukov closing in behind. So the rest of the field actually closing in on this group as they continue to squabble.
Tremendous. And these 3 here, Karachkovich, Stubbs, Butchard, they're dropping Attica Mia, or is that Attica Mia coming back at them?
Attica Mia,
is she back in the mix here?
Yeah, it was Stubbs' turn to sort of get elbowed a little bit wide going into turn number 1. Butchard with the slipstream and the extra momentum just got to the inside and now signalling to Karachkovich saying, right, go, go, go. Attica Mia is not finished yet. Stubbs also now trying to regain that momentum. And the gap to the race leader grows to 3 seconds.
Great drive from Oliver Butchard, though, from the Synergy driver coming up from 10th on the grid. And now here he is battling for 3rd place here. Down the back straight then. Godshalk already coming out of the final turn as these 4 drivers go into the penultimate turn to end the lap. Here they come then. Godshalk leads by, it was 3 seconds the previous lap. What is it this time by? It is 3.7 seconds. So while they're doing this, Henry,
second place
Godshalk is just going as Butchard from 10th to 2nd. Cracking drive. Unbelievable.
We start lap number 8. The problem that Oliver Butchard has now is that he spent 8 laps or 7 full laps doing nothing but attack, attack, attack. Because of the lead that Godshalk has got, there's nothing left in front of him to attack realistically. He's now potentially going to have to defend. Because Attica Mia, and of course, Oliver and Attica have had the same discussion. They've had a discussion over the same piece of real estate once today. And Butchard...
That didn't end well, did it?
It didn't end ideally for either of them. But even though Butchard, he's actually been able to pull away a little bit from Karachkovich and Stubbs. So that Synergy racing cart is seriously quick. But Mia, as long as Attica can stay in the slipstream, it doesn't matter how fast Butchard's cart is, Mia is still able to sit with her.
Well, Godshalk's leads out to 4.2 seconds now as Butchard leads this train of 4 carts around. Attica Mayer settling in now. Benjamin Kraciovic, LBJ Stubbs. They've dropped Paul Schutzman off the back end of this train here. And with things settling down, we're now seeing the true pace of the drivers in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And whether or not they can close that gap there remains to be seen. They will concertina back up together, and as we get towards, it's going to be the lap 9 completed. 3 more laps to go after this one's completed. So all of these drivers want to be on the podium, and those 2 carts there, they are the final 2 steps to the podium in 2nd and 3rd place. Godshalk already across the line. He's got 9 laps on the board now. It was 4.2. It is, as the time is screened, it's still 4.2. So they have settled in and they're on the pace of the leader.
Yeah, they're on the pace of the leader, but this is lap 10 out of 12. I'm very, very impressed with the speed of Butchard's kart because he's gone from last on the grid up to 2nd. But he's, okay, I said earlier, Attica Meyer's kart is seriously quick. Well, I mean, even looking at the gap there, even Butchard, even with Mia, sort of in the slipstream, Butchard is able to just eke out another half a kart length in terms of straight line speed.
Watch his driving style. I mean, all of these drivers, very, very smooth, very little application on the steering. They're just using the momentum of the kart through the corners, feeling the grip. There is a lot of grip here at Alain. The track surface reaching over nearly 50 degrees track temperature here, so there's no issue with tyres. But the way that we've got Butchard now just focusing on that rear bumper, he hasn't quite got the pace, and as if to say, you need just forget it, guys. Win Godshalk, fastest lap of the race, 60.482, puts the gap out to 4.4 seconds for GNKD, leading the race at the moment.
Yeah, the only driver that can beat Win Godshalk is now Win Godshalk. Because, it's the race is within his grasp as long as he keeps it on the prepared surface, as LBJ Stubbs has another look at Benjamin Karachkovic. And I know Sam Pollitt isn't here this weekend. He's handed over team management duties to Anderson Chilcott, who has been working, obviously, with Albie and Albie's mechanic, James Fugit, Albie's family. And this is not a bad debut for Sam Pollitt Racing as an official team in the UAE, and it makes you wonder. I mean, LBJ Stubbs has been very, very quick, and of course this is a very hastily built second kart for LBJ Stubbs. This is not the kart that he was planning on racing, because that is now in a bit of a second-hand state, shall we say. So to build the kart overnight and come back and challenge for a podium in the final is very, very impressive. But we are less than half a lap from home.
Very impressed with this young driver here, Win Godshalk, who got his head down very much from the very outset. Here he is at turn 11 through turn 12 and onto the back straight for the final time. And all right, while everybody behind him was squabbling over those positions, Win did what any driver has to do, and that was just concentrate and focus on your own race. Here he comes through the final turn then. He will take the Minimax Rotax Invitational Trophy, and there he is across the line in what is fine style, Henry. It will be Oliver Butchard with a 5-second gap. Godshalk showed his class there, but Oliver Butchard equalled that class, I think, from coming 10th to that second place.
So Joanna Butchard watching on, Ian Butchard as well. They'll be very pleased with Oliver's performance. Yeah, he's a magician in the making. He loves his card tricks. He pulled a rabbit out of the hat in that one. But for the Godshalk family, that's 2 down, both victorious. And what a start to Rotax life for JNKD as well.
And you're going to get to meet Win Godshalk, Oliver Butchard and Attica Mayer. They're our podium drivers. Henry's off to herd the cats. Attica Mayer finally using that final lap to get above and ahead of Benjamin Kraciovic. And LBJ Stubbs knocked down to 5th place there. We mentioned that kart rebuild, not on a kart he started the week on, but a great job by the team to get him back out there. And set the cart up to where they used to, and the way they used to, and LBJ Stubbs challenging there for a top 3 place, ended up in 5th place. Nothing to be ashamed of that. That is a pretty strong finish here in the Rotax Invitational. Paul Schutzman came through in 6th. Max Payton finished in 7th. We then had Kurt Ivanov, the first of the novices in the Mini-Max class. He finished in 8th. William Mazzali was 9th, and then Gleb Obakovov is the second of the novice finishers. Hello to Joanna Butchard, and yes, that was a great drive from Oliver. Hope you enjoyed that. So Oliver Butchard from 10th to 1st in cracking style. I think Joanna Butchard is actually someone called Oscar. So hello, Oscar, if you're using Joanne's account, but you're still an Oliver Butchard fan there. That race was all about Win Godshalk, though. The JNKD team putting Win on a very able piece of kit, both engine and chassis there. He did indeed check out. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort just comments, this looks too... Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort said he checked out. The second place battle, though, very, very entertaining. Oliver Butchard, Attica Mare, that's your podium. That concludes our Mini-Max final then. All of our finals going forward from this point will be on 14 laps. And we are ready to head down to the podium where Henry is waiting. Henry.
Thank you. 2 races, 2 wins, 1 family. The Godshalk family. Well, anything that Zev could do, Win can do a little bit better. I won't want to say that was easy, but the battling behind you allowed you to escape.
Yeah, I feel very good. And I wasn't expecting to have such a big gap. And I would like to thank my team, JNKD, my engine, and yeah.
I mean, so at the start of the race, obviously there was a group of you, but then as the battle, when did you notice that the chasing pack had fallen away?
Oh, when I looked back, I saw a big gap, so I just focused to go ahead.
Because how hard is it then to maintain your focus when you know that the only person that could stop you winning is effectively yourself?
Yeah, I feel very good. I just won every week, and next race we'll see again.
Next race, are you here for the full season? Are we going to see more of you in the UAE this year?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, a win so far, and where are we partying?
In Mambo Beach.
In Mambo Beach in Curacao, indeed. Thank you, Win. We'll move Oliver in here. Now, Oliver, I know that you're a bit of a magician. You like your card tricks. I think it's fair to say you did a little bit of magic in that race from 10th to 2nd. Well done.
Thank you. I'm really thanking... No, that was a good drive. It was pretty hard. I thank my mum and dad, my team, my engine, everything that my supporters have done for me, and yeah.
Now, I think for drivers like Win and for Attica, who have raced around Europe and they've raced on the live stream before, this is the first time that you've raced on a big live stream. You've had family members typing in. I'm not sure where they were from, maybe from back home in the UK, maybe from out here. What have you got to say to your family watching around the world?
Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. Now, talk about some of those moves that you made. What was the mindset going into that final, having to get up through the field as quick as possible?
No mercy.
No mercy. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that Oliver showed no mercy, but another driver that was not showing any mercy either was Attica Mia. So well done, Oliver. 3rd place driver, Attica. You head in this way. So Oliver, you move out that way. Thank you. Attica, the Queen of Kashmir, comes away with a podium.
Well, obviously it feels very good, especially doing it from almost the last row. So like P8 to P3, it's good. Yeah.
And now here's a question, and Oliver's standing and watching. You two obviously had an issue in the pre-final. That's why you started 8th and Oliver started 10th. But in the last stages of this race, you had to work together. How often do drivers, you have an issue with somebody in one race, but the next race you've got to be their friend and work together?
Well, I mean, there's no such thing as friends in racing, but like when you have to work together, you have to. I thought the gap from Oliver to Godshalk was a big gap, so I didn't think we were gonna catch up that much. But I thought maybe like he was pretty fast, so I couldn't really get him on the last few laps. But Podium is still pretty good.
Podium is still pretty good now. I think are we going into our third year as a Minimax driver now?
Well, I haven't really done a full season in UAE in the Minimax because I missed a few rounds due to the Europe races. But yeah, I mean, effectively, it's my second season.
Second season. What are our hopes then for the full season?
To win the championship.
To win the championship, to go to Bahrain, or to go to wherever the next grand finals are going to be, and the Queen of Kashmir puts on the black and gold.
Yeah.
That sounds really good to me. Okay, so will we see Atakamia don the black and gold in Minimax this year? Judging by the first race, she's going to have plenty of competition.
I think we've got three very talented and three youngsters who were born to be racing drivers, I think, the way they presented themselves. Congratulations to Rian Dharmadasa for the Minimax win. Oliver Butchard in second place there, and Atakamia. She is a very promising young driver, and some great racecraft as ever from these youngsters. Some great racing there. The racing will continue. Junior Max, we stay with the junior categories. This is the Junior Rotax class. Exactly the same motors that we have seen in both Micromax and Minimax. For this one, though, slightly different chassis. It's the bigger 1050 chassis with the wider Mojo tyre on the rear and the slightly wider front tyre. The engine's slightly less restriction than we see in Minimax and Micromax, but for obvious reasons, we reduce the power output for the juniors before they then get the full-blown experience of the Rotax Max 125cc water-cooled motor when they move up into seniors. So Junior Rotax, very well subscribed grid for this, the Rotax Invitational. Going forward, of course, I know we're going to continue mentioning this, and we are going to continue mentioning it forever. The first round of the UAE Rotax Championship, the Rotax RMC UAE, will kick off here at Ain, the Ain Raceway, about a 90-minute drive southeast of Abu Dhabi, just on the Oman border, out in the desert, and fabulous conditions here. The heat, as you would imagine, in the end of September here in the UAE, just coming towards the closure and the closing summer here in the Middle East. Temperatures will be slightly less, only slightly less, in 2 weeks' time, where on the Sunday, Karting Live TV will bring you all the action from the Saturday and the Sunday. And rounds 1 on the Saturday, rounds 2 on the Sunday. And keep an eye on our socials for the timetable. But it will be the usual format, usually starting with qualifying, heats and finals going through the day on Saturday. Same thing on Sunday. Rounds 1 and 2 of the Rotax RMC UAE Championship for 25 into 26, racing across the European winter and indeed the Middle East winter, which really shouldn't be called a winter, really, because it's not really winter. It's still beautiful weather and beautiful conditions, and certainly if you're a European watching this, then you really need to consider continuing your racing across the European winter out here in the UAE. The tracks are fantastic. We visit from here, the Al Ain Raceway. We go to Al Fassan, which is up back towards Abu Dhabi from here, and then back to, and that's in November, by the way. 13th to 14th of December, back here at Al Ain. And then in the middle of January, the Dubai Kartdrome sees the fourth event of the series. February, we go to the Yas Marina circuit, where Henry was telling me 92% of the lap is full throttle. More of the calendar later, as we've got karts on track. And here we go with the grid rundown for the Junior Max class having been released.
Yes, indeed. Now, this will be a 14-lap race. And, well, we're just waiting for live timing and scoring to update itself. It's going to be Connor Clancy and the number 229 cart of the star of the show, in many respects in this class, Jaden Hidding, on the outside of the front row of the grid. Via Chopra, Henry King, Mitansh Jain, Pierre Abudiwan, Arhan Qureshi, Aaron Mason, Ray Haber, Derek Rivera, and the rest. We come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing.
Into turn one then, and it's quite sideways. A massive gaggle of carts that go all askew there through turn one. Bit of midfield action there. That has allowed the all-plate holder, Connor Clancy, to break free and already pull a bit of a gap. I say a gap, it's going to disappear in a matter of seconds there, as we're already onto the back straight towards turn 7. That's a bit of a kink into a hairpin, and he will want to consolidate this by driving as smoothly as he can, Henry, and get that gap to maintained out onto the back straight.
Yeah, but Connor Clancy's going to look over his shoulder and he's going to think to himself, what's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra. As Chopra now leads Hidding for P2. Hidding right on the rear bumper of Via to the inside. No, the Mateus Leger Motorsport kart holds on to P2. It was Mitansh Jain who was sideways up the inside going into turn number 1, and Mitansh has come out in 4th position as Hidding makes the pass on Chopra for P2.
We knew that was coming, Henry. He looked very racy indeed, coming down the back straight into 13. So Hidding in second, Chopra now third, Mitash Jain in that 4th place, Arthur Qureshi, Henry King, Ray Harbour, Ari Kallenberg, Aaron Mason, and it's Faris Haroun who round off the top 10 after lap 1. But this race is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Remember, 14 laps of racing here, and there is plenty of time for these drivers to catch the leader, Connor Clancy. Whether they get past him, that's another story.
Yes, but Hidding, you could see him just riding the curb on the exit of turn number 12. As because you've got to be very careful. If you go too much to the outside, you sort of hop over the curb, and then you can sort of almost get sucked into the barriers on the outside. So you do have to be careful on that curb coming out of turn number 12. But Jaden Hidding, well, I said earlier, I mean, from last season where he was, on the fringes of the top 10, to here where he is not only taking it to the race leader, but ahead of the drivers who are still in the same class as him, who were beating him last year. He's turned the tables on them. That George Gibbons Motorsport kart is racy, and the driver wheeling it is feeling racy as well.
Huge train of karts though, Henry. This is great sport here, using all of the exit curb, maximising that entry speed onto the back straight and then into the very, very fast turn 13 here. Clancy's got a lot on his plate, hasn't he, keeping this lot behind him. Across the line then, it is 4 laps completed here from Clancy, Hidding, Chopra, Jain, Qureshi, King now up to 6th, I see, Aaron Mason, Faris Haroun ahead of, in fact, we've got somebody dropping down, Ray Harbour. Yeah. Ray Harbour has dropped down to 13th, out of the top 10.
Derek Rivera and Saveli Kogai have also come together. They locked wheels coming through turns 8 and 9 and have fallen down the order. And, well, Jaden Hidding, and this is the key now. Hidding is quick enough to win. Can he win? And I don't mean that as in, well, can he make the pass? It's a different skill altogether, being able to close out a victory. You're in a winning position, even though he's running second. This is a winning position for Jaden Hidding. Can he get the job done? Has he got the confidence in himself? He's got to settle the nerves, because this isn't just winning against, another club. This is winning against Connor Clancy, a champion, an O-plate winner, an international driver who has driven all over the world. So again, it's not just about pace, it's about for want of a better term, it's about bottle now.
I think you could say that for every one of those drivers in that train, Henry. They're all thinking the same. It's all about getting past the driver in front. And yes, the personalities come into it, the credibility, the reputation of the driver you pull up behind. There's no doubt Jaden Hidding will know all about Conor Clancy, and Conor Clancy will know all about Jaden Hidding behind him. So they know how they know how each other race. They know who they can rely on if they're going to move alongside. And if anything, with 6 laps completed coming up when they come through the right-hander at turn 14, on towards the checkered flag, the start-finish straight, it'll be 6 laps completed. After this lap, we're only at half distance. So whether or not we're playing a waiting game, just running, nose to tail as we are, with a bit of a gap here and there, I sometimes I take that for granted, and they're not. These drivers are absolutely maximising everything, Henry, and are absolutely flat out. Whether they've got a little bit extra that they can bring out the toolbox towards the latter stages of the race, we're about to see. But at the moment, high-speed game of chess, mate.
It is indeed. And of course, Ari Kallenberg up to P9, being cheered on by current British Minimax champion Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Conor Clancy being cheered on by former Micromax Grand Final champion Jensen Chalk. Watching from the UK, Jensen has raced several times for the Mumbai Falcons. I wonder if we're going to see Jensen do a couple of rounds of this championship as he has done over the last couple of winters. But now Clancy's into his rhythm. And this is where the more experienced drivers, the drivers that are used to winning at this level, sort of come into their own. Hidding can't get distracted by Via Chopra. And that sounds strange, considering that Via Chopra is literally breathing down the back of Hidding's race suit.
He just looked over his left shoulder there. You know what? You can hear the cart behind you.
Oh yes.
You can actually hear the presence of the cart. He will know that Via Chopra is right there. Via Chopra will know that Mitansh Jain is right there, not that far away. You kind of know through your peripheral and obviously your hearing just how close the carts are. What these two can see is Conor Clancy extending the lead. That lead, it looks massive. It's only 0.6 of a second, and all we, Conor Clancy has to hit his marks. If he makes the slightest of errors, and here at LN, that's easy to do in those technical sections of the infield part of this track.
Absolutely,
and that can disappear. However, high standard of driving from these juniors, and I doubt we're going to see that.
Yes, sadly, we have lost out of the race Hamza Hashisho. A technical flag for Hamza. He's the only retiree. Arhan Sethi, still running, the 10-year-old driver, is still out there and doing a fine job. Savelli Kogai, Derek Rivera have both had issues and they've fallen down the order. Pierre Abu Diwan is down to 15th. Giuseppe Montanari, Floris Schenkenberg running outside the top 10. 10th is Jack Doe for the Motorscape team, just behind the Yas Heat Racing driver, the Emirati Express, Faris Haroon, Ari Kallenberg, Henry King, Aaron Mason, Arhan Qureshi. Further up the order, and then of course you've got your top 4, Clancy, Hidding, Chopra and Jain.
Gap still at 6/10.
And we're
Gap's
now on to lap 10 out of 14.
Gap still at the 6/10 mark. It's been about half a second for pretty much the whole of the race, but likewise equally spaced out as Via Chopra, who is about half a second or so, 3/4 of a second from the back of Jaden Hidding. Mitansh Jain likewise on the back end of Via Chopra. Artem Qureshi, they're not far behind as well. There's this strung out train, and you know what, Henry? Everybody is absolutely flat chat here. They are pushing and trying to find that little bit going into the last 4 laps.
I think this is a good lap from Jaden Hidding.
He's closed the gap, hasn't he?
And you can know he knows he's on a good lap because he's there. He didn't just duck his head down. That was a shouting in the car. That was a come on as he came out of there. This is good from Hidding.
You know, I was asking, I wonder if these drivers have got anything left in their toolbox, what we might see towards the final stages of this.
Yeah.
Well, we're on the lap 11 now of 14. I think we're seeing the toolboxes have gotten opened.
Yep.
They're all the cantilever stuff going in there. They're having a look at the various levels of the toolbox and they're pulling out whatever they can to get on terms.
I think last weekend, Dian Singh Bahal gave me a wonderful quote after he won the British Micromax title. He said, "I looked in my pocket and realised it wasn't full yet. I still had something more to put in it."
Excellent
And that
stuff.
is what Jaden Hidding is doing. His pocket of his pace pocket
Yeah,
is
yeah.
3/4 full. Can he just squeeze an extra couple of tenths? And that's all it needs. He needs a couple of tenths of a second. And then once he forces Clancy to defend, it's a mano-a-mano scrap for the win.
Yeah, once he starts challenging, once he just starts tapping the rear bumper of Clancy, quite
Yeah.
literally rather than metaphorically, we're going to see Chopra come back into it, Matanch Jain, Qureshi's going to come back, even Aaron Mason, who's not that far away really, when these two start, indeed if they start squabbling. Because it's one thing catching Conor Clancy, it's a completely different ballgame trying to get by when a driver is optimised in every braking area, at every exit speed. It's very, very hard to find a way to get, all right, you can find a way onto the rear bumper, but it's finding that extra bit to challenge and go down the inside. And I don't think Hidding is showing us any signs that it can actually do that.
Well, I mean, I said a couple of laps ago, we can't let Via Chopra distract him, because at that point, Chopra was right on his...
He took your advice, Henry.
And he listened.
He did.
The lad listened, and he has broken away from Chopra. Again, you know, we're not seeing pass after pass after pass, but you don't need to see that to know that this is a really intense, high-quality kart race. Clancy has not put a wheel offline for the last 12 laps. 12.3 laps now. We're on the 13th out of 14th laps. And Hidding just needs if Hidding can get another 2 tenths, then he's in the slipstream, then Clancy has to defend.
Yeah.
At the moment,
he's
not quite there. He has given it everything. Has Jaden Hidding, easily the best I've ever seen Jaden drive.
Well, he's driving really well, I've got to say, and after all, he is on schedule for a second step of the podium. It's going to be a big ask for him to catch that man there, though. Conor Clancy, the young man, currently leading in fine style, has led from the start. Here he goes then. He will cross the line and see the last lap board. With one more lap of this Ain Circuit to go, Conor Clancy needs to not back off in any way. He's got to keep that rhythm going. On that short stretch towards turn 2 now, and then into the very fast left-hander, followed by the equally fast right-hander, and then here. This is where he's got to compose himself. He doesn't need to start overdoing it and overcooking it out onto that short back straight now to 7. Easily able, we're turning and braking at the same time through this section here, and that's easy to make a mistake. But right now, Henry, I think he's maintaining that gap, and if he can maintain that gap out of the 2 next corners on the back straight, I say it,
that's showing his class. He is a tenth within a tenth of his best sectors through sector number 1 and sector number 2 is Conor Clancy on the last lap of a final. Pressure? What pressure? As Conor Clancy takes the checkered flag by less than half a second over Jaden Hidding. They will be more exhausted after that race than they would have if there was a 4 or 5 kart battle, because that was pushing the envelope every corner of every lap.
He was concentrated, wasn't he? He was concentrated. He ran his own race. He didn't have someone bumping his rear bumper. You can kind of gauge that. But equally, well done to Jaden Hidding for a very strong run to second place. Equally, Via Chopra in third. Conor Clancy, Jaden Hidding, Via Chopra, the other 3 drivers that will get to meet the infamous Henry Baudet shortly in the Parc Fermé. Matanch Jain was 4th. Arthur Qureshi was 5th. We had Aaron Mason, Henry King, Ari Kallenberg, Jack Doe up to 9th. Rounding off the top 10 was Faris Haroun. And then the rest of the field, Floris Schelkenberg was 11th. Pierre Abu Dewan was 12th. Giuseppe Montiari, finishing in 13th. Leo Anna finishing in 14th. Antonio Haddad finished 15th. Then we had Ray Harbour, Harrison Stevens, Derek Rivera, Saveli Kojai, Erin Ortak, Arten Setti, was the last finisher, and we lost Senanakia on lap 4. So that's the Junior Rotax final here at the Rotax Invitation, here at the Ain Circuit, part of the RMC UAE, the precursor to the 25-26 season, coming up in 2 weeks here at Ain. It's a nice little rehearsal this for the drivers. We are told that we are going to be adding drivers to all of our grids and all of our classes. And with the early bird offer of being part of a draw, a raffle, which I'm going to get the details up in a second. Where are we? There we are. So it's the first 10 drivers per class are to be put into a draw. One driver will be picked out, and that could be from any class. So of all of the classes, first 10 drivers to enter, one driver will be picked out, and they will get a massive 50% discount off their 25-26 season entry. And that is very much worth a price. So if you haven't got your entry in yet, then you really need to do that and be inside that top 10 entries going in first, and then becoming part of that draw where you can win 50% of your entry fee. Before we go down to Henry, we were talking about the calendar for the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, and I think we got to February where we were at the Yas Marina circuit. In early March, the 8th of March, we go back to the Dubai Kartdrome, and then at the end of March, we head to Al Fassan in Abu Dhabi, and then the championship will be finalised and rounded off on the 11th and 12th of April back here at Al Ain Raceway to finish what we started for the series. So a full season across the Middle East winter to get your teeth into. If you are watching from anywhere else in the world, especially in Europe, where the European winters aren't certainly as sunny or warm as they are here in the UAE, then it maybe is an idea to contact. And if you've got an interest in any of the classes, whether it be Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, DD2 or Senior Rotax, if you've got any interest in any of that kind of karting, then get in touch with the series organisers, and they can put you in touch with teams and organisations that can get you on the grid here in the full series, the full championship. And the first round weekend will be all live on Karting Live TV from here at the Al Ain Raceway, 11th and 12th of October. So as Henry heads down to the Parc Fermé, where we'll get some interviews with our winning driver for the Junior Rotax class, Conor Clancy. Second place, Jaden Hidding. And in third place, Via Chopra. They will be the drivers that we get some insight from Henry. So 2 more finals left then. The gearbox class, the two ratioed gearbox class, the Premier Rotax category. And then the Senior Max will round off the Rotax Invitation. For now, let's head down to the Parc Fermé where we've got Henry Baudet with our Junior Max podium winners.
We did say that at the end of that race, the top 3 would feel more tired and look more tired after a race like that than if it was a 4 or 5 kart scrap for the race lead. That was extremely intense, wasn't it? Race winner, Mumbai Falcons, Conor Clancy.
Yeah, it was tough, especially... Sorry. Yeah, it was tough, the heat. And then one lap, someone crashed, and there was loads of sand on the track, and I hit it and went off. So I was lucky to keep the lead, but yeah, it was a good race.
I mean, you were aware that it was Jaden behind you. At one point during the race, you'd opened up a pretty decent-sized gap. Then Jaden started coming back at you. How did you dig deep and get even quicker towards the end?
Well, yeah, so I knew I had a gap, so I just saved the tyres a little bit, and then I saw Jaden catching again, so I just, pushed again.
Well done, and of course, we mentioned the Mumbai Falcons. Who else do we need to thank for this?
Mum and Dad, Gilly on the spanners, and the whole team of my Falcons. My granddad, I didn't forget you this time. I forgot to say hello to him in Le Mans on the live stream. So yeah, that one's for you. And then my nan, everyone in England, everyone in Ireland, and yeah, dogs.
What's next for Conor Clancy this winter?
Honestly, not sure.
Not sure. Watch this space, I think we mean. So we'll bring in, well done, Conor. We'll bring in our second place driver, Jaden Hidding. Jaden, I did say, and I'll stand by this again, that was the best I think I've ever seen you drive. How hard were you pushing? Because coming out of turn 11 and 12, we could see you. You weren't just tucking your head down. You were sort of shouting yourself in the car. What were you saying to yourself as you were closing in on Conor?
I was just like, just keep on pushing, and yeah, but it very hot and stuff, so I was like, it's a great drive for me, and yeah, so yeah, I was just like trying to catch up, it was intense from Veer behind me, so I was like trying to keep him behind, so yeah.
How easy would it have been during the middle of the race when Veer was right behind you? I saw you look over your shoulder a couple of times. How easy would it have been to sort of get a little bit preoccupied that and give up the chase to Conor?
I could have done that, but I still need to work on my, as George said, I need to work on my head and try not to look as bad, just keep on looking forward. But I try my best to keep up to Conor, so yeah.
Would you say that's probably your best drive in Junior Rotax so far?
My first podium in Junior, so yeah, very proud of myself, and yeah.
And who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, all my grandparents from Canada and Netherlands, George, Jacob, and everyone in the team, and my mechanic.
Okay, well done, Jaden Hidding. So, in third place, what is that coming over the hill onto the podium? It's Veer Chopra. Veer, step this way. You look a little bit sort of half and half, a little bit pleased, a little bit disappointed with that race.
Yeah, agreed. It's mainly because of the start. It was really unfortunate as someone just came flying in from behind me, hit me from the side, and I lost the gap to Conor. And that really bummed me off, and also I didn't really have pace to continue.
But I mean, you were second at one point, then Jaden got past you. It looked for some of the race that you were going to go back in. Was there any chance you think that you and Jaden could have pushed up to Conor Clancy, or was he just that little bit too quick for you?
I think we could have done that, but he was really quick and I couldn't kind of push him from my bumper.
Okay, so, but a really good start for the season. I think what's important is that the highest returning driver from last year, Mitant Jain, who was second in the championship in Junior Rotax, was behind you and Jaden. That's got to be a positive to take, yes?
Yeah, feels good, and that shows lots of progress in my season so far.
And what about the Mateus Nagem Motorsport team? How have they progressed over the winter?
A lot. They've even got dyno and everything, trying to figure out what can help me go faster, and it's working.
Well, there we go. There's going to be a lot more things coming over the hill. Called Veer Chopra onto the podium this year. Well done. A very sweaty top three, and that's just not just me talking, but we've got 2 races to go. Who's your money on in seniors?
Sorry?
Who's your money on in senior Rotax?
I don't know. I want Georgie to do well, honestly.
George Nasser. Well, we'll see. That's in 2 races' time, but DD2's up next.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that.
Thank you, Henry. As ever, great chats to our 3 podium drivers, Conor Clancy, Jaden Hidding, Veer Chopra. Congratulations to them. We will, of course, be doing our trophy presentation, and we'll see those drivers back on the podium to be presented with their Rotax Invitation trophies. And that will be all live streamed as well. We'll, after the racing's concluded, we'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll stay with you. We'll stay live, and then we'll be bringing you all of that trophy presentation live here on Karting Live TV. We are DD2 next. You heard Henry, and he is absolutely correct. He was spot on. DD2 are 2 ratioed gearbox karts coming out now, perhaps the top level of Rotax karting, and the word on everybody's lips with regards to DD2 is who can beat that man Hamza Hashisho. Can Tony Hogg mount a challenge? We speculated, didn't we, Henry and I, that perhaps Tony Hogg was keeping his powder dry maybe to the final, and then Hamza just literally metaphorically, not actually, kept his foot down all the way, but he literally pulled out a little bit of an edge and put in the fastest lap of the race right there at the very end in the pre-final, as if to shut me up. Well, we're going to see if those questions can be answered. Hamza Hashisho, who can beat him? Can Tony Hogg take it to him? Who's going to take that third and final step of the podium? There's going to be lots for our producer, Nick Damon, to cover with regards to this one. It's another 14-lap race, and it's going to be about saving the tyres, saving the brakes, because 14 laps in 40-degree heat is a long way to go. It's a long race. And I, as ever, typical engineer, forget about the human element. Those drivers hopefully have been keeping their fluids up and keeping as cool as they can, which is a very difficult job here at the Ain Raceway. The Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit, to give it its full title. Big support from the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, who helped to make this kind of event happen and helped to make the UAE Rotax Kart Championship happen, and a big partner in our events here at the Ain Raceway today. It's great to have their support, of which we would probably struggle very much if it wasn't for them. So a big thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, who are big supporters of sport throughout the region, from ball sports all the way through to petrol engine go-karting. It is phenomenal. Phenomenal support. How are you, Henry? You're back, I see, from your little jaunt in the sunshine, topping up the tan.
Well,
great. You know what I found with the, I mean, all right, we're into the adult world now.
Yes.
With our drivers that we're going to see on the podium.
Yes. Yep.
Every single one of those drivers, from Micro Max, Mini and Juniors, could grace any kind of podium for a TV interview. They all look like professional race drivers.
Well, it's strange. So in that last podium, obviously, Connor had his race suit all the way done up before. The minute that he walked in front of the interview backdrop, his race suit, because he was hot, they were all hot.
Yeah.
The race suit came up, it was done up.
Brilliant.
And Via and Jaden sort of looked at him, and then they looked at me, and they went, should we do our racing suits up as well? And I was like, I just shrugged my shoulders. It was like, well, I'm not going to give you the answer, but, and then they both, off their own backs, realised, yes, because that's where the team name is, that's where our chassis manufacturer is, and there we go. So, and they learn very...
And any personal sponsors are going to be on their overalls as well, and that's very important.
Yes, they learn that very quickly. And I mean, just looking at the drivers that we've interviewed, obviously Zev and Rian Godshalk, they've raced all around the world. They're used to in America with Kart Chaser, you know, in the UK with you guys and others. They're used to being interviewed. Likewise, some of the drivers that are over here, you know, when in the past where I'm just here doing circuit comms, you know, we just interview them at the track to get the drivers' confidence up so that they don't get scared of the microphone. You know, one or two of them, they start backing away. You know, people say about some of my anecdotes. The worst driver I've ever interviewed in karting for sort of, you start interviewing him at arm's length, and by the end of the sentence, he is sort of off the side of the screen because he's carrying, and that was Lando Norris.
Oh, really?
When he was this age. And you know, just getting the drivers...
That's the personal bubble.
Yes.
That's the human bubble. That's the psychological bubble.
So
nothing to do with you being sweaty.
No, not at all. But, you know, what I try and do is, you know, having a laugh and a joke around the paddock is so that the drivers, they just look at me and think, oh, it's only Henry, it's only Joe, so I'm not going to worry about the black stick with the microphone.
We try to make it fun. Our paddock show is, we try to make it fun, don't we? There's the grid then for the DD2s, which are about to be released. Hamza Hashisho. The story is, who's going to beat him? Can Tony Hogg really do the job? We're going to find out. Sami Al-Assad is on the second row of the grid with Greg Watt alongside, and then we've got Bernardo Del Castillo on the fifth spot with Faisal Almeida. Now, Faisal is a complete beginner.
Yes.
He's brought his whole family here. All his family are racing in the other category. His kids are racing in the other category. And he's just finding his feet, isn't he?
And I think all three of his sons finished Micromax without a problem, which
Great
is really good to see.
Absolutely.
Now it's down to Dad. Can Dad complete, every lap of every race. And I also wanted to say, as I wandered back, as I was walking back down to interview the juniors, well done to Ain Circuit. He also has
that's
got
a 10-year-old driver.
Yes, he's done every lap of every race. He hasn't been lapped. He hasn't been completely on his own. He's been at the back, but that is an excellent first safe day of racing.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Ain.
Here we go then. The grid making their way towards the tram lines. Tony Hogg just stepping across to the right and pulling alongside Hashisho, I should say. And off we go. They get the green light. Trying to get round the outside was Tony Hogg, but he slots in behind Hamza. And it will be Hamza Hashisho who will lead from Tony Hogg. And who's that in third?
That is Greg Watt and the Honolulu Racing colours. Hello to Faisal Nashko on there. Faisal, one of the drivers that I've commentated on many times, the MENA Nations Cup. Faisal, I'm now trying to think now, is it Qatar or Tunisia, Faisal, that we represent? I believe it. But anyway, he's a top driver as well.
Hamza Hashisho off towards the back straight and heading towards turn 13. He looks over his shoulder. There's that ever-present red overall Tony Hogg. Great line through there. A lot more smoother line needed from these DD2s, keeping that.
Now this looks.
Now we go. This is what the question I've been asking. Tony Hogg just bringing that front of his cart onto the rear bumper of Hashisho. Now they're down that short blast towards turn 2.
Yes.
This is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? Tony Hogg looking very racy. Maybe he wants to get the job done early and pull away. Maybe he feels he's being held up. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, right, I've sat here, now it's time to assert my dominance. Let's see what you've got, Hamza, you put in a really quick lap at the end of the pre-final, as if to say, okay, Tony, this is what I've still got left in the tank. Well, now I'm going to show you what I've got left in the tank. Again, he also could be a thing of tyres.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Henry.
I've got to get the job done early.
Yeah.
Also, you notice that Tony he lays back a little bit sometimes on the straights. Now, that is to stop a bit of aero push. In this heat, in karts, when you sit behind somebody for too long, the front tyres do tend to overheat now.
Interesting, and Tony didn't bother with leaning down towards the fairing at all. He was
when you're Tony's age, your back might give out. It's all right. He's not listening. He's driving.
That is true. Yeah, it's the in 2 weeks when we've got to face him again, though. He's hanging on to Hashisho, isn't he? Whereas behind him, Greg Watt. How could I miss that Team Honolulu livery on that car, bright,
Fantastic.
luminous green. Sami Al-Hassad is in fourth place. Faisal Almeida up ahead of Bernardo Del Castillo there as they completed 3 laps. It'll be 4 laps completed this time, and they are not far away from doing that.
Faisal Nashko reminding me that he represents Jordan. Of course he does, and he'll be cheering on Samir Al-Assad in this race, and Samir Al-Assad running in 4th position once again for the Honolulu racing team. I want to say hello to Fabio Creti and his dad Papa Creti watching back in Italy. I do hope that Papa Creti, your health is improving. I know that when we were at Le Mans earlier this year, you weren't there supporting Fabio, and he said, "Mi Papa," and then he gave me a signal to say that he wasn't very well. But we had a thumbs up afterwards, so let's hope that Greg will give the Middle Eastern arm of the Honolulu racing dynasty something to cheer about. Oh, Hamza Hashisho gets up on that curb coming out of turn 12. That's about as far onto that curb as you want to go. Any further, and the chassis rail gets a little bit beached, and then... it's you're not driving a go-kart, you're sort of driving a skateboard that is, on a rail that wants to head towards the barriers.
He's using all of that exit curve out at 12. Doesn't seem to be affecting the kart's momentum onto the straight. And you know what? I've got a saying, Henry. All right, we might only have 6 karts here on the DD2 grid. We have got a lot more karts coming in this class for the championship. My saying is you only need 2 karts to make a race. Well, Hamza Hashisho and Tony Hogg are indeed doing that for us. They are creating this race. Now then, Tony Hogg, little bit of a yeah, he has. He's using the curb as well. Now then, look at the momentum from Tony Hogg. But look at the momentum from Hashisho.
Yep.
They're totally equal down there.
He's not, and let's not forget, Hamza Hashisho. I met Hamza in December in Oman for the very first time, and at that point, Hamza that was his third kart race. So he hasn't been karting a year yet, and now he has got to hold off a driver who, yes, only started karting late, but has been to the grand finals, has represented the UAE more times than any other driver in the history of the event, in Tony Hogg. And DD2 Masters, you know, when we get the entries in, if you're looking at home and thinking, well, I might want to go, if you're 31 years old and over, DD2 Masters in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, that does have a ticket to the grand finals. In fact, it has one of only 36 tickets anywhere in the world. So, with Tony Hogg saying he's not going for qualification for the next grand finals after Bahrain, then you've got the likes of Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo and Faisal Almina in his very first kart race ever. And, of course, there's a number of other Masters drivers that appear at regular or irregular intervals over the course of the season when business allows them to. But then, you know, the ticket is open to all. So if you're looking, thinking, oh, I quite fancy a shot at winning a ticket, well then come on down. The price is right, so to speak. Tony Hogg getting closer and closer.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I do think that Hamza Hashisho, though, is managing this lead. He really is racing a very, very clever race. He can extend that lead on Tony Hogg. But at the moment, we're only at half distance, Henry. Here we are, 8 laps completed. I just want to take this opportunity while we keep an eye on this battle to say hello to Tony Kakati, who is the boss of this place.
Don't tell Guy Sheffield that. Are we joking, Tony?
No, it was Guy Sheffield who told me. I'm looking
Oh.
forward to meeting Tony. Unfortunately, he's got a bit of a sniffly cold. So, no disrespect, Tony. I'm glad you've stayed at home and didn't give it to me to take home on the plane. But I'm looking forward to meeting you, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream coverage of this great racing that we've had all day. The great racing, I'm pretty sure you'll agree, Tony, is all down to this track here at Ain Raceway.
Yes.
What a great facility this has been, and all of our drivers have spoke very positively about the challenges that this track brings.
And one thing is that you know this facility, from top to bottom, is spotless.
I'm being told, this is not my words, being looked after by his extremely long-suffering wife.
Yes, Chandra,
Yes.
who is extremely long-suffering.
Yes, poor Chandra.
Yes, I spend 1 week with Tony a year, and I consider myself a long-suffering friend. I'm only joking, Tony. Hello to Shekhar Tamaska. Yes, we miss Noah Tamaska's family. Noah, who raced in this class last year, he's now gone to college in the United States. So we also miss Boo Boo Tamaska from the grid as well.
Yeah, I've just got a reply to that, and I can't broadcast that. Sorry, I'll need to leave that bit out, Guy. But yeah, great to have you watching the live stream, Tony, getting the full experience of the coverage that we can bring you from Ain.
And what I was saying is that from top to bottom, this facility is spotless. Every single morning you come in, it is like a brand new car showroom opening. The staff here, from the very bottom, they work tirelessly. We're in the desert. There's a lot of dust.
Yes.
Inside and out, this place is always, every morning, absolutely spotless.
Well, Henry,
and it's a credit to the team here. And it's spotless at the moment, but
I just want to add to what you were saying, though. I know you kind of made the connection between us and the organisers here for this, but I can't tell you how welcomed we've been made to feel. And it just makes a great atmosphere. It's a great atmosphere throughout the facility, throughout the paddock. Even in the heat of the intensity of the races, you know, we've actually seen drivers smile in the Parc Fermé.
Well,
that's quite rare.
Not sure if that was wind, though.
All right, okay.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
No, again, the whole paddock here, I've got to say, I've always been made to feel extremely welcome, like part of the extended family out here, and I'm glad that you guys at Karting Live TV have had the same vibe from everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
But,
Fantastic.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be greeted quite as warmly from Tony Hogg after this is back to my commentary on him, but that he knows what I'm like. We've actually got 3 really good 2-kart battles on circuit. This is the battle for the race lead, and again, you can't blame us for staying with it, because Tony Hogg has been threatening this all day. When is he going to pull the pin? But then you've got Greg Watt and Samir Al-Hassad. They're battling nose to tail. And further back, you've then got Faisal Almeida and Bernardo Del Castillo battling nose to tail.
They're having an absolute ding-dong at the back. Now, the moment we pull away to check out those 2 battles,
100% guaranteed.
Tony Hogg will pull the plug, pull the pin on the hand grenade that he's been promising to pull pretty much the whole race. Now, this is where we see what these drivers have in their toolkit to maybe go to the final few laps. We're on lap 13 of 14. 2 more laps to go. And I've got to say, Hamza Hashisho, his body language in that kart has changed slightly. It changed 2 laps ago. He was kind of just managing the lead. He let Tony get to his rear bumper. Now, both of these drivers, we are seeing these karts being absolutely optimised. Remember, 2 gears on them. Left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second gear. They're up and down the box. They'll be in first gear here, I would think, at this section. Now into second, I'm not sure. 34 changes of gear, Tony Hogg told me, around this lap.
That was
and
up
here
and
we
down,
go.
up and down, yes.
Yeah, and here we go, using the gearbox to help brake the kart as well. We've got braking on the front axle, remember. Brake disc and caliper on each of those front wheels. Rear axle, solid rear axle across the rear, and a brake disc on there in true kart fashion. But here we are into the final lap, and whether Tony Hogg can do it, well, at the checkered flag, we're going to have that answered. But I think I know what the answer is, because Hamza is absolutely on it here.
Oh, is Tony Hogg going to break Hamza Hashisho's heart? He has a look. Hashisho, you're not surprised that his shoulders have tensed up. He's never won a race at this level before. This could be a first. And again, if you're going to take your first, you can't leave the door open to the Grand Master of DD2 Masters here. But Tony Hogg is running out of time. He's running out of options.
He's got 2 more, well, literally 1 more option here. And to be honest, Hamza Hashisho has really pulled the gap here where he needed to do. 1 more corner left. Hamza Hashisho surely will accelerate towards the checkered flag with Tony Hogg very much in his wake. And what an outstanding drive all day long from both of these drivers. In fact, all 6 of these DD2 drivers have had a great time out there on track. Hamza Hashisho, he takes the win from just over 2. And who gets that one?
It's going to be Greg Watt by half a kart length.
Hang on, let's see what 96 thousandths of a second to Sami Al-Assad. Let's see who wins the battle for 5th and 6th, Nick, if we can. Take the camera. Oh, is that it there? Thank you. Thank you. They've split up somewhat. I expected to see 2 karts together. Here we go then. Into the final turn. And they have dropped away from one another. They were absolutely on one another's tail here. And there's the checkered flag for Faisal Almeida on the novice plate, taking a 5th spot, with Bernardo Del Castillo taking 6th place. And with the checkered flag then coming to play in the DD2 and DD2 Masters final here at Ain. It's the Rotax Invitational event for 2025 that will see Hamza Hashisho take the 1st place trophy. Anthony Hogg, Tony Hogg as he's known, Anthony because it's Sunday, and Greg Watt, hard fought for that 3rd and final step of the podium. And just to remind everybody, we will be here televising the podium presentation. So stay put. Go and make yourself a cup of tea or coffee when we finish our next race, which I'm kind of sad to say. It's the Senior Max final coming next, and that is our final race of the weekend. The UAE Rotax Invitational from Ain has got one more race of 14 laps to go, and this one, arguably, perhaps the most competitive grid we've got here this weekend, and that's not to detract from any of the classes here. We've had some fantastic racing from the youngsters in Micromax, the youngsters in Minimax, and the slightly older youngsters in Junior Rotax. And the even older kids in DD2 there who entertained us all the way to the flag. The big kids are coming out though for Senior Max, and we mean that in the best possible way. So just to remind everybody, if you're sat at home thinking about actually entering this series going forward into the full-blown UAE Rotax Max Championship, then we have got a great offer of a 50% discount to a lucky winner who will, and I've just lost it, Nick. Where's it gone? Where's it? Ah, there it is. Just lost it. Yes, first 10 drivers per class go into a draw. As you post your entries and registrations, go into a draw, whereupon one driver will win the epic prize of 50% off their full season entry. And that's got to be worth a chunk of money. That is worth a chunk of funding, that. And that will be beneficial to anybody. So if you haven't got your entry in, get it in now. And be part of that first 10 drivers who get the entry. So wherever you are in the world, and you're thinking about coming out to the UAE to spend the winter, why wouldn't you? Absolutely beautiful conditions. Would you say? Reese Hunter behind me coming in to stay cool. Perhaps not, he agrees, because he's out in the heat. We are waiting for Henry down at the Parc Fermé to get our driver interviews. And it's Hamza Hashisho, as I said, Tony Hogg and Greg Watt who will be chatting to Henry. Great to get some insight. I want Henry to find out the answer to our speculation that has been pretty much all day for DD2s, and whether or not Tony Hogg had anything in the tool bag. I think that was answered really in the result. Hamza Hashisho, very, very hard to beat. Let's head down now to Henry, who's got the winner.
They say that you never forget your first. Well, Hamza Hashisho, this time last year, you didn't even drive go-karts. Today, you have won the Rotax Invitational in DD2, and you have beaten one of the best to ever do its class in this region by a whisker. Tell us how you feel and tell us how you did it.
I mean, of course, it feels amazing, to win my first race after only 10 months. But yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the season to actually start up. I feel like this is really good practice, especially with Tony, especially leading with him. I felt like he was right up on my bumper the entire race. But yeah, I think I handled that pretty well. Yeah.
I mean, you certainly did. I think at the end of the first 2 laps, Tony was right there. Then you sort of kept about 4 or 5 kart lengths, never any more than that. But then we saw your body sort of tense up a little bit in the last couple of laps as Tony really closed in. Try and talk us through the last 2 laps because you can hear the kart behind you, so you knew he was there. How did you stay focused?
I mean, I just take it like quali laps, really. You're gonna have to. I mean, I did know he was there, and of course, I do have emotions going through. Okay, what if he dives here? What if he dives here? But I think my dad told me, just keep your head straight and just keep going.
And I saw Matthias Lejem, your team boss, was there to greet you, and I sort of smiled at him. I said, first win? And he was like, oh, yes. How special is this? How quickly, how pleased are you that you have progressed so quickly in this sport?
I mean, of course, yeah, I'm really pleased, compared to where I first started. I mean, I think this is a really big improvement, and I hope we can just keep moving forward from here, honestly.
Okay, congratulations. Who do you need to thank?
Of course, the same people as before, but of course, especially my mom and dad. They're the reason I'm even doing this sport, and they're giving me all the support, the financial support, and just the moral support, really. And of course, I want to thank my team, for the car, for the engine, for just everything, honestly, all the help.
Well, congratulations. Hamza Hashisho is going to be a tough driver to beat when we get into the main season. Yeah, but we'll let Hamza go and have a breather. We'll bring in our second place finisher, Tony Hogg. Tony, a rueful smile at the end of that one. even though this is simply preparation for the last dance in Bahrain for you, you know, you wanted to win, you thought you had a chance to win, and the fact that you came second, it gives you something to think about, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. To be honest, this was about fitness and fun, and of course, as soon as you put the visor down, then that competitive instinct takes over. So, yeah, of course, I wanted to push Hamza as fast as I could, as far as I could. Actually, I misread the lap board at the end. I thought there was another lap. I probably could have made a move the lap before, but I was quite comfortable at that point. But yeah, all the praise to Hamza on his first win. Hopefully that's a springboard into some more wins for him. And again, for me, I'm always happy to be sat in the car. Yeah. But I'm worried about you, mate. You need someone give Henry directions to the Burns unit.
You haven't listened.
Not in a good way.
You haven't heard my commentary on you yet in that last race, have you?
And my daughter might be watching. She did said, "Who's the Wally with the mic?"
Yeah, that'll be his name's Joe Bradley, and he's up there.
No, about a bus pass.
Me. You had a real good go at the end of the first lap, and then the last lap you had, I would say, two sort of semi-concerted looks.
Yeah, my plan was to just let him know I was there, and then I'd planned a move, to be quite honest. But as I say, I misread the lap board. I thought it said 2 laps, and then when we came around, that was the final lap. So, yeah, something I need to get used to, I think.
You know what they say, eyesight and age and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no good at Sudoku and all that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, look, listen, he was just that little bit quicker, but we made a setup change in between, and it worked, and it just got me that little bit closer. But great fun, had a lot of fun, big smile on the face. Always good to see you.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Tony. And coming in fact, the closest finish of all was the battle for third. Greg Watt just beating Saeed Al-Hamad on the line. Again, it only takes 2 karts to have a good race, and my word, you look like you've had a good race.
I've had a very good race. The whole day has been great. He's pushed me the whole time, and it's been great fun racing. I can see him coming every race. The heat, the pre-final and the final, he was coming. So I just managed to hold him off on that last couple of laps. So it was good. It was good fun. Good fun.
And of course, we're smiling and it's fun. We said hello to Fabio Creti and to Papa Creti back home. The serious element is that Tony, who's been the champion in Masters now for the last 6 years, he says he's not going for the championship, which leaves the championship and then the ticket to the grand final open up for grabs. And there's you, Bernardo Del Castillo, and others who aren't here that are prized. Is that on your mind? Because, you've seen the level that Tony raced at and the level of the grand finals. How does that make you think, right, I want it, I want to go, what have I got to do personally, physically, mentally to get in that position?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always the pinnacle of the sport. So, of course, I'd love to be able to make it there. But as far as what I need to do, I need to lose about 15 kilos to get down to their weight.
Same here.
That'll help. That'll definitely help.
Yeah.
So I'll work on that. But I'll do my best, even with the extra weight.
But that seriously, you come off with your all smiles, you have a lot of fun, you and Tony. Right. But then there's a serious element to it that you have to go away and think, okay, I'm years old, but I have to think of myself as a professional athlete to get to that level.
Train basically 5 days a week. I do F45 and I do it hard every day, 5 a.m. And then the karting on top, it helps to balance the fitness and the endurance and the strength. So it works really well for me, and I'm going to keep it up and just need to maybe trim down a bit.
Yeah. I know how that feels. Thank you very much, Greg Watt, third place in DD2. And it's quite sad. There's only one race to go. The good news is it's Senior Rotax, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is going to be awesome. All of our racing's been awesome, so this one's invariably going to be awesome as well. We've got hello to Shekar Tamaska, who says, we miss seeing Noah Tamaska out there. Yeah, we do too. Tony Hogg is still the greatest of all time. Great drive too from Jaden. Yeah, we agree with everyone's sentiment. We may have on the card our final race of the weekend. And I have in front of me, actually, we've got our grid. That will be, I'll be able to read out. We'll just wait for it to appear on the screen before we do. I'll start with it. Who's going to be, we were asking, who was going to beat Hamza Hashisho in DD2. It's a similar tale here in the Senior Max final here. Rian Dharmadasa. Who's going to beat Rian Dharmadasa? Is it going to be George Nasser, who starts alongside? Is it going to be Rayan Qureshi, who starts in that all-important third place? Oscar Lambert starts alongside in fourth. Then we have Omar Ghannoum with Zain El Homasani alongside. Amani Kinyua with Kian Cranbull on the fourth row. Jeremy Montgomery Swan starts ninth. He's moved up the order 2 places each time. Jeremy Montgomery Swan starting in ninth. He came up the order, didn't he, in the heat and pre-final. Mohamed Menaime is in 10th alongside. Manaf Al-Balushi with Enzo Tesluk alongside on the 6th row. Then we've got Kai Hunter over from the UK, former British champion, with Arthur de Donker alongside. Rain Carouse is alongside Andrew Obaid. Then we've got Neyman Kareja, Alexander Dino Alexandru, Arish Mehta, Ehsan Mohammed Sahid, Enea Sachi, Orlando Benchivenga, with Lewis Hartman and Elliot Surtees is the driver from Origin Motorsport, rounding off the 24 kart field on the screen. Beyond that, though, we've got another 3 karts to mention. Jules Domont, Alexander Bidji and Oscar Backhouse round off what is a 27 kart field totally. They're already out on their warm-up lap. I say warm-up lap, I mean that in the sweetest of terms, as they were very warm before they came out on track, Henry.
Well, the top 20 weren't as warm as the back 7 because there's only room for 20 karts under the covers on the dummy grid. So
Matthew Norman?
Yes.
See you all for round 1, he says.
Yes, he'll be leading our panel of stewards. Matthew Norman, he's busy running a team in Freca, forming the Renault Euro Cup, and has done a lot for karting in the UAE. But of course, Abu Dhabi, well, it's been a treat to be here this weekend. Wonder if the Senior Rotax final is just going to put the cherry on top of it.
An icing and an already very rich cake is about to ensue, with Rian Dharmadasa being urged to get his foot down towards the start. He does now, and we are racing into turn 1. We've got contact in the midfield, and I think that could have well involved, I'm not going to speculate, Henry, we'll wait until see that is confirmed, but we had karts contacted there and some heavy hit there in the midfield. However, up at the front, our leader has broken away. 2 karts now lead the field round, and a bit of an encouragement there to get on with it. It's Rian Dharmadasa, I can tell you, who's leading. Who is that kart in second place? Just wait to see and it's the number Falcons. 386. It's Rayan Qureshi. Some from first and second. GGM and Mumbai Falcons lead.
Kai Hunter was one of the karts that's
where I was going to speculate.
Exit stage right. He is still racing. We've got a couple of drivers. Who is that one driver getting up and out of his kart at turn number 9? There is a couple more with damage on them. In fact, it's Kian Cranbull is one of them, and Manaf Al-Balushi is another. But we've got a brand new leader. It's Rayan Qureshi.
Incredible. The question was, who's going to beat Dharmadasa? Well, here it is. It might be answered. Kai Hunter continuing, by the way, came through in 16th. Yep. Elliot Surtees benefited massively from 24th on the grid. He's now up to 17th with Oscar Backhouse following him through.
It was Manaf Al-Balushi from Oman, Kian Cranbull, the Swiss driver, and Mohamed Menaime, who are the 3 drivers out of the race. Welcome aboard, Bangladesh. Cheering for Adish Mehta in 9th position. So hello to everybody in Bangladesh. And Adish will keep you appraised of Adish's progress.
Field crossing the line then, and it will be 3 laps completed.
14 to go. So 3 of 14. Qureshi leading Dharmadasa into turn number 2. George Nassar, who via Chopra said he fancied for the win in this race. Matthias Lejeune Motorsport have just won DD2 with Hamza Hashisho. Can they make it 2 wins? We've had 2 wins for the JNKD team, 1 for Mumbai Falcons, 1 for Matthias Lejeune Motorsport. And, well, George Gibbons Motorsport, they've had plenty of podiums. Second in micro, third in mini, second in junior, and now they're running second here in senior with Rian Dharmadasa, Nassar, Ganoom, Lambert, and Amaya Kanua. What a great drive from Armani Kanua, currently the best placed of the JNKD drivers.
You got Lambert getting ahead of Ganoon there as they cross the line, 4th and 5th place there. Armani Kanua 6th. Zain El Hamasani gets ahead of Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who drops back to 8th now. And then Arthur Dodonka, Adish Mehta rounding off the top 10 as the leaders play these high-speed chase down with Rayan Qureshi. He's got a cushion, hasn't he, Henry? He hasn't exactly, however, I say that, he's got a cushion. However, that cushion's barely a pin cushion, really.
Yes.
Because if he makes the slightest mistake, Dharmadasa, Nasser, Lambert, Ganoon and Kanua, they're all there queuing up, just queuing up to have a bash at the lead, and resting that lead is going to be a big ask, I think.
And I do apologise, it's what Vedant Varma is watching from Bangalore, not Bangladesh. I couldn't see the second half of that word, which was obscured by an emoji on my screen, but Bangalore. And again, watching Adish Mehta from India, I should have really thought about it, really, but I thought, hey, I mean, karting's massive in Bangladesh. Apparently, and I've been told there's a huge Joe Bradley fan club in Bangladesh. I have been told this. True. And you know me, I speak only the truth.
You shock me. We shall talk later. I need to go on holiday there. Here we go, change for the lead then, as Dharmadasa goes through, and it's Dharmadasa who gets hung out to dry slightly there. We've got changes abound here as we come through the kink there at turn 7, and that was where our leader, Qureshi, found himself going wide, Henry, out of the kink. It was a braking and turning thing. It's the 3-3-1, though, of George Nasser.
Yeah.
George Nasser leads out of the final turn, and across the line it'll be 6 laps completed and a complete change. Let me just clarify the order. It's George Nasser, Oscar Lambert up to second, Rayan Dharmadasa in third now, Rayan Qureshi in fourth, with Gunan, Kanua, Montgomery Swan, Hamasani, that's your 8.
And they're all nose to tail. In fact, it looks like Rayan Qureshi has passed Rian Dharmadasa. There's another move. There's Lambert taking the position at the inside of turn number 6. That's almost unheard of. I mean, George Nassar going from third to first, this point a lap ago, was really spectacular. And Nassar, after leading at this point last lap, now finds himself in 4th position. It's a 1-2 for the Mumbai Falcons, with Lambert now getting under pressure from his teammate Qureshi going through turn number 13 and 14.
That got very crowded indeed, isn't it? As it Mumbai Falcons first and second across the line on towards lap 8. Lambert, Qureshi lead this team, this stream of carts going around. They're led by Rayan Dharmadasa. George Nasser, Montgomery Swan back up to 5th there, but demoting Omar Ganoon back down the order. This isn't over yet, though, with lead changes down the order. 4th and 5th have just swapped there, and I'm pretty sure I saw them swap back when I lift my head from the timing screen. So how do we call this one here? We have just clicked by half distance. We're on lap 8, and you know what? We've got another 6 laps of this to go after this one.
Indeed, now, I may have been, like Josh, when I said about the Joe Bradley fan club in Bangladesh.
Oh, really? I'm disappointed.
Believe it or not, Oscar Lambert's family used to do some work in Mongolia. And Oscar Lambert has people who follow his karting and who could be watching now who are from Ulaanbaatar, the capital city of Mongolia.
Tremendous.
I believe he's the only kart racer in the world who does have a following in Ulaanbaatar, but it's a following nonetheless. But following him at an ever-decreasing gap is Rayan Qureshi, bringing Nassar, Dharmadasa, Montgomery Swan, Kanua, El Hamasani, Arthur Dodonka, Jules Dumont, and Eni Asachi. The top 10 separated by 2.6 seconds.
Well, the Mumbai Falcons team here, 1 and 2 with Oscar Lambert and Rayan Qureshi. They are in control of the lead of this race in fine style here. Bit of a gap between first and second, equal gap between third place George Nasser, and then Nasser himself has got a bit of a cushion before we get Dharmadasa. That, of course, will disappear. We've got 5 more laps after this one. This one's now completed, 9 laps on the board, 5 laps to go. And I'm pretty sure, Henry, that the science is going to take over, and these 3, maybe 4, 5, 6 carts will concertina back up as we start maybe seeing the odd challenge here and there. And indeed, as we get to the infield, those gaps between those carts begin to disappear.
And we've talked about the top 10 separated by 2.6 seconds. Just behind them is Adish Mehta. Adish, who again has got people watching and cheering on from Bangalore. His dad, Priyanka, is cheering on from the viewing galleries here trackside, and Adish has just been passed by Kai Hunter, but that may be not necessarily a bad thing. An upset Kai Hunter is not a bad driver to follow, because an upset Kai Hunter is generally a very fast Kai Hunter.
He was complaining of struggling for pace all weekend, and he's not where he wants to be. He's very much used to driving for the top 3. There's a move.
Let's look this
That's
again.
for second.
That's Nassar back up to P2. Great replay there.
Now he's totally ruining the Mumbai Falcons party here, but this is allowing Oscar Lambert to just eke out a bit more of a cushion. George's Nassar. Now Rian Qureshi can really do his teammate a lot of help here by challenging George Nassar. And if we are going to see that, no, you know what, Henry? Nassar's pulling away. Nassar has got a cushion back to Qureshi. Qureshi, if anything, is now coming under a bit of pressure from Dharmadasa. Remember, Rian Dharmadasa, starting from the pole position, has found himself down the order, much further down the order than perhaps he liked to. And now he's just coming together. Time running out, though. 11 laps completed.
Yep, and also coming into the picture, don't count out number 317. There he is, the driver, the white crash helmet, white and light blue racesuit. That's Amani Kinua. Amani Kinua, the South African driver for George Gibbons Motorsport, up into the top 5. And I think that might have been at the expense of Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who slipped back to P6 as we look at the battle. So there is Lambert, followed by Nassar, and then Qureshi, Dharmadasa, and behind Dharmadasa it is now Kinua, followed by El Homasani, Montgomery Swan, Didonka, Dumont, and Eniasachi. Still the top 10 separated by 2 seconds.
That M&M cart has switched on for Nassar, hasn't it? He's switched on the pace. It's whether the tyres have come on or something, but all of a sudden we've got Nassar now challenging Oscar Lambert and looking very racy indeed. Looking at the outside, he's going to get the switch back maybe. Pulls alongside down that short stretch towards turn 2. But no, defensive driving from Oscar Lambert as they go into the first section of the infield part here. They're already through 6 and out onto the back straight, Henry.
And fair play to Oscar Lambert. He's got to defend. This is lap 13 out of 14. And suddenly, and this is maybe playing into Oscar Lambert's hands now, because Qureshi, Dharmadasa and the rest are catching pretty soon. George Nassar is going to have to start worrying about what's behind him as well as trying to attack what's in front of him. And Lambert knows this. Here comes Nassar to the inside and forces the issue. George Nassar with a move to take the race lead.
That was a Nigel Mansell on Nelson Piquet, the 1987 British Grand Prix there.
One side.
Went right, then went left and used the tin opener to open that gap, didn't he?
Yep.
Down the inside. Now then, Nassar has the lead of this race, and look at that.
Good night,
pulling the gap already a half a second between the final turn and the start-finish. The timing beam was a half a second. That's more than a half a second now. George Nassar, absolutely outstanding drive through the field. Didn't have it all his own way at the front. That was all about Dharmadasa. Dharmadasa through in third after this one. But George Nassar now getting towards the final stages of this race, Henry, down towards 13 for the final time, and the welcome sight of that checkered flag.
Yes, indeed. Out of the final corner. What a drive. George Nassar. It's a second win on the day for Matthias Nagem Motorsports. And looks like there's been issues for Amani Kinyua and Zain El Hamasani. Kinyua, Didonka, and Jules Dumont and Kai Hunter all coming across the line a lot further down the order than they started the last lap. Nasser, Lambert and Dharmadasa, your top three.
Thank you, Henry. Henry, can't wait to get a chat for Henry to talk to George Nasser, Oscar Lambert and Rian Dharmadasa. As you mentioned there, they are the top three. In fourth place then, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He's got to be happy with that as young Jeremy. He came up the order from 13th in the heats, in qualifying I should say. Started the heats in 13th, started the pre-final in 11th and started that final in 9th place. Hanging on to and would have been on terms with the top three if the race had been maybe another 5 or 6 laps. In 5th place, Omar Ganoum. In 6th place, Alexander Bishi. Adish Mehta was 7th. Rayan Qureshi was 8th. And then there's young Elliot Surtees with Origin Motorsport coming through in 9th. And they will be delighted with that from way down on the grid at the start of this. In 24th place, Elliot reaping the benefits of all of that issue that went on in that field and coming through, and a top 10 finish for them. Eni Asachi is 10th, and then just outside the top 10, Zain El Hamasani, Lewis Hartman, Andrew Obeid, Oscar Backhouse, and then finishing in the top 15, Ehsan Mohammed Saeed. Let's have a look at this outstanding bit of racecraft here as George Nasser, he's got Lambert looking over his left shoulder, he goes right and then tricks him into believing that he was over his right shoulder. That was a very, very, very intelligent race move there, and there was just enough width for an M&M cart there going into turn 13, and George Nasser fitted his M&M cart into that gap and was never headed. He clearly had the pace that enabled him then to shake off the further advances of Oscar Lambert and Rian Dharmadasa. Great racing as we expected in the Rotax Invitation. That concludes our racing for today, but certainly not our TV coverage from the Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. We've got Henry Baudet, who was about to take us through our podium interviews, our third, second and first place drivers from the Senior Max final. Then we'll have a short break. We'll have a short break of a few minutes. And then we will bring you our podium presentation, our trophy presentations for all of our classes. The Rotax Invitation, a bit of a warm-up, a bit of a season warm-up going forward. In 2 weeks' time, we're back here at Ain Raceway for the first round of the Rotax Max Championship for the UAE. And we will bringing you all of that live on Karting Live TV and on the UAE Kart Championship Facebook, YouTube channels. Either one of them will do. You'll pick up all the action from rounds 1 and rounds 2. Round 1 on the Saturday, round 2 on the Sunday. For now, though, it's all about Senior Max, and let's head down to Henry Baudet. Henry.
You know the drivers are getting ever more professional when the first thing that George Nasser says is, I wish I had my hat. Well, George, you took your hat. I take my hat off to you for two things. Number one, up at turn 6 and 7, you went from third to first, then got shuffled back, but then talk us through that move on Oscar, selling in the dummy like a champion.
Well, what I did was I made it look like as if I wanted to get him from around the outside. He opened up a slight bit, and I just got him.
You know, I mean, he was very, very close. There wasn't, nothing was, there was no stickers swapped, as it were. Talk about the level of competition. It seems to just get better and better in this class.
Yeah, I think the UAE Championship has gotten really good. Just wow, especially after last year, the championship was huge. A lot of drivers.
I know, having 45 drivers every race, 6 drivers, including yourself, going into the last round, with a chance of the title. Do you think that with, the promise of another 40-plus entry every round this year, do you think the competition's going to be even better?
One can hope. One can hope.
One can hope. So, that move, the start of the race, tell us a little bit about the start and how we kept our head down and made it up towards a position where you could challenge for the lead.
The start was a bit tricky. There were people that were shoving behind me. I had to slow them down. And the guy in pole, Rian, he was also trying his luck to see if he can get the slip on me, if you know what I mean. But I managed to make it stick. I wasn't sure where I actually finished after the start, after the first lap where I was, but it wasn't too far back. And from there, it was just pure pace, just boom, 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 saying the laps and catching them.
Now, this is the second win in 2 races for Matthias de Gem Motorsports. What have you got to say about the team?
Best team ever.
There we go. Top gear from Lebanon in the Matthias de Gem team. So, George Nassau, we'll let you go and get your hat on and a well-deserved drink. Now, we've heard about the pass for the race lead from George's perspective. Let's bring in our runner-up, Oscar Lambert, to hear about the pass for the lead from the other perspective. But first of all, Oscar, you did something in that race that nobody else has done all day. You made a pass for the lead coming through turn 6 in the tight infield section. Was there any part of that race where you thought, yes, I've done it?
Yeah, for sure. That overtake was probably one of the best ones I've done. I didn't really know I was going to do it, to be honest. It just was an accident. So, but it felt good anyways. And then in the left, right, in the middle, getting past 2 was good.
Yeah. Now, obviously we were looking at it, covering it from the karting live stream. I have to say, George, he went to the outside, waited for Uting, and then just swapped over. But this is the Invitational. You've got a whole season ahead of you. George can't use that move on you again all year, can he?
Yeah, of course. No, it's disappointing, but at least it was just a practice round. So.
And who would you like to thank for this?
For sure, Mumbai Falcons, just getting the package right all weekend. Hopefully for the season as well. And then my parents for driving me down and paying for the support.
Excellent. Well, there we go. So that's our second place finisher, Oscar Lambert. And again, who every time a driver is beaten, just sometimes by a great move, they're always prepared to admit, hey, that was a great move and I got done. No sour grapes from Oscar. So we'll let Oscar go and get a drink, and we'll bring in our pole man. Well, Sri Lanka, Rian Dharmadasa. You come this way. You looked a little bit frustrated in that, but considering you're moving into your second season as a senior, and in a race that was that intense, you've got nothing to be frustrated about.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, after the first 3-4 laps, I think that was the race gone. Just should have driven a bit better those laps.
I mean, were you frustrated the way that you drove it? We'll come this way a little bit. We'll come this way. Are you frustrated at yourself, or just frustrated at the way things panned out?
No, mostly at myself. Just made too many mistakes in the first half of the race, and then that kind of decided the second half after that.
But I suppose, to be fair, last year you were making a few mistakes in the first few laps, but that would leave you 15th, and then battling up to 10th. Your first few mistakes on the first few laps this season, that sends you from pole back to a podium. So it does show how much progression that you and the George Gibbons team have made.
Yeah, but if we want to win, we have to minimise the mistakes or make none at all. So.
That's what I've got to say. I love this. The drivers in the UK for the British Championship, they're full of so-and-so happened, this was wrong. The drivers over here, you focus on your own performances a lot. Do you think that you're one of the most self-critical or self-analytical drivers?
I mean, yeah, I guess on the grid compared to some of the other drivers, I think I focus on myself more than them.
Okay, who would you like to thank?
George, my mechanic Chris, and my family.
Excellent, well done. Thank you very much. A podium for Rian Dharmadasa as the racing part of the Rotax Invitational comes to an end. I've got to say, I'm a bit disappointed, but I am really excited for the opening round of the Rotax Challenge here in 2 weeks' time. Rian will be here and about 150 of his friends.
Well, everybody, the Rotax Invitational here at Al Ain Raceway has been a precursor to the RMC UAE Championship that will take place in 2 weeks' time. We kick the championship off in 2 weeks' time. Now, the accolade of being the UAE RMC champion is pretty special. However, what it also brings is a chance to compete on the World Championship level. Let's have a look at what's up for grabs. Because
driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. Well, if you enjoyed the racing here from the Rotax Invitation from Ain Raceway, join us in 2 weeks' time, the weekend of the 11th and 12th of October. It's the first and second rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge UAE Championship. It'll be all live on Karting Live TV. My name's Joe Bradley. I'd like to thank everybody involved. I'd like to thank, firstly, Henry Baudet, for certainly keeping me entertained. I'm pretty sure he's kept everybody entertained. I'd like to thank our producer, Nick Damon, and our cameramen, Dilu, Bashi, and Srijit. Some great pictures there, keeping us well stocked up with the excitement. It goes without saying that I am so excited about the coming season. We'll say goodbye, but don't go away, because we have our podium presentation. We've got Henry back on the podium proper to give away our championship trophies. So we'll see you there in about, what is it, Nick? 15 minutes. So see you at the the trophy presentation in 15 minutes' time.
the following senior drivers with your entrance up to race control, please, to meet with the clerks of the course. It's driver number 317, Amani, driver number 337, Jules, and driver number 399, Arthur. Drivers 317, 337 and 399 to race control, please.
So we need all drivers who are going to make it onto the podium in race suits and bring your crash helmets with you. We will let you know when we are 5 minutes away from starting the presentation. Before we start with the live stream, the trophies for this event, whilst they're being transported out here, DHL decided to make it a football with the boxes the trophies were in. Some of them are scratched, so if you have a scratched trophy, we'll take our photos with them, give them back to us, and we will get you a non-scratched trophy afterwards. If you're happy with the trophy and you want to take it with you, brilliant. If you have a look at it and there's a scratch on it, number one, never use DHL, try UPS instead, or FedEx. And then also we will get you an unscratched trophy. That's if you want to swap it at the end, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, to the Karting Live TV live stream as we do the podium presentation for the 2025 Rotax Invitational. We have got trophies and Best Novice Awards for each of the 5 classes. When we finish doing the class awards, we will then do the draw because one driver whose family entered in the early bird offer is about to get 50% off their entry fees for the entire 2025-2026 season. Firstly, can I thank all the family members, the teams, and the competitors for their support. And a huge thank you to you, the viewers. We have had viewers tuning in from all over the world, giving support to the drivers. So thank you for you tuning in. We will begin in Micromax. Making their way onto the podium, firstly, as the best novice driver, finishing in 12th position, Ivans Voronins. So congratulations to Evans. Now your top 3. Finishing in 3rd position, less than a second off the race winner, driving for XL Motorsport, it's Adam Al-Sheikh. Congratulations. But our top 2 now, swapping positions twice on the final lap. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Liam O'Hanlon. Liam gets his 2nd place trophy. And now we move on to our winner, finishing just 2/10 in front of Liam O'Hanlon, driving for JNKD. It's Zev Godshalk. Zev gets the winner's trophy. If we're having some audio difficulties here at the circuit, I do apologise. But ladies and gentlemen, please, your hands together for your Micromax Podium and Best Novice. Okay, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the end of our Micromax Podium. Drivers, if you'd like to take yourselves down and go and greet your teams. We'll have one driver we'll have one photo with the top 3 on the top step. So the official photographer gets the picture. Well done. Zev Godshalk, Curaçao. Liam O'Hanlon representing the UK, the UAE, and Adam Al-Sheikh representing the UAE and Australia. Thank you, drivers. Thank you. We now move on to Minimax. Only 10 karts in the field, but an absolutely fantastic race in the final. Finishing as the best novice in 8th position overall, it's Kia Ivanov. Kia, you stand like that. Well done, Kia. On to the top 3 now. And these 2 drivers the next 2 drivers started at the back of the field, finishing in 3rd position, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport. It's the Queen of Kashmir, Atika Mia. But from the back of the grid up into second place, away from the track, he likes to think of himself as a bit of a magician in training. Well, he certainly pulled a rabbit out of the hat in the final, driving for Synergy. No, it's not that young lady. It's Oliver Butchard. But your winner, keeping it in the family. It's their first time here racing in Dubai. I am in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. I am sure it won't be their last. Your Minimax winner by 5 seconds, driving for JNKD. It's Win Godshalk. I can also say that's the first 2 main Rotax victories for the new JNKD team as well. And what a debut here in the UAE Rotax events for them. Once again, if we could have the top 3 on the single set. Thank you very much to our best novice, Kia Ivanov. Attica, Oliver, if you step up onto the top step. Once again, Win representing Curaçao, Oliver, the UK, Attica representing India. Your top 3, and the photographers seem to have forgotten about the team, but they're okay. It's good to have the press corps in advance. The amount of press that we have here is growing exponentially, so thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, your Minimax podium. Now we move ahead to Junior Rotax. 22 drivers. We are promised a full grid of 36 in 2 weeks when the UAE Rotax Max Challenge gets underway here at Al Ain Raceway. Another event that you can see live on Karting Live TV and on the UAE Rotax Mac channel, both days of racing, Saturday and Sunday. Finishing in 3rd position, just 1.1 seconds off the lead, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's Via Chopra. And finishing a career best second after a career best drive in P2 for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Jaden Hidding. But your winner, he was the junior champion in this championship 2 years ago. He's the reigning O-Plate champion, and he has led the charge for drivers from the UAE on the international stage for the last 18 months. Driving for Mumbai Falcons, it's Connor Clancy. So we have Via Chopra representing India, Jaden Hidding representing the Netherlands and Canada, Connor Clancy representing the United Kingdom, Ireland and the UAE. Drivers, if you'd all like to stand on the top step for the official photograph. As the official photographers move in, a big thank you whilst we're here to all the marshalling team and the circuit staff at the Al Ain Raceway for putting on this event. The technical staff as well, scrutineering the race directors and officials on track, as well as, of course, the ladies in race control. It's a real team effort here at Al Ain Raceway, and we thank you very much. We now move on to DD2 and DD2 Masters. We do have separate podiums for Masters and DD2, so we will start with Masters, finishing in third position in DD2 Masters and taking home the award for Best Novice in his very first kart race. His 3 sons all raced in Micromax, but Dad got the first trophy of the family. It's Faisal Almeida. And the novice, and the best novice. And also the best novice as well. Well done, Faisal. In second position in Masters, driving for Honolulu Racing, it's Greg Watt. But your winner, how many times will we be able to say this in his home country again before he finally calls it a career? Finishing second in DD2 Masters, it's Tony Hogg. Well done. And again, Tony goes back to the grand finals for the 10th time in Bahrain this year for the last ride. So drivers, top step of the podium, please. Our official DD2 Masters podium. Once again, Tony Hogg driving now as an independent. Greg Watt also as an independent in association with Honolulu Racing, and driving for CRG. It is Faisal Almeida. And I think we're going to get a... normally, Faisal, we wait till the end, but seeing as it's your first race, and all the family did all the laps, there we go. Hey, if you're going to come into karting for the first time, why not just make it extra stressful, not just come racing yourself, but have all 3 of your sons racing together. I don't know who should say well done to more, you or the team boss for CRG for keeping you all running. Well done. Now we move on to Rotax's Ultimate Class DD2. And finishing in second position, Sami Al-Assad. Samir Al-Assad finishing second in DD2 for Matthias Najem Motorsports. But your winner, his first ever race win for Matthias Najem Motorsport, it's Hamza Hashisho. Ladies and gentlemen, of the 6 drivers in DD2s and DD2 Masters, 4 were Masters, and you have the 2 in the main DD2 class, Hamza Hashisho and Sami Al-Assad. have to keep going. I wasn't told there is no third place. You didn't tell me you can't just stop this because we're now on TV. Okay? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. That wasn't communicated to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Our DD2 podium, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I'm really sorry. No, we can't. Right, we're now starting. We're doing this on TV. We can't change things. One class to go, ladies and gentlemen. One class to go. That is Senior Rotax, our biggest field here this weekend. 27 drivers, and finishing in third position, last year's reigning champion, driving for XL Motorsport, it's Omar Ganoum. There was a penalty after the checkered flag. We did lose our original third place driver, Rian Dharmadasa, unfortunately. Finishing in second position, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Oscar Lambert. But your winner, with an absolute peach of a pass for the win, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's George Nassar. You cannot then tell me to stop. What a drive. And again, we can expect at least 40 drivers in Senior Rotax when the season proper gets started. Drivers, if you want to make your way onto the top step for the group photo. And George Nassar, Oscar Lambert, and Omar Ganoum, who will go to Bahrain and represent the UAE at the end of November as the reigning senior class champion. So, thank you very much, drivers. But before we get going, hang on a second, we now have the draw for the 50% off the entry into the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Championship. So, everybody who took advantage of the championship's early bird offer has been where you pay in installments and you get a discount anyway. The first 10 people in each of our 5 classes to get the early bird offer, those 50 names are now in a cup. And one of those drivers, in fact the driver that we draw out, they will get 50% off their entry fees for the whole season. Not one driver per class, just one lucky driver. So the 50 names are in this cup. And maybe if we bring, I tell you what, Danny Brand, the head of technical for the championship, who's joined the championship this year. Danny doesn't have a team anymore, so there's no favoritism. Let's call out one name, and this driver has just won. Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to opening that for me, Danny? Okay. The driver winning 50% off entry fees for the entire season. It's Micromax driver number 4, Enzo Falzarano. So, JNKD wins something else. Thank you very much, Danny. Thank you, Willie. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our coverage here from Al Ain Raceway for the Rotax Invitational here in the UAE. If you like what you have seen, this has been a Karting Live TV production. Please rewatch it, share it, and we'll see you back here in 2 weeks' time for the start of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Goodbye.